be up on the platforms. Hey guys, it's Fancy, and you're watching the Good Vibes Network, and I'm here with
Mac.
Mac Attack.
Mac Attack.
Alrighty, so it has been a crazy week. There's been a lot of things that have happened this week. We've had, the case net weirdness of Gypsy's case just disappearing, and it's stating that, there's pending charges of some sort. Hey, girly girls. Hello, Alicia, sweetheart. We've had the autopsy report. Apparently, it is been released by the medical examiner's office. So we have put our request in for that. So we are doing that. I got my copies of my book. This is part one.
I'm excited.
I've got my first batch to sign and send out. So I'll be trying to get those out on Monday.
Hey, Alicia.
Hi, sweetheart. And then, guess what, guys? Book number 2 is live. Book number 2 is live. Let me get you a link, linkity link, so I can put it in there and you guys can have it. I am so stoked, like super stoked. I did not think it was going to get done by today. I submitted it pretty late the other night, and I did not know that it was going to actually get done by today. I thought it would be done maybe Monday. So there you go. That's the second book. I will be making an additional one on our network, thegoodvibesnetwork.com, if you want it to be the autographed copy.
Hey, Mandolin. Right? Yep.
So last night, and then I did an interview that we're going to play today. That's the main part of what we're going to do today is I did this interview with Estoric Atlanta, and I will be doing it next week as well. I will be doing it live next week on the 4th, which is right after my hearing. And so I will be on there with a different channel, and I will get all the links for that. It's her partner, and she's actually in South Africa and is so cool. And I'm also going to be doing a podcast with a biologist over in UK. So I'm super excited. We're getting so much going on here. And I was going through some things last night, and I don't know, something hit me in the way that I just felt like I needed to write to Mr. Patterson, Dan Patterson. Mandolin, I don't know why you're asking about that right now, but it's not an appropriate time to ask about the copyright in the LLC. If you want to send me an email, you're more than welcome to. Okay, thank you. So, so here's the thing. I started thinking about it, and I felt like there was nothing left for Nick. Like, we've gone through the whole thing of the debacle of people saying that he fired his attorney and he doesn't have a Supreme Court case, and that was floated out there by Naomi. And can somebody drop the email in the chat, please? That was floated out there by Naomi, and it was floated out there by Natasha Cooper. I ended up going up on a live and asking Natasha, along with Dave Blanchard up there on the Ivory Nose. Ivory Rose Knows, I think is what it is. Ivory Rose Knows, I think that's what it is. And they were talking about it, and I entered the chat. I got up on the panel. I asked Natasha Cooper if she could confirm that he had fired his attorneys, and she said yes. And I said, so that means he does not have a Supreme Court? She said yes. And then she dropped down in a huff, and Dave went with her, of course, because I don't know what they're doing with that man, but it's very scary that they are. I feel like he's being manipulated. Don't you, Amy?
Yeah, very, very much so.
Yeah, he's not. He's autistic as well.
Mm-hmm.
Beck, you were going to say something?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, he's autistic as well. And he does not seem to be, very, very socialized or anything like that. He's very quiet. And so I'm just, I'm a little concerned about relationship. He's been in Bree's lives, he's been in Natasha lives, and we all know that those two are not presenting any type of accurate information, and neither one of them gives one iota about Nick. So Natasha tries to pretend that she's been in contact with Nick, but she has not talked to Nick in years, from what I understand and sources have been telling me. Okay, so back to what I was thinking about, though. So I started thinking, what could we actually do to help Nick? Because we tried to organize this protest in October, and MPG Cornerstone did not like that. Natasha did not like that. Naomi didn't like that. All because the original person who decided to start this came to me. Oh, thank you, my pal Sal. Thank you. So it came to me, and they didn't want me to go, and they said the family didn't want me to go, and so I pulled out, and they're still not doing it now, and they have harassed and bullied the original organizer. They have doxed her. They've done all kinds of different things to her, and it's very upsetting. And she was crying the other night when she told me, she goes, I just don't think I'm going to do it now. Why do this? If they don't want us to do it, we're not going to do it. Well, that still didn't sit right with me, especially considering that I had a lot of our audience really excited about going and being able to do this and maybe making some sort of impact in the justice system for Nicholas, for any of it,
Right.
And so I started in just writing to Mr. Patterson. And as I started to write to Mr. Patterson about why did this happen, I began adding more people to the email, because I started just unloading everything that has happened and how this has happened, and how the state has failed to uphold the justice system, has put the public in danger in many ways. And I just started, I included Sheriff Arnott, and I included the chief of police involved in the Chillicothe incident for me, and I contacted the DAs, both DAs.
And Mama.
So I've put all this together. Thank you, Madeline. I've put all this together, and so it's going to actually be the opening chapter, or part of the opening chapter, to our final book in this series, which will be It's All a Distraction, our 7-year journey to discovering the truth of the murder, the crimes, and the lies, the crimes, and the murder of Dee Dee Blanchard. That's what I mean. Okay, so I'm going to read it to you guys, because I feel like it's really important, and it's probably going to show up in CaseNet anyway, because I sent it to my judge and everything. So Anyway, so I attached Mr. Patterson, Mr. Coyle, who happens to be Nicholas's attorney, Mr. Parson, that is the governor, Mr. Arnott, Warden McBee, the parole board and their officers, Judge Leamer and Judge Horseman, which are Judge Leamer is the judge on my criminal case, and Judge Horseman is the judge on the civil case that dismissed this case in June. So I stayed up to 5 o'clock in the morning, and then it took me until I went to sleep for a couple hours, and then I worked on this all the way up until 2 o'clock, which is why we're a little later than we had said we were going to be live. But I really feel like this is very comprehensive, and I think you all are going to pretty much
It
have
really is.
a lot
Yeah.
of aha moments, but I also think you're going to understand where I'm coming from in all of
Yep.
this.
All right. I'm
So,
going to say goodbye to Alicia. She's going to work, I think.
oh,
So
bye,
have a good
Alicia,
evening,
sweetheart. Have a good day at
Alicia.
work, okay? Call me later. You can call me
Yep.
later, okay? All right. Hello, gentlemen. My name is Fancy Maselli, aka April Johns. Oh, I do want to talk about one more thing
Go ahead. Go ahead.
with my face, my whole face. The allegations that are going around that I somehow am, slut shaming or shaming sex workers or any of that is 100% false. That is not at all what I said. It is not what I intended to the message to be. I myself have an OnlyFans I've never freaking used because at one point in time we were talking about how funny, what if we get really bad through the pandemic and everything. And I stated, I wouldn't mind doing feet pics. And so
Right.
now we joke about the fact that feet pics in our house is like, well, how much does a banana cost in a foot? And what's about an avocado in a foot? So we talk
Right.
about this all the time. It just literally is our running joke in the house. Okay. And
I love
at
it.
one point in time, there were things that I did in the industry, and I've never hidden that. It's not like sex tapes or anything like that, guys. I stripped for a whole couple of months.
Yeah.
like,
You're not.
seriously,
Yeah. You're nowhere against it.
I have never ever been self-conscious about my body. Never. I've always been very confident in who I was. And
You should be.
I wanted to share it and I wanted to be on stage and I enjoyed doing it for a while. And I think there's no shame in that. I still know strippers. I still know women who have OnlyFans and all those things. What the message was for the young woman, or not even young, the woman who
Yeah,
has
woman.
been stalking me, harassing me, bullying me in real life and on the internet at the behest of certain people connected to
Mm-hmm.
me, connected to my former business partners, and connected to the Blanchard family. And what I wanted her to know was that she had tried all these different ways to make us not realize who she was, but she dropped little freaking clues all along the way, misnomer clues and misinformation clues, of course, so that, we would get off to the side, right?
Right. Right. Yep.
But but I just wanted her to know that I knew. I wanted her to know I found her OnlyFans, which means I found your Twitter. I found the other profiles you have. Okay. And I know who you are. And that was all I was letting you know because you definitely know who I am, considering that, DoorDash came straight to my door on the day of my release of my book. Okay. Okay. And
Yeah.
you know a lot about me from, I don't know, a person. You know what? I'm just going to say her name. You know a lot about me, Belle,
Mm-hmm.
Sabrina, from
Mm-hmm.
a person who has been my best friend, supposedly, and my business partner for the last 9 years, Tori fucking Johnson. And I never saw this coming. I would not believe that it was her. Every time I thought that I always knew that part of this was Don Brown and the Blanchard family and all of those assholes, but I couldn't figure out where the local shit was coming from. And the local shit is coming from Tori. And all this time, I have been blaming Brandy Jolly. Because every time throughout the last 6 years that I think Brandy's been with me, 7 years, Brandy has always been the person that it points to when anything goes wrong. And since Brandy and I are talking, and I'm talking to all the partners, we have realized that throughout the course of the time that I've been friends with Brandy and Tori, and we were business partners on and off, every single time I thought, oh no, I'm sure. Every single time I thought it was Brandy, it wasn't Brandy. It was because Tori was saying something to her that was different than what she was saying to me to cause chaos. And there has not been any time in the past 9 years that Tori was not trying to take control of the company. She wanted controlling shares of the company, or at very least she wanted equal shares, and then she was hoping she could get rid of the other equal shares, and then she would have, a good chunk of my business. And I believe that her idea was to actually take my entire business, which she tried to do. And I believe that at all times that was her whole goal. And I have proof all the way back to 2016. Written proof in my things, in my emails, from people that have been with me for a very long time, from my best friend, from childhood, my sister, my ride or die,
Mm-hmm.
from Brandy, from the partners. And we're coming with it all. We are going
Yep.
to lay everyone out. I'm tired of
Yep.
playing this game anymore. I will not be bullied. I will not be stalked. I will not be on any of these things any longer. We will not be getting into this shit with you all any fucking more. Go run
Nope.
your mouths on Reddit. I don't care. But you're not
Right.
going to come in my house and disrupt things anymore. It's just not going
Nope.
to happen.
Nope.
And on top of that, I'm going to make sure that everyone, everyone, all over the place knows exactly what the people have done for the pursuit of covering up truth in a murder case and lying about how the Louisville film community was destroyed by my projects and things that happened here that was
Right.
of no fault of my own. And I had integrity and ethics, and I stayed quiet for all these years about what actually went down when these things fell apart, because I always believed that as the head of the company, it fell on my shoulders,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of who did what. Well,
Right.
I'm tired of freaking shouldering that burden all by my damn self while you all run around and cause fuckery. I've had
Exactly.
you have the damage that has been done by these people to our communities. Kanya, you're not going to know. Okay, if you're not been around a long
Yeah.
time, you're not going to know. You're just going to have to get caught
She
up
has
later,
been, but
sweetheart.
she doesn't know this
But
part of
if
it.
you do not know what is done
Yeah.
and what has happened in our communities, in the craft community, in the hospitality business, in
Yeah.
the film community here, in the small business owners have been affected. I've been
Mm-hmm.
affected. I have been lied about. I've been accused of forging signatures for my nonprofit, which I've never done. There is so much that fuckery that has happened in the last 9 years, and it all goes back to starting with the moment I let Tori Johnson on my set of Coping on a table read, and I cast her in a role, and then she stuck to my side like glue. And she has every day. There has always been a conflict. Any time that we were talking about taking shares or any of those things, she always was only out for herself. She did
Yep.
not have a company. She did not contribute to the company in many ways. She destroyed our company in many ways, and I have all all the proof, all of it. I'm not lying. So here we go. This is
Okay.
what that's what I wanted to press with this with, is where it came from. Here we go.
Buckle in.
Hello, gentlemen. My name is Fancy Maselli, aka April Johns, and I have information to share with all of you that pertains to Gypsy Rose Blanchard and Nicholas Goda John. I have been covering this case publicly since 2017. I worked directly with Gypsy and her stepmother, Christy, for 2+ years on a project to tell Gypsy's story. When I started out, I was very much in belief of the narrative the media was telling, but in 2019, I began uncovering the truth, and I have been stalked, harassed, defamed, and more, all in the pursuit of justice and truth. My civil liberties have been violated in much the same way as Mr. Godo John. I am neurodivergent too, and the Blanchard family used me and manipulated me for years, along with several other content creators, especially those that have mental health problems or are on the neurodivergent spectrum. When I no longer toted their narrative in 2019, Christy and Gypsy Blanchard, along with several other personalities, began a smear campaign and tried to hurt me, my family, my business partners. I'm going to turn that off for a second, and my friends. It has gone on for a very long time. Mr. Coyle, that is Nicholas's attorney. I have lots of information and evidence that I can provide you with in hopefully giving Mr. Goda John a fair trial. I will reach out to you via phone as well. I have several big personalities who would like to organize a protest for justice for Nick. Mr. Patterson, I want to know why you allowed this to happen. To the Missouri Parole Board, I want you to answer why you let a dangerous murderer out of prison early when she had not been a model inmate. To the parole officers in both Louisiana and Missouri, I want to know why, despite hundreds of complaints, including mine, you continue to allow Gypsy Rose and her family to stalk, harass, and bully content creators and Mr. Godejohn. You have allowed this behavior to continue while placing little to no restrictions on your parolee, which is a violent murderer. In fact, contacting you with legitimate information and concerns, Mr. Stanfield and his clients used that as a part of the basis for the fraudulent lawsuit that took place in June. Chillicothe Prison Legal Department and Warden Chris McBee, why did you allow a violent murderer to harass and stalk me via your phone system and JPay system with no consequences, despite the fact her communications are supposed to be monitored by your facility? And when I contacted you to request the phone calls where she threatened my life, you never responded back to me. Mr. Warren, which is the district attorney in Chillicothe that is bringing the charges against me for allegedly filing a false police report. Mr. Warren, I have repeatedly tried to show you evidence in my case. I have tried to show you that I did not willingly or with malice or intent file a false police report on June 5th, 2024 in Chillicothe, Missouri. I have provided you with extensive amounts of proof that the woman who did file a false police report is dangerous, and I do fear for my safety. You have refused to drop the charges against me and have not provided me with all the discovery I need. I have asked Judge Lemer to dismiss my case based on lack of evidence. I contacted Judge Horstman before June 5th, 2024, but because I did not notify the court 48 hours in advance, I was unable to appear by WebEx despite me being disabled and 11 hours and 3 states away in my civil suit. I understand it was beneficial for me to appear, but it put me in danger and was a terrible strain on my health. Mr. Parsons, you may be one of Mr. Godejohn's, and that's the governor, last hopes. And I contacted you while Gypsy was in prison because her father, Rod Blanchard, started a petition for you to grant her clemency. I'm also the one who took it to the media, guys. I asked In Touch Magazine, the first person to ask them to cover it. They decided to do it for me because I was working with them to debunk the act, and they literally covered it for the first time that Rod Blanchard had made this for her. I'm contacting you again to help a man who did not have the mental capacity to deliberate or even aid in his defense. Do not let Gypsy and her family silence him. He should not be rotting in prison for life. He needs to be, in my opinion, an inpatient care facility so he can get the help he needs. His mother is gone. His father does not believe in mental health care or medications, and he has no real support system. He needs help. Everything I am about to tell you is true, and I have a Google Drive that has all the evidence. I am intending to file with the FBI, local law enforcement here where I live in Kentucky, and am prepared to pursue all legal actions, both criminal and civil, that I can against the people involved. Several other people are doing the same because of their own experiences with these people connected to the Blanchard family or directly with the family. I will also be contacting members of the press to get this story out there of blatant negligence and aiding Gypsy Rose Blanchard in continuing to con the media and the public and allowing a dangerous criminal on our streets with little to no consequences to scam, profit, hurt others, all because she chose to murder her mother brutally on June 9th, 2015. Your inability to hold Ms. Blanchard and her family accountable has put the public in danger. Over the last 7 years, every person in this story has a direct connection to Christy or Gypsy Blanchard and to me. Parties involved: Gypsy Rose Blanchard, Christy Blanchard, Rod Blanchard, Mia Blanchard, Dawn Brown, Dawn Boker, Natasha Cooper, Victoria Johnson, Sarah Beth Anderson, Sarah Jane Anderson, Jasmine Turnbull Tueller, Brianna Heinz, and Serena Mariana Watson and Thea Miller, and various smaller players that do what the main people encourage or tell them to do. The number of people this has affected is outrageous. I am writing to you all in hopes that you will hold each other accountable. Today, I do not just speak for me. I speak for all the people over the last 9 years that have been subjected to what the Blanchard family has done in a pursuit to cover up the truth. They have silenced us, Nick, and Dee Dee, and it's time for someone to step up and do something. Since 2017, I have been a victim of the tyranny this family likes to cause. I use that word as it's the same one Gypsy used against me several times. Mr. Patterson, I'm not sure if you are aware of what I have said about you giving Gypsy Rose a plea deal and throwing the book at Nicholas Godejohn, but I am coming to ask you why. Are you aware that Gypsy was not medically child abused? She herself was malingering along with her mother. It was all for profit. Gypsy has been a willing participant for years, starting in LA, Louisiana. The broken relationship Gypsy claims she had with her family in Louisiana is false. There is proof that both sides of her family were in contact with them the whole time. She is listed many times in her medical records as malingering, not her mother, but Gypsy. Her doctors have lied in recent documentaries, and I have proof of that. So, why did the sheriff's department not get to do a full investigation? They were uncovering a long financial con involving several members of your community, along with Dee Dee and Gypsy, and you granted a plea deal for her under mitigating circumstances that were false, and you went for the highest charge on Nicholas despite his real diagnosed disabilities. Sheriff Arnott, your department was robbed of the ability to do your jobs, and it baffles me as to why. In 2005, when Gypsy and Dee Dee arrived from Katrina, Dr. Steele said her medical records were lost in Katrina, and Dee Dee told him that story. She did. I'm assuming. I'm assuming. It's not listed anywhere, but that's been the story. But he did confirm that the medical records, were lost when he was on Prison Confessions, just so you guys know. This is false. In September 2005, he received several medical records from Louisiana. Part of those are in our first book, by the way, including the brain, spine, and lumbar MRI in 2000. And in 2001, they did a muscle biopsy ruling out muscular dystrophy, but diagnosed her with type 2 fiber atrophy of unknown etiology. Dr. Steele received these 1 month after she arrived in Kansas City, and yet he continued to chart muscular dystrophy for years. These records also confirmed that Gypsy never had leukemia. It was used to garner that angel flight to Missouri, and then she ran with it for benefits and financial gain. And I do believe at least 2 doctors, based on evidence, helped her, Dr. Steele and Dr. Beckerman. In 2007, Dr. Steele sent Gypsy to Dr. Flasterstein, who wrote to Dr. Steele telling him that the mother was not a good historian. A few months later, he also stated in a letter to Dr. Steele that MVP was a possibility. Dee Dee was never diagnosed with this. Dr. Steele changed her neurologist after this, and Dr. Flasterstein tried to tell other members of the hospital, and he was told not to press it and that he would not be believed. It was another 2 weeks, or another 2 whole years, sorry, before it was reported to authorities after Gypsy was over the age of 18. Both Dr. Steele and Dr. Flasterstein are mandated reporters, and they failed to report. In 2009, Gypsy was caught in a hotel room at VisionCon having sexual relations, walking, and had an ID showing she was over 18. She was missing from the convention for 4 hours. Also in 2009, a welfare check was called into CPS after Gypsy was over the age of 18. 2 social workers and 2 members of law enforcement went out to the home, and not only did Gypsy have an ID and birth certificate proving she was over 18, they also spoke to both Dee Dee and Gypsy and notated that Gypsy did not want to leave her home, and they did feel she had some level of cognitive impairment. Dr. Steele states he is who called it in, but we have no confirmation of this. And it was mentioned in a letter dated from before Gypsy's plea deal from HBO to Rod and Christy Blanchard. HBO stated in this letter that they included all the medical records on a USB drive that they collected to tell the false narrative, and it was given to Mike Stanfield to bring to the DA for a plea deal. They also stated they were unable to substantiate that Dr. Steele called in the welfare check. Were the records from 2011 included in those files on that USB? They rushed to get the documentary out prior to Nick's trial, and even the jury pool stated that most had seen it. Dr. Feldman, the MVP expert that appeared in Mommy Dead and Dearest, claiming Gypsy suffered the worst case of medical child abuse he had ever seen, had no basis for this assessment. When I emailed him about this, he told me that he never spoke to Gypsy, nor had he ever reviewed her medical records, both criteria for diagnosing MVP. He was paid for his opinions based on hearsay from the defendant, her family, and HBO. They used various media outlets to create chaos, crucify both the victim and her co-conspirator to prejudice his trial, ensure that his story would never be believed. I was a member of the media who believed their lies, and I was used to further crucify him publicly. In 2009, the hospital was alerted to changing birth dates in Gypsy's medical records, prompting the cops to call CPS. I'm prompting the call to CPS. Sorry, prompting the call to CPS. And they requested guardianship papers from the court. Dee Dee tried to pass off a fake POA, and they said, no, we want a court ruling. At that time, Dr. Steele and Dr. Beckerman moved her medical care back to Kansas City. In 2011, Gypsy began seeing a neurologist named Dr. Leigh Pichon. She was diagnosed through a very specific genetic testing that finds rare chromosome disorders as having a microdeletion of the 1q21.1 chromosome, and this was shared with Dr. Steele as well. Check rarechromo.org for a 12-page pamphlet on this disorder. That's in our book as well. From 1999, when Gypsy was born, Dee Dee was told by doctors she had a chromosome disorder. She told everyone this. They, however, did not know which one. And by the way, muscular dystrophy can be considered it's a chromosome disorder. It just wasn't the one she had. So they were all of her life, they were looking for what chromosome disorder she had and what was causing all these things. Just so you guys are picking up what I'm laying down.
Right.
You guys still with me here? Because I can't see the chat. So you guys all still
Yeah.
with me still? Okay.
Yeah, they're still with you.
In 2011, they had their answer, and at the time, Dee Dee's health was declining. She was unable to really drive to Kansas City and told Dr. Leigh Pichon she was relieved that Gypsy was stable and she did not need to pursue any other diagnoses. She stopped taking Gypsy to doctors except for routine checkups with Dr. Steele, Dr. Beckerman, and Dr. Leigh Pichon. This diagnosis rules out MBP. MBP has a specific criteria to diagnose. One of those things is speaking to abusers before diagnosing, which Dee Dee was never spoken to and could no longer speak for herself. There also must be no scientific explanation for the conditions that the victim is being treated for. Third, its motivation is not for external reasons or financial gain. Dee Dee and Gypsy both clearly, by the evidence, did malinger. Dee Dee also underwent genetic testing and was identified as not having the deletion, but Rod was not tested. All 4 of Rod's children show the facial markers for this deletion. They have been told over and over to get genetic counseling, and they have not. They continue to maintain that Gypsy has no medical issues, even though every actual treated condition Gypsy has is linked to the chromosome disorder, including eye problems, ear problems, feeding problems, muscle weakness, developmental delays, behavioral delays, can be linked to ADHD, autism, schizophrenia, and more. A disorder that, despite Dee Dee never being diagnosed with schizophrenia, has been claimed by her daughter in her recent book and Lifetime shows. After denying having this disorder for months, and bullying me, they finally admitted, and I think it was March, but I'm going to check again, in March, that Gypsy has the disorder, but they claim she does not have any symptoms. The severity of this disorder can present as asymptomatic and just a carrier all the way to babies born with such severe microcephaly they don't survive but a few weeks. It is known that Gypsy is heavily involved in the VisionCon community. The board of that organization includes Kim and David Blanchard, who called in the welfare check on June 14th, 2015, and entered the house illegally. Mr. and Mrs. Blanchard knew in 2009 that Gypsy could walk, was over the age of 18, and was having sex with various older men. This was further confirmed in 2011 when she walked a few blocks over, asking neighbors to take her to the hospital where Dan Glidewell was admitted for a bar fight, allegedly. Now, there is some indication that that could be Kimberly and Dave, but it also could be another couple that was involved in the VisionCon stuff. They all knew each other, okay, just so you guys know. Both times the Gypsy was found trying to leave the state, she had stolen money and narcotics from her mother. Gypsy has claimed she was stealing her mother's pills on the regular. Kim and David Blanchard are the ones who alerted Dee Dee that Gypsy was with Dan, and she came and got her. It has now been uncovered in various videos of the convention over the years that Gypsy and Dee Dee were present at VisionCon after parties that were not suitable for a disabled child, or any child for that matter. These videos and pictures are lewd. There was sex, drugs, alcohol, and more at these parties. And you can see Dee Dee and Gypsy there at these after party events. In 2011, after the second attempt to leave, Gypsy willingly returned home with her mother. She had an ID on her at the time, too, proving she was over 18, and no police officers ever brought Gypsy back home. After returning home, Gypsy has admitted to attempted murder, when she picked up what she thought was a real gun and shot her mother 10 times. We have the emergency room visit where they claim they were robbed in a Walmart parking lot trying to cover up Gypsy's crime. This happened again when Gypsy stole money out of the safe for Nick to come to the premiere of Cinderella. At that time, she accused a young autistic girl down the street. See a pattern here, guys? Are you seeing the pattern? Because I'm seeing a pattern here.
I
Down
see
the
the
street of
pattern.
using her. You see it? Yeah. All right. Down the street of using her key to the house to steal the money. She could have gotten in big trouble. Dee Dee didn't press charges. Gypsy lied, manipulated, groomed, and essentially hired a hitman when she spent 3 years preying on a man that had the mental capacity of a teenager, diagnosed in his medical records dating back to childhood. She then colluded with her family, her attorney, and the media to push a false narrative, which has given her even more financial gain, further proving this is a case of malingering and not MVP. When I began uncovering this while she was in prison working on a project with the Blanchards, Gypsy called me and threatened my life. She said in a phone call, "The last person who got in my way is dead." I contacted Christy and she begged me not to push the subject. And out of respect and thinking that Gypsy still suffered at the hands of her mother, I chose not to really pursue it. I did report it to the warden later, and no action was taken, and it was dismissed as not a real threat. Gypsy also wrote to me in 2019, a few weeks after the phone call, telling me she would destroy my career in the entertainment industry. And since her release, Gypsy, Christie, and Mike Stanfield have attempted just that. They have had me doxxed, stalked, smeared in the media. They elicited Gypsy's followers to deplatform me at all costs in a public post on Gypsy's verified Facebook account. I have lost a TikTok that had 20,000 followers, brand deals, affiliate earnings, and my own shop because a lawyer claiming to be Gypsy's manager and attorney, in parentheses, Mr. Stanfield just announced he was now her manager a month or so ago, stating that they had filed a lawsuit against me and they requested that my profile be permanently banned. I was informed of this by a friend whose brother works for TikTok when he tried to restore my account. I have been mercilessly stalked, harassed, bullied by various content creators with direct connections to Christy and Gypsy starting in 2018 to present day. In June 2024, Mr. Stanfield filed a lawsuit on behalf of the Blanchards, Christy, Rod, Gypsy, and Mia, against me, trying to prohibit me from exercising my First Amendment rights, requesting I remove all content regarding Gypsy. I have not had any contact with the Blanchards for 5 years. I have only had 2 interactions with Mia and expressed to Christy I was worried for her safety since they were not seeking treatment for Gypsy's mental health. The case was dismissed. Mr. Stanfield represented the family. He never sent me a summons, admitted on a phone call with me and Sarah Anderson that he never intended to inform me. He even used an old address on the summons that was mailed. He had knowledge of my address in February when his office sent me a cease and desist. I can only assume the intention was to cause me to be held in contempt of court when I didn't show up. I found out with less than 48 hours to prepare that I needed to appear in court 11 hours away from home. And if I did not, they had in the summons, they wanted a warrant issued for my arrest and a restraining order against me. Mr. Stanfield has since bought his fellow suitmate in his office, Benjamin Stringer, uh, brought and tried to ask the court to reconsider the case. Mr. Stanfield was told by Judge Horseman this was not the proper venue, nor had he attempted arbitration as outlined in the contract signed by Rod and Christie and Gypsy in 2017. Mr. Stanfield asked the judge what was a better suitable venue, and the judge was and the judge had told him he already gave him 2 ways to pursue it further. The case has not been reopened, and the request for Judge Horseman to transfer it to proper court has not been granted. One of the content creators I was working with at the time, Sarah Anderson, met me and drove me to the state to appear. I have never met this woman in person. She was very strange all day before arriving 5 hours late to meet me, my husband, and lied several times about why she was delayed in text messages to me. I was unaware that she was in direct contact with the members of the inner circle of the Blanchard family. I have driven to Missouri before, and I did not understand why we were only on back roads instead of the interstate. I kept checking my GPS and I had an extreme variance in ETA. She would not use my GPS, saying she did not trust it. I asked her to check if she had accidentally turned avoid highways on, and she told me several times she checked and it was not showing it on. She lied and later admitted she turned on avoiding highways and tolls while driving to Chillicothe, and our 5-hour drive from our meeting point, 30 minutes from her home, took us 8 hours. And it was only because at 4 a.m. we were at a restaurant getting breakfast and her GPS still showed us 4 hours away. I refused to get in the car unless she used my GPS, as it showed us 1 hour and 30 minutes away. We arrived in Chillicothe at 6 a.m. My court case was at 9 a.m. She also is a felon, which I was unaware of, and she traveled with me the whole time, knowing I had a gun in my purse for protection, considering the level of stalking and harassment I have experienced due to my involvement in this case. I believe that she was attempting to either kidnap me or hold me against my will until I failed to appear in court. I have learned that she has previous criminal charges and convictions that I was not aware of the details of. Her family has been in direct contact with me and are willing to testify on my behalf on her previous behaviors and criminal actions. In the lobby of the Fairfield Inn, where one of my followers and fellow podcaster Amber Dietz secured our room for our stay, we encountered Mr. Stanfield and his security detail, Todd Harrison. Mr. Harrison immediately began harassing me because I was holding my phone in my hand. He told me it was not the place and that I needed to put it away. I told him that I was going to document this because I had no idea why they were in the same hotel as me. I stood a distance away and I snapped 2 or 3 pictures of Mr. Stanfield and Mr. Harrison. A few minutes later, my associate, Miss Anderson, came downstairs. After a brief conversation, she did approach Mr. Stanfield and Mr. Harrison as a reporter for our station to give a comment on the lawsuit Mr. Stanfield was bringing against me for part of the documentary we are working on, showing that we have been through what we have been through to get the truth and evidence. He argued with Miss Anderson, and an altercation of sorts ensued between Ms. Anderson and Mr. Harrison. Ms. Dietz and I were sitting across from where Ms. Anderson and the men were. Mr. Harrison was directly in Ms. Anderson's face when she stumbled backwards. It appeared that Mr. Harrison had pushed her. So I asked her if he touched her, and she stated that he touched her breasts. Neither I nor Ms. Dietz was able to see what occurred when Ms. Anderson stumbled back, as our view was obscured. I approached the clerk at the front desk where Mr. Stanfield and Mr. Harrison were standing on the other side of the desk. I asked her to contact the police. Mr. Stanfield told me, "Don't worry, Fancy, the police have already been called. You'll get your chance to talk to them." And when I realized I could be delayed for court, I told the clerk we would be at court and that we still wanted to speak to them. Mr. Harrison further tried to intimidate me, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dietz, and her adult daughter, Alara, before we were allowed into the courtroom. My case was dismissed by Judge Horseman, and we met with Officer Billy Reynolds. And after watching the video that Ms. Anderson was taking when the alteration occurred, he advised us that it would be a class 4 assault and asked me, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Dietz, and Alara to follow him to the station so he could take the reports. Ms. Anderson was taken to the back while the 3 of us filled out statements in the lobby. Approximately 30 minutes later, she emerged looking very shaken and went back to the hotel while the rest of us stayed behind. Officer Reynolds came out just a few minutes later and took the statements from us and told us he was going to try and make contact with the gentleman before they left town. However, from his report, it looks, and I'm just saying it looks, guys, because I could be wrong, but it looks like he had already spoken to them, and they indicated they didn't want to press charges against us for harassment. We repeatedly tried to get in contact with the police while still in town, and they didn't return our calls. I emailed the video to Officer Reynolds the next day, and at that time, neither I nor Miss Dietz had seen the video. We returned home, and this was when Miss Anderson admitted that she had turned off highways by accident on the way there and thought it was funny. I did not. She fleeced me for money, claiming she spent on things while we were there, despite the fact the whole trip was paid for donations from my followers to help my fight for my First Amendment rights. Oh, and by the way, her Cash App was up with her too, and she would never show me what, if anything, was sent to her. And I do know at least 3 people that have told me they sent money to her. She demanded I send her $230 and never gave me any proof of the spent money. I gave it to her so I didn't have to deal with her anymore. I was unaware she had been bullying and defaming a young autistic woman who is my follower for months. That woman is going to press charges because of the ramifications of all of this. She and her family were publicly humiliated by this woman and various other content creators. On June 11th, 2024, we found out again from a leak in the Blanchard camp that we were facing criminal charges for filing a false police report. Ms. Anderson then went on several content creators' platforms and lied about this, claiming I never paid her. I owed her anywhere from $500 to $1,000, depending on who she was telling the story to. These content creators are connected to the Blanchards and my former partner, Victoria Johnson, as well as Christy Blanchard's best friend, Dawn Brown. These two women and the other people online have admitted privately and publicly they were doing this and have been behind the stalking of me and anyone associated with me. After things with Miss Anderson became very strange and a suicide hoax from a lady who shares the same first and last name as Miss Anderson, Sarah Jane Anderson from supposedly the UK, had a prior issue with Miss Anderson and a history of scamming with her, began harassing me more and inserted herself into my court case. She has sent threatening texts to me and 4 other content creators close to me. She has allegedly dialed us in the middle of the night, cursing and threatening us. She has had contact with Mr. Stanfield prior to her faking her death several times since her first hoax on May 4th while we were live on YouTube for Derby. Sarah Jane has alleged that she has a brother involved in the Gypsy case and he had the sealed autopsy, but would only release it to me if I stopped working with Ms. Anderson. She also alleged she had contacted Mr. Stanfield in March and spoken with his office. This woman has said that she spoke to the courts about me and has threatened me over and over that she will see me at the September 4th hearing I have coming up for false police reports. She has no reason to be there. She has admitted to lying to us with various reasons that all that happened trying to convince us that she was in a mental hospital since May due to her husband passing. She then changed it up after we found out that was false and alleged she was escaping her abusive husband and mentally unstable daughter, Linda Wiseman. She blamed us after her commenting on a live YouTube show about her trying to clear her name that her daughter found her using her WhatsApp locating feature and alleged we put her life in danger. Ms. Wiseman has been contacting us for weeks, asking us to unblock her mother so she could clear her name. Previously, Ms. Wiseman made only anti-fancy content and tried to ruin an appearance on a nationally syndicated podcast for me. We do not believe the daughter is real. She and her mother have used at least 9 different fake profiles to contact us through email, text, and the phone. When it was clear we were catching on, we got a strange message from Ms. Wiseman stating that she was not the daughter, but that she had run into the UK Sarah in a Facebook group for pancreatic cancer in December 2023. Ms. Anderson had the UK Sarah send her money for a surgery, and then when she would not send her money to fix her car, she flipped out on her and began stalking her. This was also one of the versions that UK Sarah told us in a recorded video. We received some concerning texts from Ms. Wiseman's Facebook account stating that she was not UK Sarah's daughter, that she taught that bitch a lesson, and nobody would ever believe the real UK Sarah, and we were all screwed. She again alleged I was going to be in big trouble with my criminal court case. Since then, the threatening messages and calls have not stopped, and she has begun involving other content creators in this hoax and threatened them as well. When we block her, she creates profiles. She comes into our live shows and harasses us. It has been nonstop since May. In May, when this incident first occurred, Ms. Heinz was live on TikTok for over 6 hours, calling me and Miss Anderson bullies and murderers until a fellow creator, Ryan Lee, contacted her and said she had proof that UK Sarah was alive. Ms. Heinz had been encouraging her followers to report me and Ms. Anderson to the police or FBI. Upon learning from Ms. Lee that it was false, she continued to allege that just because it was proven to be false, it was still relevant and people should still report us because it would happen to someone because we bully people online. I have never produced this kind of content. Mr. Johnson, Miss Brown, Ms. Heinz encouraged content creators and followers to contact this Wisconsin State Nurse License Board to have my partner calling McShane's license revoked for analyzing the medical records that Gypsy and Christy gave us. The Blanchards have alleged I forged signatures to get them and Gypsy's interrogation video. I did not. A false report was filed by Kendall Grant, who co-hosts a show with mine and Ms. Johnson's former business partner, Brandy Jolly. Kendall and Brandy were led to believe that they were unethically using the medical records by Blanchards, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Heights, and Ms. Brown. At the time, Ms. Jolly was led to believe that she was a business partner in a production company, Mosaic TV, that all my clients' materials, resources were utilized to destroy my production company without Mrs. Jolly's knowledge. Mrs. Johnson did these things while acting as a partner in our company, Mad Ginger Entertainment. Mrs. Jolly was never on any paperwork, despite Mrs. Johnson telling her she was for Mosaic. She, along with Ms. Brown, Miss Queller, convinced Christie to file the civil lawsuit against me and actively worked to collect information that could be twisted to prove I was stalking and harassing them. I had not had contact with the family since 2019, I believe. Businesses where my supporters are working or own have been contacted trying to make them lose their jobs or lose businesses by various content creators close to them. There is proof of Mrs. Johnson, Ms. Watson, Ms. Brown of doing this to me and others. Online personalities have threatened my life, my business, my company, the lives of others, all connected to Christy Blanchard. I recently released my first book covering this case, and on that day, I was announcing it live on my social media. I was alerted that I had a DoorDash delivery and I did not order it. I was then sent a series of odd messages from the sender. Several people have claimed they did it and taunt me over it. They taped my reaction and broadcasted it on their platforms. Oh, I didn't even mention the corn incident. There's a whole corn incident I didn't even throw in here. Better put that in there too, because that could have cost me to be swatted.
Oh yeah,
and my channel.
That was under my name.
Yeah, under your name, Starlight's name, and Beta Jade's name. Yep.
And Celeste too. Yeah.
Celeste too. Yep. All right. So hold on. They taped my reaction and broadcasted it on other platforms. I alerted the police, but they said this was more than field officers could handle, and I needed to talk with a detective. When I went to the station to do so, I was refused to speak to a detective. I was given the runaround as how to file a report, and when I insisted, they sent out a uniformed officer that could not comprehend what I was trying to explain and would not allow me to sit down and show him all the evidence as the field officers told me to do. He indicated that bullying is not a crime in the state of Kentucky. It is. And I have now alerted a different department and will be giving my statement there. This goes well past internet bullying. I am not alone in this. Other creators have come forward with similar stories with proof as well. Gypsy recently began filing false copyright strikes on several content creators on YouTube. I have been the victim of an international suicide hoax from the same content creators. They have sent things to my house to intimidate me. They have reported my Facebook page over and contacted them saying I was violating the fake suicide victims' privacy, and a platform that was built over the last 8 years with over 60,000 followers was taken down last week, and the people associated with them, UK Sarah and Ms. Brown, admitted to doing these things and sent proof. I have spoken with her parole officer, Tyler, and I think his last name is Harrison, but I could be wrong. I believe, and will be sending him all the evidence I have as well. Christy Blanchard and Gypsy have both been on live shows with these creators laughing about it and encouraging them to not only do this to me, but any other creator that won't tell their lies. Christy, Gypsy, and Ms. Hines were live on TikTok on Nick's birthday, making fun of his member and his inability to perform. Yet his stepfather said they were having sex constantly, and he had to ask them to stop. Hypersexuality is a symptom of the chromosome disorder. The havoc this family and their associates have caused is insane. And in many ways, those of us that have been affected by this will never recover from it. We can't allow this to continue. I have a drive full of proof on this dating back to 2017 and evidence from the 23 years prior to and on the date of the murder. Now I am facing criminal charges for filing a false police report on Mr. Harrison because my witness and I believed it was true. It was not until we watched the video that we became suspicious. Then, when I got my discovery file, I realized that Mr. Anderson lied about what happened after the perceived assault. Ms. Anderson has been on numerous content creator shows, lying about everything that took place on our trip and her time with my company so that I am further attacked. She is who released the 37-second video to the public, even after she and I were advised that doing so could carry a jail time sentence. Mr. Patterson, I believe it's the same law that you told me Mr. Stanfield, Gypsy Rose, and Christy all violated by giving her discovery file to HBO instead of the intended purpose to aid in her defense. Well, I guess technically it did exactly that. You failed to prosecute her for that as well, Mr. Patterson. Can you explain why? Mr. Anderson tried to blame, or I'm sorry, Ms. Anderson tried to blame releasing the video on me. But I have the people she gave it to and other content creators she approached willing to testify it was her with proof in writing. She then tried to have Ms. Jolly's YouTube struck exposing her lies, but was fine with the video of the incident being out there if there was no proof she released it herself. I have been contacted by Ms. Anderson's family explaining that she had these tendencies her whole life. Her sister said she had done to her what she had seen Ms. Anderson do to me that would get me enraged and then claim victim. They alerted me that she had not only filed one false police report, but that she had her elderly mother file one on a neighbor that pissed her off. And I wonder that this could be the UK Sarah because we cannot verify her being a resident of anywhere in the UK. She has had child endangerment charges, according to sources, and has pulled these types of antics with others that she felt wronged by and set out to destroy them. They are willing to testify on my behalf. Ms. Johnson has done this over and over as well. Mrs. Johnson stated to my former partners, Mrs. Jolly, that she was going to take me down slowly and methodically, and that she was going to try and sue me so that I would not be able to run a business and any other future endeavors would be banned. She sabotaged our launch party for our network and our nonprofit by contacting all the vendors, businesses locally, my content creators, sponsors, venues in writing with lies to try and make them not support me. A group of about 20 women and men are actively trying to fraudulently get all my platforms removed. These people have pages on every social media site talking about how they would destroy me, detailed plans in public. Thea Miller has reached out to the VA claiming I have been stealing valor, or at least she alleged to that. She is alleged in a video showing the inside of my house that she was in my house while I was live on TikTok. She alleged she was outside my house taking pictures of me despite living in Arizona. She has contacted the police on me and my co-host, Ryan Lee, with false accusations and encouraged her followers to do so. She has alleged she was at Ryan's son's house and posted pictures of his property online and a video of his property. She has made what my team and I interpret as death threats or trying to allege I should kill myself. Several others have done this type of content. Again, random people who do not know me, vowing to scare me, drive me crazy, destroy my life, my business, my family, and anyone associated with me. They have sent threats of bodily harm and destroying reputations of business owners connected to me. Daily releases of content on hundreds of social media profiles and platforms defaming me, stalking me, bullying me. Ms. Johnson and Ms. Watson have created a page detailing my whole life with nothing but lies on the Encyclopedia Dramatica, a site from birth on the Encyclopedia Dramatica site from birth to present day. Ms. Brown has vowed in writing and verbally to me and various others and their followers to follow suit. Christy herself said that she doesn't care what anyone else says about her and her family, but I must be taken down at all costs and have bragged that they were successfully doing so. This is not even close to everything that has happened over the last 9 years. I have documented proof of everything I have alleged here. This all started in 2016 when I met Mrs. Johnson at a table read I was having for my first web series. In 2017, I met the Blanchard family, and ever since my life has been nothing but chaos and hell, and I can't even truly understand why. This needs to end. I will be forwarding this information and the link to my drive to local and federal law enforcement agencies, the press, the Bar Association, and any other way I can ensure that these unlawful activities are stopped and proper consequences are doled out. I will not rest until that happens. The lives these people have destroyed is one heck of a big body count. I have a detailed timeline of events since Gypsy was released in December of 2023. I again am asking that all charges against me be dropped. I am requesting the court to seal any public records pertaining to either case and do not publish my communications because my safety, my family, and my business partners are in danger. I would like if there were any criminal activities that occurred in your state that you charge the persons responsible. I ask you to grant Nicholas Godejohn a fair trial in a venue where the jury could not be prejudiced. We, the people, what people have had to suffer because of the state of Missouri's inability to properly handle this is unacceptable, and allowing it to continue is not to be tolerated, and it is not justified. It is dangerous for many people, and the biggest question on everyone's mind, including lead detective Stan Hancock, is why?
Why? Awesome.
So I don't know.
You covered it. We just got to get the corn in there.
Yeah, I just got the corn. I got to get the corn.
We've got the corn.
Yeah. Remember, guys, we do have our super chat going, so you are able to do that. That helps us out. It helps us keep the doors open and running.
Yes.
You can subscribe to our Patreon membership club to support us. You can also subscribe to Buy Me a Coffee for us. Yes, we're going to get a voice narration of my book. Yes. You'll get a voice narration of all the books. Okay. Or it was written to a lot of people, but it's the opening to my final book in all of this, where I will be exposing everything that we had to go through.
It's about the autopsy.
Oh yeah, I know. Okay, that's fine. I have people that are doing that. So
okay, cool.
I know people that I've already contacted people to do it myself.
Awesome.
So yeah, we're working on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So comments, questions, concerns, anything?
Laura, that was to the attorneys and governor and who else, Vance?
The parole board, the parole officers, governor, the chief of police, Sheriff Arnott.
Yeah.
And members of the press will be getting that. And
all that
anyone else that I can think of, I feel it's pertinent information.
That was involved. Yep. 100%. Let me look. There was a couple questions.
Hold on.
Over the report. It's not what you're saying, but it's about the autopsy, about Nick, and people are going to start arguing over it. I'm sure.
I know, and I'm not going to play that game. So
right. All this. I think she meant, do you have to pay tax, or I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I think it's $25. I think it's $25. That's what I thought. I think it was.
Okay, gotcha. Let's see. So does that mean toxology also?
I think so. I'm hoping. Hold on. I'm getting somebody local to go get it. Yeah. All right. I just told her I'd pay for it if there was any cost. So am I going to be going over the autopsy report and toxicology? Yes. As soon as I have it, I will. I've already put in a FOIA request for myself. But they have to mail it to me. So it's not going to be like, oh, I get it in the email or anything like that. They're not allowed to do that. Gray grows green. I don't know. We're going to find all of that out, hopefully, by this document. So I have a couple people working on it.
Yeah.
Okay. They can. There's going to be all kinds of stuff that can tell. And then I'm going to see if I can ask one of my friends who's a death investigator to look it over. I know one of them is contracted right now, but he knows people, so I can see if I can get a death investigator to look it over for us too and give us their opinion. And hopefully I'll be able to put that up on the platform. All right. So
yes, ma'am.
Move on, what?
I said, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Before we move on, did anybody have any questions about what I wrote, why I wrote it, what I said? Right, exactly. And no one should who uses the internet to commit a crime should, thank you, Jennifer, could use to commit a crime.
Sorry.
Uh sorry, I'm trying. Here we go. Anyone who uses
There
the
you go.
internet to commit a crime should not be allowed ever to use the internet. Yep,
That's how I feel.
exactly. She does have it. Okay. I'm sorry. She has it. They unsealed it last week. They had told me before. I don't know.
Yeah, they said it wasn't.
They said it wasn't going to be released till September, and they unsealed it last week. I don't know what all is going on with it. No, we don't know anything right now. Okay, guys, please.
Yeah, we don't know.
Do not know
We don't know.
anything right now. Okay, nothing. We don't know
Appreciate you.
anything. I won't speak on it until I know.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. Because we like to put the proper information out.
Right. Okay. So no more questions about the autopsy, please.
Okay. Okay.
If you have questions about what I just talked about, please drop them in the chat. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and we're going to play the actual recorded podcast that I did with Historic Atlanta, and
Great
part
lady.
2 will be coming out next week on the other lady's channel, and I will drop all of that for you. Okay.
Yeah, she's really. I like her.
Okay, it's $100. Oh, geez.
Holy macaroni.
That's a lot.
They're going to be making bank off this.
Yeah, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, start sending me some super chats so I can
right. Guys, gonna have to.
You guys can tip your host right here. It'll go directly into my Cash App, and I will make sure I pay for it.
Freaking get it, right? We're gonna all have to chip in for it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So we can make this work, guys. Somebody can make this work. We can do this.
We can get it.
All right. So now I'm going to go ahead and play this live interview. It's a 2-hour interview. I think I'm just going to I don't know. I'm going to hopefully let it play halfway through.
We can maybe stop it halfway through. You think, or what?
I could stop it halfway through. I think I can stop it halfway through, and then we can do that. And then I will be appearing on her partners. Oh, thank you, JHL Hardcore Wrestling. Thank you. Woo-hoo.
Awesome. Okay. Your $10 is gonna help us get that autopsy.
Right. Thank you, Saint Pink. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that so much.
We do. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, guys.
I
mean, this is the moment we've been waiting for 9 years.
I know, it's so exciting. It feels like everything
I've asked for it, and 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 it's just, and yes, my PayPal or my Cash App are the fastest way for me to have the money to go do this. Everything I get on YouTube, I think, goes through like a process of like 30 days. It does a process, yeah. So I don't know, but sometimes super chats don't. I don't know. I don't know if the super chats do or not. All right. Anyway, guys,
Kim is on it though, man. Okay, thanks, Kim.
A snack, a smackety snack. All right. Okay, here we go, guys. I'm gonna play this. Let me pull it up. Download
grab
it.
Grab your drinks, whatever. Go to the bathroom. What you got to do? We're gonna be sitting here for a minute.
Yeah, go grab your whatever you need.
Get your dogs out. Whatever.
Oh, hold on! No, stop. Nice. Okay, window. Here we go.
Hurry back, Abel.
All right, here we go. All right, guys. We ready?
Ready, Freddy.
Here we go. And this is the first time I've seen it all the way through, too.
Wives Network. And if you guys are not familiar, I know that we have.
Hold on, are you guys not able to hear it?
No, but now I can.
Okay, so if I mute, then it goes off. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that.
What about if I mute?
Weird. It's okay. It's okay. Hold on, I'll rewind it back. Oh, okay, there we go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Esoteric Atlanta. Of course, my name is Bryce. This is kind of a surprise episode, Fancy, because we were planning on doing this with Shanti, but South Africa, as we know, with South Africa, and had some massive power outages, so Shanti has not been able to get to the internet. So actually, this is kind of a silver lining because we're going to do a part 1 and a part 2. So part 1 is going to be with me, and part 2 is going to be also the three of us with Shanti, where we get into some deeper topics with this. I mean, what do we call this? This Fancy the Hot Mess Express? Like, what do we call this? Like,
well, I mean, there's a reason why I called the book that's going to be the finale book of my quest to, our quest to the truth. It's called "It's All a Distraction."
Right? Absolutely,
because that's all this has ever been.
And before we get into it, Fancy, let me go ahead and show my audience your link. So you're from the Good Wives Network, and if you guys are not familiar, I know that we have a lot of international viewers. I have a lot of international friends, and I know some people internationally know this case, but some people don't. And so we're going to talk about it, but this is a crazy case happening in America. And Fancy has been kind of the, I know they don't like it when you say this, but can we say like you're the expert?
Well, I was given that title by A&E. They told me that I was the leading expert. Well, then they took me to court to actually try to make it so I could never say the leading expert. And I thought that was really funny. So on the drive there to my court case that they didn't notify me about and all that craziness, we'll get into that later. But I started doing the whole thing where I went to my thesaurus, on my phone, and I was like, what can I make these words? If I can't be called the leading expert, what am I going to go by? Like, what do I want to call myself? So I literally started looking it up, and I said, okay, I am the illustrious maestro. And that was, so I'm not the leading expert. I'm the illustrious maestro of the Gypsy Rose Blanchard case.
Fancy, I might put that in the thumbnail. Video.
It was comical because I was just like, okay, that's fine. You're going to have to notify A&E and other places that I've been called a leading expert. That wasn't even me. I know, but hey.
The thing is, besides the family members, besides the characters, and I'm going to call them characters involved in this Hot Mess Express we're watching unfold before our eyes here in the United States, you've been there to witness it for very, very long, for many years now. And you just released your first book. Now, did I correctly this morning? I was listening to one of your interviews. This is over 500 pages.
Yes, this book. Okay. So the book actually started out as a whole book. We were going to do 3 books. We were going to do this book that was our podcast book. Then we were going to do a Nick book, and then we were going to do the journey book. The journey of how we get here. Now it's turned into a 6-part series. So this is the first part. And part 2 and 3 of this is all going to be about the transcripts and our reflections on the podcast. They're all over 500 pages. We had to do that because Amazon only allows you to have 550 pages on a self-published book. So when we put it all together with the pictures, the documents, everything, our reflections, new chapters, new interviews, it was over 1,500 pages. And I was like, oh, holy hell, what are we going to do? And this book is an 8 by 11 book. So it's big and it's 504 pages.
Wow. It's unbelievable, like how much, I don't think people realize, like really get how much information you have acquired in this journey. And I'm going to go ahead, guys, before we go any further too, I want you guys to go ahead and subscribe as well to Fancy's YouTube channel. Did I show the YouTube channel? I think I did. Go and look at your website, because I will say, I know that you have dealt a lot with some backlash, which we're going to get into, because anytime you tell the truth, you're going to get pushback. Because, and here's the thing, my boyfriend, here's the website, guys. I'm going to put it all down in the description box below. Please go ahead. Make sure you are subscribed. We want to support.
If you want on this website, now you can get my book on Amazon, and it goes everywhere, but on this website, you can get an autographed copy. And if you are in a country that does not have Amazon to ship to you, if you email me at tipsforgoodwives@gmail.com, tell me your location, I will type it in and I will get you a private shipping cost for it, for the least amount of money that I can ship it out for. And then I will make you an invoice on our website that you can go in, click on, order it, and then it'll come right directly to you from me.
That's awesome, because a lot of I know South Africa doesn't get Amazon, so that's amazing. I can't wait to share that with Shanti. I'll actually talk to Shanti. So she always says I'm at the ass end of Africa, so she's literally.
And one of the first stops I'm planning to go to is Georgia.
Oh,
for my book tour.
Well, girl, we'll have to do an Esoteric Atlanta meetup. I mean, because this is y'all, I told you off camera. I don't know if I said this on camera. I'd say off camera. I cannot look away from this mess.
Okay. I wanted you guys to tell you something about my book tour real quick because I'm really excited about it. So what we're going to do is we're going to start in Atlanta, and we are going to start by we're going to do 3-day events when we do them. We'll have like a party, something, Friday night. We'll have something Saturday night with book signing and maybe cocktails and something, or an event that we put together for you guys to come and meet people from our network and stuff. And I'll sign books. And then, Sunday we'll have like just a regular, lunch and book signing. But one of the VIP experiences that we've decided to do is all over the internet. There's always been this meme about talking about how women would love for a party bus to pick them up and have wine. Part of the VIP experience when we start the tour is we're going to do exactly that. We are going to have a party bus that comes around, picks up a certain amount of people, and you guys would be very limited. And I'm so cute. I think it's going to be so cute. I'm so excited. Yes, and my book is out. So I just wanted to tell you that guys really quick.
And congratulations.
Yes, and if there is anybody in here talking about Natasha and starting trouble or anyone else, mods, just show them the door.
Well, the thing is,
they're horrified, but I can't stop watching this because I cannot. I'm like, are these people AI?
What Temu Fantasyland are we living in? Because she's hired a Temu cracked out freaking PR team. She's got the freaking social media people that are all very weird characters that support her. It's just what world are we in? What world is a world where a brutal, okay, whether you think she took the knife and did it herself or not is irrelevant. She planned that shit for over 3 freaking years, okay? And I also believe she planned it for longer than that, because in 2011 we have the first one of the attempts with the beating. But Nicholas also said that there were 2 other times that she tried to unalive her mother, and I'm wondering when that was. So I feel like, what world are we living in that is being exalted like this? Our children are watching.
Yeah. Oh, but Fancy, didn't you know she does?
Let me give you a little story. I want to explain a little bit of where I came from and how I got to this. So, I've been on this for 8 years. I met Christina Facebook group. I reached out to her. I went down and met her with my daughter. We signed some life rights. All this shit happens, and then everything just went nuts, right? Well, we did our podcast in 2019, The Good Wives Guide to True Crime, which is what the book is based on, right? It's the transcripts and reflections of that. And we left. That was it. In 2019, we'd been through so much with the first stalkers and all that Christy had, orchestrated, and I didn't even know all of that yet. We just decided we were going to drop the case. We were done. I had done what I said. If we never do anything more than this podcast with this case, at least we did what we said we were going to do, and that was, tell the truthful story, right? What I didn't understand was still I didn't have the truthful story yet. I still didn't have it. But when we found out she was coming out, it was right at the beginning of me trying to build my network. And there's a whole lot of things about that. You know, that was a network that was available on Amazon, Roku, Android, and a former business partner stole it right out from underneath me. And I just realized this in this week that she's been trying to do this for a very long time. And she's lied to all of her friends. She's done all kinds of crazy stuff. And it was right after my best friend and partner passed in February of 2023. The month after that is when she started reaching out to my clients, everybody, to try and destroy my business. And I have text messages and screenshots to prove all of it. And I didn't even know when it started happening. It was so weird. But my daughter, when we saw that Lifetime Confessions was coming out, I was in this panic. I was like, if we don't get our documentary out, if we don't get our books out right now, we're going to miss the window one more time. Like, it's not going to happen. We're going to miss the window. And she was like, you know what, Mom? Let's see what she says. Let's not rush. Let's let her come out. It's been 5 years since we've talked to her. It's been 4 years since you've had contact with the Blanchards at all. You've not covered this case except for in the A&E special that you did, you know, a couple years back, and a handful of things, you know, that you've covered since then on, you know, YouTube here or there, you know, different stuff. She's like, but we've not heard from her in a long time. So why don't we do this, Mama? Why don't we let her come out? Why don't we see? She's had 8 years in there. You've not talked to her in a long time. Maybe a lot of things changed since the last time you talked to her. Maybe she got help. Maybe Ryan helped her. Maybe she got, you know, some therapy. Maybe she's come to terms with it after 8 years, you know? And Lifetime. So I was like, you really think so? I'm really worried. And for once in my life, I listened to my daughter this time, you know, and I was like, all right, let's do it. And I'm telling you, Lifetime Confessions changed everything. And what people don't know is I was offered twice to participate in that, and I turned it down both times.
It was an absolute shit show. I watched it. Y'all better believe I watched it.
If you haven't seen the second part of it with her responding back to the first part of it, it's hidden. It's hidden. But I did a watch party on my Twitch and my Rumble of it. It is hidden. Well, so basically it's her watching her lies and then lying about lying and then giving you more lies. And it's so bad. I literally said, the editors hate her. There is no way that the editors did this. Either they're the worst editors in the world because it is literally back to back contradicting a lie, or they are very well aware of who Gypsy Rose is and they edited it that way on purpose. But let me tell you, that shit show changed everything, because when she came out and she's talking in that, and then she did the podcast where she didn't identify as a murderer, I literally came unglued. I'm like, excuse me. One of the requirements for you to be able to get early release and parole is to take responsibility for your freaking crime. It's why a lot of these moms that have killed their children are still sitting in freaking jail. Okay, so you had to say that to the parole bar that you took responsibility, that you blah blah blah, and then for you to come out on a podcast a week freaking later and say, I don't identify as I wanted. What the f*** are you talking about?
I listened to that podcast, and at that point, I was still like a lot of people like, oh, good, you know, she's out, good, which we'll get to a second. Guys, when I heard that, you are now, she said that Mike Stanfield is the one who told her that there was no charge for accessory. Nah, that was on her search history. She looked that up. So she knew if she, you know, supposedly didn't do any of the acts, that she thought that was going to cover her because there's no charge for accessory to her. There's none of that, right? She thought that put her in the clear. What she didn't understand is just because there's not an accessory to murder charge that you could have been charged with, honey boo boo, you freaking like literally did this, planned it, you did it, and it's the exact reason why Pamela Smart, who did the exact same thing, planned it, is still sitting in jail while the people who actually freaking committed them are out running around. So you should have been tried for first-degree murder, and I do believe if HBO, Gypsy Rose, Mike Stanfield, and Christy Blanchard had not sold a false narrative before she took her plea deal, before Nick's trial, I totally believe if he had taken her to court, she would have been convicted on first-degree. I think she would have got the death penalty. I think Missouri has that. I think so.
He took it off the table for both of them very early on.
it is so heinous. It's so, I mean, in my opinion, I'm not a therapist, guys. I'm not a doctor, but in my opinion, as a layperson and a gypsy, if you're watching this, we are allowed to have opinions, sweetheart.
Right?
We are allowed to.
It's not slander and defamation when it's true, baby girl.
Yeah, in my opinion, is she's a sociopath. Like, Fancy, and we'll get into it in a second for my international students. I have a teacher outside of YouTube, my international subscribers. But I almost when she made her pregnancy announcement and started talking that she didn't have, it cried and embarrassed for her because it was so fake. And I was like, this girl literally thinks she's like touching people's hearts and she's fooling people. But Fancy, have you noticed that the tides are definitely turning? They're
You know, there's a term that we use for people like her that get a kick off of thinking that they've got one over on you. It's called duper's delight. Okay, and it's this thing, and I don't know if you guys know, but I've gone to school for forensic psychology. I'm finishing up my bachelor's. I do intend to go on to law school for 2 years, and then I might go on for a master's in psychology as well, because I'm all about knowledge and information. That's all I've ever wanted. And I went back to school for forensic psychology just to understand this case specifically better, especially Nicholas, because I had a very poor opinion of him. But the duper's delight, you've seen it in Scott Peterson. You've seen it in, they say that Darlie Routier has it, though I'm on the fence as to whether Darlie is or is not guilty. I know her sister, and I'm working on something with that, you know. But it's like you can see a sparkle in their eyes, and their mouth will turn up a little bit when it's supposed to be like it should be something that's being solemn,
right.
And it's not. And it's she's got it so bad. I mean, I didn't notice it till I noticed it, and then once I noticed it, I was like, damn. And the first time I noticed it was on a TikTok live, and Ryan, my co-host at the time, was playing her trial, or the trial of Nicholas where she testifies.
Yeah.
And we had no sound on, and we were just zoomed in on her face, and she's like, it doesn't matter what she's saying. I want you to look at her facial expressions, and they don't match with what she's saying. You're going to see it right here. With the sound off, oh man, there's no questioning of what is going on. You can see the darkness in her eyes. You can see when she gets mad. You can see when she purses her lips. You can see the duper's delight when she thinks she fucking convinced something of something that she didn't. I mean, it was so uncanny. And she zoomed in on this one thing, and it was like, I mean, she was just, you could see she was, at that point, she was mad. She didn't want to answer that question. She didn't like the way they were asking that question. And it was like, I mean, if you could see through to someone's soul, that's how deeply she was looking at that guy. It was so bad.
She's a spoiled brat. She was getting everything she wanted as a child. This is why kids need consequences. I'm not a parent, but this is why kids need consequences, because this is what happened. And
I was a product of a mother who was very controlling, abusive. You know, she was a juvenile diabetic in the 70s. She had all these medications that made her completely psychotic. You know, my dad. So I got that was what the story explained to people is you're projecting your own self onto the story. And, you know, she's not a hero in your story. She's not a villain in your story either. You're the hero in your story, you know, so go do that. But what I was thinking about with this was, you know, the way that she was overindulged, and with the things, you know, we're going to get into chromosome disorder in a little bit here, which is very fascinating to me, which really renewed my interest in really covering the case again. Like, I was burned out. I didn't want to do it anymore. I was doing it out of obligation, you know, like I said I was going to do it. Gave her this fan, and you know, I mean, there's no other sick kid around that I've ever seen that is able to do all the things that she's doing.
Right.
You know, did as a sick kid. And then on top of that, I've never seen an abused kid do all the things that she's doing. And there is genuine smiles. She's never unhappy in anything. Never. Like if people are like, okay, well the Turpins got taken to Disneyland every year too. Yeah, but if you look at pictures of the Turpins,
the
Those kids are not happy, and they're at the happiest place on. Created her own murderer. She created her own monster by indulging. She overtreated all the. Really was very concerned about all the different things. She's got the ear problems, the eye problems, this problem, that. She did all that, but she did not take care of the mental health aspect of this. And what she did was breed a entirely overindulged, over entitled, sociopathic tendencies, narcissistic tendencies, because I can't diagnose, but she's got those things there. And I think that it created this villain that we are seeing today. And she wants to talk about the fact that she's not the perfect, everybody wants a perfect victim, and a perfect victim would be dead. Well, hey, the perfect victim is dead. Your mom. Yeah, and you've made her into a monster. And you've taken no opportunities to not villainize her along with your stepmother, Christy. And in fact, when I first started saying that my original series was supposed to be scripted, like The Act, okay? Yeah. But it was before The Act. I was writing it before The Act was mentioned to me that was happening. I didn't know it was already happening. Right. Until I was already contracted with them. So I wrote her, I told her that we were going to actually go all the way back into Dee Dee's life, because you can't understand what happened here unless you know what happened to Dee Dee and the families and all of this stuff that they are, okay? So she writes me a letter, and she says to me, I know that Christy says you're going to be diving more into my mom than just my case, and I just want you to remember that she is my mom, and I loved her, and I don't want her to be a monster. Well, honey, you've done a really damn good job of doing exactly that. Guys, again, I know I have a lot of international viewers, and so you can get The Act, and it's got a big cast. What I thought was not right, what was not right, and I'm actually going to include that into one of my books, because I'm going to then debunk my own shit based on the new the new evidence that we have. Because there's things I got wrong, there's things I got right. There's things that The Act I thought got wrong, and they really didn't. Like now before. But it was too sympathetic to her. It was absolutely. And I want to express that to our viewers who are not from America, because right now in America, this story is like the ongoing saga. Literally, I mean, she did Keeping Up with the Kardashians. I said to my boyfriend, I was like, how is this girl now on the same level of fame as Kim? She got out of prison and she got a reality show. I mean, they had Mommy, Dad, and Dearest, Gypsy's Revenge, and then they did The Act, the TV series, because they sold this. Okay, so they did a Lifetime movie. They did a Lifetime series. They've done books. Christy freaking got her every freaking paycheck she effing could. And that was one of the reasons why I wasn't upset with them. It's one of the reasons why Katie Joy Paulson of Without a Crystal Ball, who I don't like and don't support in any way, shape, or form in any other time than this, is she is telling the truth about the experience she has with this Blanchard family. Every single person that walks away from the Blanchard family tells the exact same story. We all have, different experiences, but we tell a very similar story. Can I say, just as a side note, Fancy, that's something like I told you, I've been, since I discovered you, I've been obsessed with your channel, just listening to yourself. And that is one thing that I think makes you really good at what you do, is it seems like as a human being, whether you like someone or not, you're able to actually see the complexity and honor what is true. And I think a lot of people have a hard time doing that. So I just have to, because I noticed that in your podcast, that you're able to acknowledge, I don't like this person, but what they say here is correct. Yeah. And I have to, I mean, if you have facts and evidence to back up what you're saying, I'm going to support you in facts and evidence. If you don't have facts and evidence and you're trying to pull the wool over somebody and say, well, this happened or that happened, and I could go, no, you have no proof of that, not at all. And I'm not going to let you continue to lie. In fact, I was with Hello Starlight's panel recently, Hello Starlight's YouTube channel. And the reason I came up was because she was talking about Dee Dee being put into a mental institution. And I had just interviewed for the second time Dee Dee's best friend from childhood. And we were very close. We've been close through this whole, 7-8 years. And she had told me, I said, I'm hearing this in the Facebook groups. Is it true? She goes, absolutely not. And I said, are you sure? She goes, I'm going to go ask everybody, just make sure. She clears it up in our book, in her interview. And no, she was never put into a mental institution. So they start saying this, and she's going, well, the family says, the family says, the family says. So I asked to come up, and I was very respectful. I wasn't, wasn't trying to combative. I said, look, you are defaming Dee Dee right now with no proof, no evidence, no nothing. We have never seen anything, any papers confirming that she's been diagnosed with anything. We've never seen any papers that she's ever been in a mental institution. We are going on the word of a family that is known scam artists and known liars. So you're going to sit up here and you're still not spouting the truth, Katie, and that's not okay with me. Well, it's what they said. I go, well, they also said that they flushed her ashes down the toilet, and they didn't do that either.
Yeah, that's what they said, you guys.
I'm like, I put Bobby Petrie, who I had the best respect out of everybody in the family for, in several lies now. Like, you can't take this family at their word. I said it in the very beginning. None of these people are reliable narrators, whether they're a purposely unreliable narrator or they're unwillingly an unreliable narrator. There is no one inside of this that is a reliable narrator. No one.
And that's what makes and what's that Shakespeare quote? Oh, the tangled webs we weave. But first,
it's actually Scott. It's Sir Lord Scott. Oh, what is it? It's Byron Scott, I think.
Okay. Oh, the tangled webs we weave, and first we practice to deceive. And I was
my first logo.
That was my really? All the world and stage, and all the men and women are merely actors. That is his case, you guys. It is like, and it's crazy as your childhood might have been, my child, everybody watching childhood. Like, at least it's not this. Like, I probably thank my parents for this is not what happened. Like, this is not the outcome of my life. But for our just very briefly, Nancy, because for our audience members who are from another country, that seemed like she was one of these people was like, she shouldn't have served jail time because she was so.
I was on her train from the very beginning. I'm the one who actually took her clemency to the governor and gave it to In Touch magazine and asked them to write a freaking article on it about it so that she could get an early release. I was on that train for 2.5 years. I was like, this is not the knowing that she was lying to me, and I was chalking up her lying to me based on her trauma, her her mother taught her to lie, the whole freaking kid and caboodle. I had no idea that I was being lied to by Christy. So basically, here's the situation. This young lady has originally we didn't know anything. We thought she had no long-lasting effects, right? That was one of the first things they told us. She had no long-lasting effects. She does. That's a lie. And that is the information that clouded our judgment in looking at all the medical records that we have. Right. Because they said she has no long-lasting effects. But she has no long-lasting effects, then none of it can be true. But if she has lasting effects, it's a whole new thing, right? So originally we thought that this was a case of Munchausen by proxy. And I can explain a little bit about that because it's a very hard case to what Munchausen by proxy really is. It's hard to understand. And even I did not understand it until this last year. Like, I've been trying a quest for understanding why they do this, the motivations, these different things. But I always kept saying, every other case that I've looked at, every book that I've looked at, every expert that I've talked to that's a Munchausen by proxy expert, none of this makes any sense to me as being that. But I didn't know why. I didn't know why yet. I just knew I'm looking at this and no, that's not this. Yeah. So we thought that it was this. She forced her into a wheelchair. She shaved her head. She had her, the act said, oh, she ate a cupcake and she had all her teeth ripped out. None of that is true, but that's what we believed. So this girl is supposedly basically held captive in her home. She's never allowed to have a social life. She doesn't know anyone, no friends, no interactions with the world. Totally false. And then she gets tired of this. She doesn't want to do this anymore. Her mother is getting more and more abusive. And so she starts looking for a way out. And, aside from the fact that she left the house many, many times and then just chose to come all the way back, all the time.
Because that's what you do when you're escaping.
It's not running away when you're an adult. It's called leaving your house. I don't know if you know that or not. So I'm looking at this and she finds, this guy online. And the story she's told is, they met on a Christian dating site, and she was looking for a good man, and da da da. And she's very devout, to her mother, her mother bringing up as Christian and Catholic and all of that. And that's not true either. But, she wanted to be a nun at one point in time, according to Dee Dee. Yeah, no. But she finds this guy who is autistic on the internet. And he claims, according to her, and I don't believe this anymore, I think she's the one who actually got him to create the different personalities based on things I know. He claims he's got these different personalities. And she says, oh, well, I just accepted him for him. She tells Dr. Phil, he tells me that he's a 500-year-old vampire named Victor who likes killing people. And she thought, that's fine. Let's hook up with that. No. And she's like, and Dr. Phil goes, and you didn't think that was weird? She goes, well, at the time, all I ever had was fantasy life. I only had the fantasy books and Disney movies. So, yeah, I kind of did believe it was true. You were 21 years old. You what? No, what you knew was true is that if a man says, I'm a 5-year-old man, 5-year-old vampire that enjoys killing, you found your patsy.
Yep.
You found your hired hitman. That's what you did. You hired a hitman, and you had him come across state lines to kill your mama. And I said it on a live, and she walked into my TikTok and told me I was obsessed. And I told her, I screamed at her, and it's gone viral. I said, oh, honey, you don't understand. You did all of this, and you murdered your mama for dick. For dick. That's it. Yeah. It's not about abuse. It's not about, oh, she was controlling. No, you know what? I would have been controlling on your ass, too. You were running the streets, screwing every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the world that was 30 years plus. You're 30 years plus. You're taking pain pills. You're doing this. You're out of complete control, and your mother knows that you're now, not pricked in the head, and she's already told you, hey, we know this stuff is wrong. That you can't live a normal life, and she can't live a normal life.
She's legitimately sick.
Things.
Yeah,
and so that's what we were originally led to believe. Abuse girl needed to get out of trap kidnapping. She was basically kidnapped from her family, Stockholm syndrome, the whole freaking thing. Her mom forces
never saw
her
her dad, never saw her siblings.
Right, yeah. Totally abused, nothing. And this man, that he had to come rescue you, that it was the only way. But you remember what she said? She didn't say it was the only way to escape her mom. What she said about Nick doing it was the only way we would ever be able to be together.
She's smart. She's manipulative. She update fancy. Like, I was in that car that day, and just like within 5 minutes, my whole mind had been changed, and I was literally trying to calm my get the knuckles getting white. I was so angry. As an American, I'm embarrassed. This is what our judicial system did. I'm pissed that
even the investigators on the case are pissed because they were told to stop investigating the second she agreed to a plea deal, and that was
she's making millions now. And here, and something I've noticed is she doesn't get the strikes that we get. And here we are, honestly hardworking people trying to put our content out, fighting against all these weird imaginary words we have to make up to talk like adults. And she.
Right.
I mean, I literally
the epitome of no consequences. It's the epitome of no consequences.
It's unbelievable. And I heard one content creator go, girl, I wish I had that as much confidence as she does. Like, she thinks she's.
Let me tell you, she thinks that her shit don't stink. Like, she is just wild with it. And touching on what you're saying here, about this lifting her up and all of the different things and thinking about that, it's just, I feel like I'm watching a reality show that I didn't know I was subscribing to.
Like the Truman Show? Like we're all the Truman Show?
Like it's a script. I mean, it feels scripted. Everything they do feels like it's a script that they're doing this from. And, the way the justice system handled this case was 100% absolutely not right from the very beginning. They sold this false narrative that they cooked up, and I just really feel like it's sad, and I'm embarrassed for our company. you know, not for a company, for a country. I'm embarrassed for our country. You know, I'm embarrassed for that. And it's upsetting because this is the stain we have on us right now, that this girl who did this horrible thing is now some freaking, you know, beauty influencer. And I don't give a shit what her Timu PR people think they are doing. There's no rebranding that you can do for a freaking murderer, brutally murdered her mom. Sorry.
Oh,
You could
no.
you could put lipstick and makeup on a pig and dress it up in a freaking dress, but it doesn't make it a freaking sophisticated person. It's a pig in a dress with makeup on. Like, you know, you can't do that. So I'm lost when I'm really into something, but it's like the interrogation video for me was what did it. Like, and I'm gonna do this in a minute. I'm gonna ask you. You know, we talked about this earlier. I'm gonna ask you your aha moment. For me, you know, I knew Gypsy was lying to me. Okay, I knew that from day one. I knew she was predisposed to lie. No problem. She lies without remorse. She said it. She lies without consequences. She can do it. She can change it up in a heartbeat. It does not matter. One story goes here, one story goes there, and she doesn't much more than she pretends to be. You know, she's very with it.
Yeah.
And so I had been asking for the interrogation video for 2.5 years. I had asked for, because when I first met with Chrissy, I first started talking with Christy. I literally sat on their back porch and said, I want the good, the bad, the ugly. You can tell me anything, and I will make sure that it's truthfully portrayed, accurately portrayed, and I will try to give, you know, a sympathetic reasoning for this. I can explain these things as long as you're truthful with me, which they never were. And that broke their contract, by the way, which, you know, haha. But here's the thing. So I was told that HBO took the copy and they wouldn't give it back. And I said, well, can I see the contract with HBO? Because if there's a clause in there, which mine did not have this clause, but theirs did, they had to return the materials, right? They have to give the materials back. If you supplied them with things, she's like, well, no, they're the ones who requested it and everything. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I get that. But if they have a copy, then they need to give you your copy back. Like, they have to give you a copy back. They can make their own copy, but they got to give you your copy back. They can't just not give you your things back. And she's like, yeah, okay, but I don't want to get Aaron and Lee in trouble, Aaron and Carr in trouble. And I was like, why would it get Aaron in trouble? It's yours. Like, it's yours. So then I pushed that, and she's like, I said, doesn't Mike have a copy? Like, Mike should have a copy. Her lawyer should have a copy, right? She goes, oh yeah, he lost his. And I was like, a public defender on your case lost your freaking interrogation video? Like, okay, what kind of Timu lawyer do you have? Like, all right, I've seen this man in action. Let me tell you, he is not a good lawyer. Not a good lawyer. Not a good lawyer. But anyway, I'm like, so then I pressed that even further, and she's like, no, HBO stole it from him, and they won't return it. So I started getting involved with A&E because they did the special with Nicholas called Killer Couples. That's his Killer Couples. It's a snapped episode. I reached out to them. They reached out to me for some certain things. I reached out back to them and was going to get the girlfriend while he was in prison that had been writing him these emails and getting him to say such horrible things, who was also connected to the Blanchards all the way. Okay. And they try to blame me for doing that when she came to me.
It's like a freaking case.
Like, it's insane. Every time I write this down, I'm like, how did all these things freaking happen? So I'm trying to get her this actual, like, this show. They want to do a follow-up show with her. And I was like, great. So we're working that out. And then the actual episode comes out. I watch it because I've never seen Nick talk. You know, I'd only seen him in very small clips and stuff and all that. I was like, oh my God, this is going to be great. And I watched it and I'm like, hey, there's different pieces of the interrogation video in there than Aaron had and Gypsy's Revenge had. What's going on? Like, so I messaged her and I said to her, hey, did you get the full interrogation video? She goes, yeah, we have it. I go, where did you get it? County tells me they don't have it. She goes, they don't have it. And I said, what do you mean Greene County doesn't have it? And she goes, because it's in Wisconsin. Because that's where it happened. So they have it. Now the DA's office probably has it, but but they won't release it from there. But she got it from there and she put in a FOIA request. So I said, oh great, I put in my FOIA request.
Now for my international audience, the murder happened in Missouri. They ran to Wisconsin, which is a different state, and different states have different laws and different arresting agencies. So that's why this is revelation. Yeah.
Right. A FOIA request is a Freedom of Information Act, which basically it tells that the public has a right to know these things if it affects the public, yada, yada, freaking yada, yada, for educational, entertainment purposes, right?
Yeah.
But so I find out that that's where it is. So I go to my business partner and I said, Tori, can you put in the FOIA for it? She says, yeah. She comes back to me. She says, it's $13. I was like, that's fine. We'll pay it. But in the meantime, A&E just says, hey, do you just want me to give it to you? And I was like, yes. 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 I was like, I paused for a moment. I was like, yes. Yes. Can I just do that? Within minutes, I had it. Well, then they try to tell this false story about me forging signatures on my life rights to get this. And she's like, how did you get, Christy starts in on me, how did you get it? I was like, no, I did not send a forged document in because I didn't send any documents in. And by the way, I already talked to Greene County about if I were to send life rights in, would it make any difference? And guess what? You know what they said? No. So I never used the life rights agreement. That was for your ass, not for mine, to cover you to get paid, not for me, whatever. But I didn't use that. A&E gave it to me. So sorry about your luck, but A&E gave it to me. So then I'm friends with this huge community on Facebook, and she also runs a YouTube called Crime for Dummies. She covers lots of cases. She heavily covered this case, and she and I talked like 3 days before I put it out for the public. And she messaged me and she goes, Fancy, do you have the interrogation video? And I said, I do. And she says, well, mine will be here in 2 days. And I was like, fuck. So I go to Dawn, who is the girl who's writing to Nick in prison, you know, and I say, what are we going to do? What do we do? You know, she was up with me that night and we were talking. I was talking to a couple other partners and I said, you know what? I'm just going to release it. I'm going to be the one that releases this. I feel like I'm the only one that can release it and explain it, you know, and I'm going to release this.
It's unbelievable. That is like, I mean, I watched it on your channel. Like, I've never seen somebody get arrested, be put into given a comfortable room, take a fucking nap.
Oh, let me tell you all about that. So when I got it from Amy, I popped it in. You know, I pushed play, and I watched the whole 4 hours, and I was in tears. I was screaming. I was like, I can't believe this. We've been had. Because I knew she was going to lie. There's no question. But what I thought would happen is eventually we would get to the point where he held her to the candle and she says, I did this because my mother abused me, and she never did. It just never happened. And so I'm just sitting there in shock. So I then send it out to my entire team, including Christy. And I said, if you've never seen this, you need to see this. She acts like she's never seen it. She had seen it. So I'm like, my mind was blown. My team's mind was blown. We were full in like, what have we even thought we were doing at this
sickening.
point?
Like, it is sickening to watch it.
Right.
Like,
and that was the moment that, like, everybody has a moment like they have a moment in the case where the veil drops for them and everything becomes very crystal clear because there's no more fog, right?
Yeah.
But in the interrogation video, if you watch it, each person has a different moment that it just strikes them and you're like, ooh, wait, what was that? And mine wasn't the beginning where she's talking about, oh, my mom wasn't dead. No. Mine was when she, in 1 second, went from saying, I don't know why Nick did this. I don't know what happened. I don't even know what you're talking about. And Stan says, did he do this for you because of what, did he do this for you? And without not a blink, took it. Boom. She threw Nick so far under the bus station, it wasn't even funny. And she buried him 6 feet under. I'm just like, oh, whoa. And then you get to the last part, which I didn't have in my copy. So when I watch Crime for Dummies, they have an extra like 10 minutes that I didn't get because I didn't put the FOIA all the way through. I didn't need to. I thought, well, they have an extra clip when she's when the thing is up. He's told her, that's it. We don't believe you. We know that you planned this. We have all the text messages. Blah blah blah. Right? What does she do? She sits down. She starts crying to herself because she knows, and she's not crying because she's guilty. She's crying because she knows, I'm not going home. I'm not going home. Because she fully thought she was going to walk out of there.
She thought she's totally.
Oh yeah, she talks about it. Can I get my bag and stuff from from Nick's house before I go back to my house. Like, the delusion. And I've got more to tell you about that. But I'm sitting there thinking, and she stands up and she's laying on the ground and she's trying to hear under the door. And they open up and they're like, "What are you doing?" And she's like, I was just scared and I just wanted to hear what's going on. They're like, "Well, have a seat. You'll understand what's going on in just a minute. You need to get up off the floor though, because we need to be able to open this door." Right?
Yeah.
You know, and she's like, "Okay." So then she gets up on the thing, she does it again. And they open up the door again. They're like, "Get off the floor. Like, what are you doing?" So then he closes it. She stands up. She looks upwards, and I don't know if she says, "Sorry, Mom," or something. I don't know. But then she, in her little high-pitched voice, screamed out, "Sir, the lawyer!" And I went, "Son of a bitch." I knew it right there. I was like, damn it. She knew the entire time she could ask for a lawyer. She didn't think she needed one. The difference between her and Nick is he didn't know he could ask for one, even though he was told he could.
Yeah, and he was the other room. They had him sitting handcuffed for like 16 hours. She was given a pillow, a soap.
We're going to talk about that pillow. Oh, let's talk about that pillow, that fishy pillow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I didn't even know this until this year when one of the first responders that actually brought her in from the hospital and everything was there. They told us that fishy pillow was that the first responders had to take her to the hospital to get her all checked out, right? And this is where the lie starts of there was nothing in her system, there was no long-lasting effects, and I've never seen that toxicology report. I've only been able to be told that that's what happened, but no. So they actually went to the gift shop and bought her that fishy pillow because they felt sorry for her. And the reason that she's in the interrogation room that she's in and Nick's all handcuffed up is because they still thought she was a victim and he had convinced her to do this.
And it's honestly like I said this before. I have a cousin who's autistic, and the one almost really great trait for autistic people is that they don't really lie.
They'll have no honesty. We can lie. I'm autistic. My family's autistic. We can lie. We can.
Yeah.
And if you're trained, like me, I could lie pretty well because I'm an actress. I've been trained to pretend, right? I don't like lying. And they always say I'm lying because they catch, one little word that's said differently, use that, and they try to make it all. It's so ridiculous. My life has been so put on display. I don't even know what anyone else could possibly want to expose about me ever because it's all out there. It's bullshit, but it's all out there. So the thing about autistic people is we have a very different set of right and wrong.
Right.
And when right is right, it's right. And when wrong is wrong, it's wrong. We don't have gray areas. It's either right or wrong. And if we think that we're right in doing something because it's the right, because it's whatever, it's noble or it's to protect your family or what, we can lie in that instance because we see it as the right thing to
It's protection.
do.
Yeah, it's a protective thing. Yeah.
But if it's wrong, no. I can't shut my mouth if it's freaking wrong. I'm gonna no, that's not right. No.
Because he like confessed right away. Like he there was no like he
Tried.
literally
Lie.
Yeah,
Tried.
he is the only one that's like, in my opinion, that's actually shown any sort of like grasp on reality. Not necessarily. I mean, he's still in love with Gypsy. Obviously, he's still delusional about that. But it's that interrogation video. And guys, again, I'm going to put all of for those who are new to my channel, there's going to be show notes all of Fancy's links. So go and watch it. I'm literally like, your voice has become a common voice in our house because we just listen to you. I mean, because it is, but it's so. You know what? The thing is, I love to call you Shanti because we're supposed to be Fancy is that my boyfriend says this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
A truth can stand up to scrutiny. A lie can't. So all of this crap they're doing to you is because the lie cannot stand, and we're seeing it. The lie can't stand up to the scrutiny that it's under. So did you see the interrogation video, Fancy, before or after you looked at the medical records?
Before. That's a funny thing. Okay. So I go ahead and I put up the interrogation video. I'm the first one to do it. Immediately, Christy starts screaming at me, just like, "Why did you fucking do that? Why did da? You know?" I said, "You know what? I have every right to put it out, Christy. I have every right for the public to know. They need to see this. Just like I'm going to tell you, you need to realize that she is in fact a murderer. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. You're just going to have to." And at this point, I'd already gotten a death threat from her over the phone. She told me the last person who got in her way is dead. And I had to call Christy and I said, "Your daughter just threatened me. She threatened my life."
And this is why she was in prison, right? So we'll
Gosh.
look at that more with Shanti, because like, why did the prison? Because they've listened to all those phone calls.
Oh yeah. They don't listen to everything, but they do. And I reported it to the warden, and he didn't see it as a threat.
What else is it?
What else is it? In the same and then she sends me a follow-up email telling me that she's going to ruin me in the industry, and when she is done with me, no one will want to. And then she set out to do that, and she did for a long time. She really made it to where if I had not kept standing this year, if I had really just decided to lay it down, that's exactly what they would have done. They wanted me dead on the floor. To do this to me, so I would have nothing, no way to have any money to fight them in courts, no way to defend myself. I'd have no platforms because they wanted to take all my platforms, and they've taken several of them. Um, and it was just one shit show after another with this. So I could have laid down, and decided not to do that, but I couldn't. I just couldn't, because I knew the truth. And, so when the interrogation video, I put it out, Christy's mad at me and she starts telling me Gypsy's going to contact Waukesha and see how you got this video. And I said, well, first of all, didn't get it from Waukesha, but that's where it is. I said, but you realize, Christy, it's available under a Freedom of Information Act, and Michelle from Crime for Dummies already has it, and she's going to put it out in 3 days too. So it was coming. Either way, it was coming. So I don't understand what you thought you were going to do. Did you really think that there wasn't going to be somebody who finally found that and was like, "Oh no, I'm not playing this game. I won't continue the narrative that you've tried to sell to everybody because it's ratings." See, that's the thing. They always want to say, "Well, I'm making money off of their tragedy." I'm not. I've made nothing off of them for over 8 freaking years.
Right.
They orchestrated that for me to not make anything, and I was blackballed. I was called crazy. I was, they tried to tell me to commit suicide. This is the insanity that they have done. I literally sat down last night to detail it out for my lawyer. And when I was going back through just this last year, I was like, good Lord, I can't make this shit up in a script. This is
bonkers. It is the most, the truth is stranger than fiction, as Mark Twain said. And this, right. You cannot make this up. This is bonkers. And right. I, for one, I keep thinking like a phoenix rising. I am very grateful that you kept pushing forward. And I do know what that's like to go through smear campaigns. And I do know,
and it's been going on since 2018 with them. And it took me years to even find out that Christy was behind all of these things, So it was really upsetting to me because I thought I had a really good friendship with Christy. I didn't trust Gypsy at all, but I trusted Christy with everything. She was my kids' friends. She called my daughter while she was in the hospital, all these different things, So I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about this, and I start what I think happened and why I was given the medical records at the time that I was given the medical records was I've always said that when I start to talk about how an alternate theory of events took place that night, because it does not match the crime scene photos at all, I started writing notes with the interrogation video, and I was writing notes in the interrogation video, catching her in each lie. I was like, that's a lie. I gotta look into that. I gotta look into that. I gotta look into that. So I sent those notes to Christy when I sent her the interrogation video, and I had only done about halfway through at that point. That's when I became the enemy, because she knew I knew something wasn't right, and I was on the right path. I've been on the right path. I've thrown out a lot of conspiracies, thought process people say, but you know what? That's what detectives on a case do. Do you think they just walk in there and all the information is there and they're like, yep, that's how it's done. Okay, we got the answers. It's all right here. Boom, boom, we're done. We don't have to investigate anything. No, they were stopped from investigating. Just like in Chris Watts's case, where they stopped investigating Nicole Kessinger. So we'll never know whether she was actually involved or not. That's what happens when you take a plea deal. Okay?
Johnson's been digging into that case as well. Yeah.
Oh, I am too. That's one of
A lot
our
of similarities there.
upcoming for the first part of season 3 of our podcast. We're doing Family Annihilators and Moms Who Kill. So we'll be alternating between them each time.
Oh, if you're a murderer in America, be afraid because Fancy's gonna figure this shit.
So that's when all of a sudden, Gypsy's pissed at me. She didn't want to work with me anymore. Christy was mad at me. She didn't want to do it. She's like, you've put us you're doing this. You're telling them people this, and you're lying. And I'm like, I'm not lying. This is the evidence. This is evidence right here. This is all the evidence right here. This is not what you said it is. This is not what it said it is. Nope, and nope. And then all of a sudden, she messages me. I'd had some medical records because I had the USB drive from HBO, which they forgot that they gave me, and that's why they forgot about this letter that comes out later. We're going to talk about that with Shanti, this letter from HBO. Yeah. Ooh, is it a good one? So, listen, she tells me, hey, we're going to put in the request. I've got all these medical records that Titania and I are working on to get for you. And I was like, does Gypsy know that you're doing this for the production? And she said, yeah, she wants you to have them. She wants everyone to know, she wants what's in them. And so she really does want to learn what really happened to her. And, so that she knows this, and she knows that you'll go through all of them. And I thought that was weird at the time, but I was just like, okay, whatever. I didn't think about what had just transpired before. I took it at her face value. I didn't know that she had set me up with a stalker. I didn't know all of those things. And she was promising that she would be on the podcast. And then, we get to the last episode of the podcast and she tells me, oh, Rod won't let me do it. I'm like, oh, okay, now Rod's got to say, like, Rob can speak? I wasn't quite sure he could. I've heard him, like, maybe you were a puppet. I don't know, because Rod never says a damn thing. What are you talking about? If he was going to tell you not to do something, he might have told you not to do all the shit you've already done. Like, I don't know. Me, my little podcast.
He literally saved Gypsy's life, you guys. She literally, and I want to get to that with more and Shanti, like, because this is the stepmother, you guys. This is not her biological mother. This is her stepmother. Rod's her biological father. And that's what's also fascinating. But I know that's a story probably more with Shanti.
She's really, what Christy Blanchard is really mad at me about?
What's that?
It's not about painting Gypsy gladly. It's not about telling the truth of the case. It's none of those things, because she never cared. She did not care what story I told about Gypsy, as long as it made her money. That's all she ever cared about. She didn't care that I was going to run with all of this. No, that didn't matter to her. What she got mad about was that I called her Dee 2.0. And that has come up millions of times, from her bulldog Dawn to her own words, to putting it in the freaking court case that they tried to get me on, all of that shit. I called her Dee 2.0. Well, I'm going to say it one more time. Christy Blanchard is Dee 2.0. In fact, I'd even say she's 2 times worse than Dee ever was. Maybe 100 times worse.
Because Dee never got, I mean, this basically, guys, it's a fraud case is what it is. And Dee never, they were on some TV shows, but she never sought out the publicity that Christy has sought out. Christy's Kris Jenner at this point.
Right.
And so, and that's crazy, because I laugh because Gypsy didn't know. Gypsy knew damn well this was fraud. She knew they were milking the system for money. And
that's pretty good. But she did commit perjury. And I didn't think she had before, but now that I know what I know, she did commit perjury.
I think it's be long before she's locked up back up anyway, but it won't be for another murder. Hopefully that won't happen. I don't mean, knock on wood, it could, because I think she's a sociopath. My personal opinion is that she doesn't have empathy or a conscience. She
has no emotion, she has no feeling, she has no real true substance of a person. And I can even talk about that for a minute. In prison, now, I don't know if you know what sociopaths do to try to assimilate and kind of wear the mask, okay?
Do they mirror?
They do. They mirror, and they'll stand in front of a mirror and they'll say these things and they'll rehearse how they say things. But on top of that, yeah, they will, because they have to figure out what's a real inflection and what's not, because they don't have it. So they have to mimic people. So one of the things that they're known for doing is to take, like, TV shows, and they watch them and they analyze them and they try to mimic that. Well, I'm in friends with a lot of people that were friends with Gypsy in prison that I know personally, and they gave me the accounting that most of the day all she ever did was stay in her room and watch TV, and I was like, she was learning how. The reason why she didn't interact with everybody, and now they've said that she hung out with a pretty bad crowd because the bad crowd isn't going to hold you accountable. But if you were in with the other women that are there for like check fraud and shit, they're not going to be the same as this crowd over here that you were supposedly hanging
We'll say
with,
the
right?
the schmetaphiles, we'll say.
Schmetaphiles, yep, right, okay. So I'm sitting here going, what she was doing was learning so that when she came out into Gen Pop and was around people, they wouldn't realize what she was. And she got called on it quite a bit by several different people. And that was her way of trying to figure out, what do I do when I get out of here? That's why she uses antiquated things like, that's so fetch, because she does not understand that that's not a real thing. She saw it in a movie. She thought it had to be a thing, so she tried to make it a thing. Like, no, oh, I've got a Chad and you don't. Like, do you even know what a Chad is?
I want to say, honey, I know where you got that. We wear pink on Wednesdays. Like, come on, like that's so. I know
It must be her favorite movie because she really likes it.
It's painful to watch. Like, it is like embarrassing for society. That, but I honestly do think, Fancy, that her 10 million subscribers on TikTok, I think at least 3/4 of those people are like us. They're like, what the fuck is happening here? But now she sold us this story as the general population that she was a perfectly healthy child that was made to look sick, made to be sick because her mother had Munchausen by proxy. Yeah. When in actuality, she is sick.
She is sick. Yeah.
She is sick.
She has a chromosome disorder. Yeah.
And that is, I mean, we talked about this, but
let me unpack it, because I unpacked it on Tasha K, on One with Tasha K.
That's a great interview, by the way. That you were on fire. That was y'all put together.
That's the best interview I've ever done. And she's getting an autographed copy of my book. I'm going to send it over to her and everything. Because she put me back in credibility. They thought that leaking my court case with them to the press was going to put me back on my knees. And I don't know. I don't know what you believe in. I do believe in God, and I do believe in manifestation. And I believe that God put me through a lot of shit to get me to the place I'm at. And He worked real damn hard on my heart last year. He took out everyone I didn't need, that I was talking about me in closed doors, that I wasn't in rooms. Okay, guys, let's stop for a minute. So,
right when you were,
yeah, I know, but I was thinking about, we're talking about the Chad and the Panini Press and all of that.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
It is. There's a guy on TikTok that I share every one of his videos that does it. I think it's really hilarious.
I can't help it. I have to.
It's like, if that's a Chad, I certainly don't want a Chad. But the only thing I can think about, and this is funny, is, have you guys seen Charlie's Angels with Drew Barrymore?
Yes.
And Tom
It's
Green.
been a minute though. It's been a while.
He's on the boat and he's the guy that, he's like, was it the Chad? And she's like, no, it's not the Chad. Like, that's the only thing I can think of every single time I hear it, is Tom Green sitting there on this barge, across the ocean, and being like, was it the Chad?
When I hear Chad, all I hear is, you don't have a Chad. You don't have a Chad.
Chad.
You don't have a Chad. That's all I think of.
Oh God, I love it. I'm telling you, it's a very catchy tune. Just a very catchy tune.
I can't. I know. I walk through, I'll be singing it, all of a sudden I'll be like, are you serious?
Right.
So I really like this lady, by the way. I
love her. I think she's amazing.
Yeah. I'm glad we found her.
She says, no, the Chad was great. Exactly. That's it. That's
right?
It. Mm-hmm.
The Chad was great.
No, the Chad was great.
It was so awesome.
So far, have you guys had any questions or anything you wanted me to clarify more? I also wanted
Veronica,
to talk about,
Ken has the Chad.
Ken has a Chad. I wanted to talk about the autopsy report for one moment.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I saw somebody talking about, how content creators going to fight over it and and what is this going to happen?
Right.
I really was sitting here thinking about it this whole time we're listening to this. You leaving, baby? No? Okay. So I was thinking about what this autopsy really means and the toxicology really means. And it's not going to prove one way or another, I don't think, who actually did this at all. I mean, it's going to prove what happened. What were the things that happened? Like, did she get stabbed this many times? Was there, what was the lividity? All those different things, maybe not. They might not even include all of those things. So it just depends. But it still doesn't prove that it was absolutely 100% Nicholas. It just proves that it happened and how do they perceive it happening. Okay, that's okay. So that's all I wanted to say,
Right.
because it doesn't negate the reasonable doubt in this. It just doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
Because the crime scene still does not match what we believe to be the things that are in the autopsy report. So it's going to tell you what happened to Dee Dee's body, but it's certainly not going to tell us what exactly he did or
Right.
where it took place or any of
But
those things,
it can point us in a better direction.
It can. And I just think about that, and I just want to make sure that people don't just put the stock in, oh my God, the autopsy report is going to be the end all be all, because I don't believe it is. I think the toxicology report is going to be very interesting, because that would indicate whether Dee Dee was drugged first or
Right. That's what I want to see.
I'm hoping that it might be able to lead to, okay, yes, it all happened in one time, or did this happen over a couple of days, or it's all these things, So
I think it went over a couple of days, but
me too.
that's just me.
That'll be interesting, and everybody's going to interpret it differently.
They already are.
They already are.
Yeah.
This case is very subjective. And so whatever you believe that you think you know about this case, it's going to cloud how you think about it.
Right.
Yeah, that's exactly, Linda. I just think that, everybody wants these cut and dry answers with this case.
There isn't any.
There isn't.
Mm-mm.
And I think one of the reasons why we're so fascinated with it is because there's no pretty bow. Okay. No. Usually a murder happens and we solve the murder and we know who did it and it's very clear why they did it. And we've got a nice little bow at the end. And oh my gosh, they call it, oh, I hope the family gets closure. Well, no, the family's never going to get closure. Getting justice for your loved one or any of those things is not going to bring you closure in your life, because your family member is still gone, right? Or your loved one, friend, whatever, still gone. And I always said that grief is for the living, because the dead don't
they're not around.
They're not here. It's an emotion. And, it was one of the emotions that I had to deal with when deciding whether or not I would leave my mother on life support or try to do like a surgery that could have stopped all the seizures. And when we sat down with the percentages and things like that, I had to make the choice of whether or not I wanted to, honor what my mother had said to me all her life. Which is, I should never wanted to be on life support.
Then that's what you did.
She was, she's diabetic. She got lost hearing in one ear. She was blind in her eyes somewhat. She had a lot of problems with her legs and things, and she never wanted to have her foot or her leg amputated. So, I do the last day Dee Dee had marked on her calendar was 7th. And interesting, Kim. Now, see, I didn't even think about that.
But no, me either.
The thing is, this case is, it's just never. I don't think we're ever going to get the nice little put a bow on it. It's wrapped up in a nice little neat package, and we know all the things. That's never going to happen. It's just never going to happen. Exactly. It's like a puzzle piece with the missing corners. That is exactly it, Kim. Exactly. And that's why it's bothered me so long, because I didn't have answers. I had questions, but I didn't have answers. And one of the things that I say in this later, I think, is I talk about the chromosome disorder, and I basically say, oh, hi, Christine.
It's her kid's account.
One of the things I say is that there was something that needed to happen for me in this case, that I could lay it down and walk away and be happy with where we were, because the thing is even when we weren't working on the case all the time, it still nagged in my head, because I just think through it all the time. And I'm like, what about this? Well, what about that? And that's why everybody says I have these crazy theories, but that's how you solve a case. You sit around, you look at the evidence, You talk
Exactly.
about it. You
Yep.
call experts. You talk to other people. You interview people. You do all
Bounce
these
different
things.
theories off of people.
You
Yeah.
bounce different theories, and that's how you come to the conclusion. And you guys, then you go ahead, and that's how we're going to do the documentary series, because we've never had that in Gypsy's case. So we're going to do a mock trial and show all the way through, everything, that every piece of evidence, everything that they looked at, and see what a jury would think of Gypsy's case and see how
Right.
that goes. But the chromosome disorder for me was the missing piece, because, and I think it's very interesting, like I said earlier, that when they gave me the medical records, it was because they'd already gotten mad at me. We already weren't really working together. Christy was still kind of doing it behind Gypsy's back. I think she just wanted the money, but they were given to me, and I feel what they were given to me for was to run me in circles and run my team in circles, because without the accurate information of she still has long lasting effects, you don't have anything, because you're looking at something that's false because of one little sentence they've told, right? One little lie. So it just really gave me peace, because every time we looked at those medical records, I'm telling you, Carly and Christina and I and the rest of our team were always like, oh crap, this doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense. That was the biggest problem, and I don't know why the chromosome disorder. I knew we were missing something, and I kept telling everybody, it is literally going to smack us in the face. I guarantee you, it's been sitting here the whole time.
It's going to be the
I don't know why.
smallest thing. Yep.
Right. I don't know why, like it was the one thing. And when I found it, I'm going to tell you, a peace just came over my whole body. My mind cleared up, and I went, oh, it's not anything we ever thought it was. And everything that I thought made this case unique ceased to exist.
Yep.
Because it's no longer about this girl who's done all this stuff, and it's 23 years of the worst case of no. Girl doesn't like her controlling mother. They're in a long con together. She double crosses her freaking partner. She gets a boy, she's all girl meets boy meets girl, they fall in love, and that whole thing. She doesn't
forbidden.
have forbidden stuff,
Yep.
And I think for me, I've come to the conclusion that I think the actual medical records and the diagnosis in 2011 of the chromosome disorder was the inciting incident for Gypsy to decide that she's never going to let me go, and she's never going to let me be normal. And she said it. My mom said I was never going to have a good life. I was never going to get married. I wasn't going to have children. And I've said this before. I don't think it was couldn't. I think it was shouldn't. You shouldn't. Okay? Because I think GB was very aware of who her kid was for a very, very, very long, long time. And so I feel like she said it. I didn't want to be the sick kid anymore. And I think that's where she knew her mother was never going to let her believe that she wasn't sick. And so I think she had this thought process of, well, I mean, it's all for money, right? We're doing this all for money. We're pulling all these scams. And, I don't really feel sick. I don't really feel sick. I don't have anything really wrong with me. I mean, yeah, I've got some ear pings and some whys and some, but I'm not really sick. I don't think I'm really sick. I think mom's lying about it all. And I think she convinced herself of it.
And meanwhile, she's doing lives to this day, doing her makeup tutorials and talking about how her thighs feel really weak.
Right. Her thighs feel really weak. Exactly. And it's like, I think that Christy, the reason she said she was the mom she always wanted, because Christy allows her to be delusional.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter to Christy. She don't give a shit.
She ain't helping her whatsoever.
No.
Like, seriously.
And let her be delusional.
And I can't even feel bad for Gypshit about it, because she's just as much of a horrible person. They're all just bad people.
Well, yep.
Bottom line.
DD 2.0. DD 2.0. Okay. I don't believe the tied or handcuffs ever happened either.
Nope.
And if it did, my bet would be that it was Gypsy doing it to her mom.
Betty said she was doing it and taking pics.
Yeah.
That was what she was into. And now, yeah.
So, all right, here we go.
We going started again?
Yeah, I'm gonna start again.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Took, my best friend that I thought was a tragedy, but I really believe it's because she's my guardian angel up there to guide me through all of this. And, I really truly believe that this year of discovery and coming to the truth was very much led because, like I said earlier, there's a lot of stuff that revolves around the words Munchausen by proxy that is completely inaccurate. Okay, people don't even know what this means, and one of the things was as I tried to explain what the difference between Munchausen and malingering, and it's the motive for why they're doing it. Okay. Yeah. So I sat down with the Tarrant County investigator for the DA's office in Texas, who handles exclusively child abuse, medical child abuse cases. He's an expert. He's on the board with, all the different ones, Mary Smith and Dr. Feldman. And I got a story about Dr. Feldman in a minute here because it really pisses me off. But I've talked to all those people, every single one of them, and none of one of them could explain it to me in terms that I could apply to this case. So I asked him a very specific question when I got the interview with him, and I said, I need to ask you one thing before we go any further. What is the difference between a mother who is Munchausen by proxy and just a woman whose family is known scammers, generational scammers, and this was the way she chose to scam? Gypsy was never in danger. It was never anything like that. It's all very superficial, and I thought several of it could be just billed and not have to been done. But now I know that's not true. And he said to me very simply, he goes, "There's nothing different." And that was the first thing where I went, "Oh, okay." I said, "Can you explain that to me?" He says, "Well, first of all, please stop calling it Munchausen by proxy or factitious disorder imposed upon another." He said, "Both of those things are completely confusing. They don't give you any information as to what they really are diagnosing. And somehow we've managed to diagnose the actual victim and not the freaking person with the psychosis. Somehow that is what we've done." He goes, "So I want you to start thinking of it in 3 words: medical child abuse." And he's like, "If you can boil it down to medical child abuse, then it becomes very clear. Is this or is this not abuse? Nothing else matters. Motivation doesn't matter. Why she did it, the length of time she did it, how she did it. None of that matters. Medical child abuse." And he said, "That's why Texas, Tarrant County, we have the most freaking convictions of this, because we boil it down in simple terms that everyone can understand. A jury can understand the words medical child abuse." Yeah. And I can lay out a case for exactly how this wasn't necessary, and this wasn't necessary, this wasn't necessary, because it all boils down to, was it or was it not medically necessary at the time of whatever it was they were doing? Okay.
This is the plot twist, isn't it?
It was the plot twist. And I have been telling people for over a year and a half, we still don't have something right. I don't know what we're missing. I just don't know. And so I even told my daughter, I swear to you, it's going to smack us in the face, and it's going to have been sitting there the entire time, and we will have missed it. I don't know what it is. So I get off this call with him, and he does explain to me that inside of medical child abuse, there can also be medical fraud. Because I told him, I said, "This looks like a fraud case to me." And he goes, "Well, I'd love to see those records, And I said, "I've been willing to give them to your board of all of you guys for a long time." And Mark Feldman, when I reached out to ask him about something that he said, "This is the worst case of medical child abuse I've ever seen," he tells me he's never read the documents, he's never read any of the medical files, and he never talked to anybody. I'm like, what the hell?
I remember him saying that specifically.
So Mike literally says to me, he goes, "Well, I would have said this," because I said, "I called his ass out on it." He goes, "Well, I would have called his ass out on it too." And I was like, "So no, Mark's never seen the files, Mike. I don't know what to do here. Like, I can't get any of you to look at this." And he said, "I retire in a year. When I retire in a year, if you're still working on your documentary, I'm all yours."
Yeah.
And I said, "I will hold you to that, Mike. I am going to hold you to that." So when I get off that phone call with him, it was like a bulb had just lit up in my brain, and I went, you know what, it's got to be something very simple, and it's got to be in those records, because something was wrong about them giving me those records at the time period that they gave me those records. And I started thinking back to when Dee Dee's best friend Titania, who lives down there, she was best friends with Dee Dee all her life, for all this stuff. She had contacted us because she was an LVN with 28 years experience, and she was really heading up our actual medical team. Before Colleen became a master's degree in nursing education, she was just fresh out of like nursing school and stuff, and was teaching when she started. So Ty was the head of the medical department at that time. She was down there to get all the records with Christy. She could pick them up, scan them in, all that stuff, right? She came to me and Colleen when we were about ready to do the podcast. And she says to us, I found something, and I think it proves that Gypsy was actually sick. And we were like, okay, show us. So she shows it to Colleen, and it was a 32-page document. And Ty only showed her up to page 30. So on page 30, it's a karyotype genetic testing, not the full microarray, which is a much more comprehensive test. And it says, based on this little bit of information, that we do not believe this is a genetic disorder, because it's not even just regular genetic testing that they had to do. This is a specialized genetic testing that they were looking for rare chromosome disorders because nothing was making sense. They knew it was all happening. It was. She did have eye problems. She did have weakness in her legs. She did have this. She did have that. She did have decaying teeth. All the things, and the psychological, and the behavioral delays. So when Dee Dee told him, "Oh, she don't tell her she's 18 because she thinks she's 14." No. What she really meant was, she doesn't act like an 18-year-old by any means. She acts about 12, right? I don't buy that story any further than I can throw it, but I think that there's some truth in everything Dee Dee said. So she doesn't give me the 30-page. She doesn't give Colleen that. She comes to me and she keeps telling me, I think this is true. I said, the test said it wasn't. She goes, no, I think it is. She's still not telling me she has this piece of paper. She goes, you know what? I'm just going to go to Christy. So she goes to Christy and she shows it to Christy. And Christy says, oh, no, that's just another thing that isn't true. Dee Dee made it up, blah, 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 blah. We closed the case on it. So Colleen's like, yeah, we looked into it. It wasn't true, right? And I said, you know what, Colleen, could you do me a favor, honey? I know that Ty was holding certain records back, and we got all of them when she left. Can you just look one more time at that chromosome disorder that she was saying that she had? Can you look it up for me? Can you just look one more time? It's the same day that I find the HBO letter that we're going to talk about with Shanti. Okay, she calls me up. I'm already freaking out about this letter that I have. And she calls me up and she goes, Fancy, I have it. And I said, what do you mean you have it? She goes, I have it. And she has it. And I was like, what is it? And so she sent me the documents. She said, these are the last 2 pages that I didn't have. This is all the diagnostics. It shows exactly where the breakage is. It shows you exactly on the DNA where it's affected. It gives you everything. It's everything. And she has this disorder. I said, but what does this disorder mean? And then she started going to rarechromo.org, where they have a 12-page pamphlet that explains it all. And the very first picture she sends me is the cover page to that thing. And there's a little girl on it that looks almost dead ringer to Gypsy. And
I know, it's weird. You think it is Gypsy. It's not Gypsy.
It's not Gypsy. So she said, sending me this, and she said to me, she goes, Fancy, she was predisposed from birth to have every single condition that she had, and everything, her psychological shit, her behavioral shit, her health shit, all of it can be tied to this chromosome disorder. So she explains it to me. I read it. We break it down. And it's literally in there. One of the funniest things is my ex-co-host, who's won't talk about her today. She read it with me, and she literally says to me, does this basically say that they're like gremlins and they can't play with each other, that they don't play well with each other? And I said,
I went and looked at that stuff, and I was like shaking. I was like,
it literally tells you that people with the disorder should not be hanging around with other people with the disorder, because it causes the disorder to morph into this, especially if it's a parent-daughter, parent-child thing. So, but guess what, guys? Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. It's not from Dee Dee. It's from Rod. And all 4 of his his children, all four. Remember, there's a child that lots of people don't know about who is 6 months younger than Gypsy. All four of his children have facial feature markers that are very, very evident if you know what you're looking at. That possum look, it's described as the possum anteater look in the freaking rare chromosome or freaking documents. Like, that's why.
When I first heard the story, I thought she looked odd because of all the abuse and because
emaciated, and she had the big glasses. We always said their mom's hair as insane as she was. You know, like we just want like the pink hats and the muffin hats and the
way she would wear it was
and the character looking clothes. It was all a ruse to make it look just completely like this girl is totally, sick and very, very not with it. And she's very delayed emotionally and developmentally and behaviorally. Oh, she's just like, Katie told her she had the IQ of a 7-year-old. Like, but that's not even true.
Like, she is sick. She is like,
right.
I like the medical child abuse. So what you discovered, correct me if I'm wrong, is that every single procedure Gypsy had can be tied back. So this young single mother with this like whole drama, that's a whole other side of the story.
She's got a horrible family. She's got a terrible baby daddy who don't want to do nothing with her.
Who's only 17 at the time. Let me just
right.
And you've got,
but he was 17 with 2 babies.
Exactly.
By 2 different women. And it's
hypersexuality is a side effect of this. And here's the thing. So when you said, I heard you say that Dee Dee was tested. That's what a responsible parent would do, y'all. If your child is this is not something you can, like a cold you can catch from hugging somebody who's got a stuffy nose. This is a genetic disorder. So a responsible parent would go and get themselves tested. Yeah. But Rod didn't do it, did he?
And they haven't done it still. So when I found the chromosome disorder, I'm not on speaking terms with them. I'm very angry with them. I didn't want anything to do with them. But ethically, I felt I had a responsibility to inform them. So I went to a mutual friend who talks to Christy, and I said, I have something that Christy needs to see. In 2011, it was confirmed that Gypsy does have the chromosome disorder, and it explains everything she ever had done. And they have recommended genetic counseling. And before Mia or Gypsy has any children, I've got a doctor that can explain it to them, and if the doctors and do the genetic testing and the genetic counseling, because it will give you the markers for how likely it is for her to and all these different things. And the thing with this is it can be all the way from asymptomatic with you're just a carrier, you have no freaking things, your face might be a little off, all the way to microcephaly of the worst extent that these babies don't live more than 2 to 3 days.
Yeah.
And the microcephaly, she has microcephaly.
Oh, yeah. That's the small head, right?
She talks about she's not educated. Yeah, it's the small head. She talks about how she wasn't educated. Her mom didn't teach her anything. Well, really, honey, because I remember you at 20 years old saying, cranium and phalange, right? Okay, you also went on Dr. Phil and you explained exactly what your mother told you had was microcephaly. You do have it. And on top of that, you gave a very clinical definition of exactly what microcephaly was. And you said that mom always wanted to make sure I knew what the real terms were, the clinical terms. She always wanted to make me know. Yeah, I think she did. She was very interested in trying to figure out what in the hell was wrong with her daughter, because it was just erroneous, weird things. Oh, why is she having ear infections every day? Well, I don't know. Why does her eyes
too?
Her eyes, yeah.
Like,
why are her eyes?
They go in different directions. Yeah.
She tries to say it's a lazy eye. It's not. It's a severe astropia. It's strabismus from birth. Like, no, it's not a lazy eye. A lazy eye is my lens. My eye kind of twitters and no. Yours is
googly eyes. Like, you watch her sometimes and they're so
scary. It's they did 4 surgeries on that to try and get it to the best they could. They did the last surgery and the doctor said, We cannot do any more to help this. This is what we've given her as much vision as we can. She's always going to need glasses, and I think she wears contacts now so that she can pretend that she doesn't need glasses, And I honestly, this is something that I recently came to in thinking about this. Like, everyone knew about the chromosome disorder in 2011. There's absolutely no freaking thought process in my head that Dee Dee did not call up and tell Christy and Rod and tell them, oh my God, we finally got an answer, all of that, And Rod even says it in Mommy Dead and Dare. She kept telling him it was a chromosome disorder. It always was a chromosome disorder.
Yeah,
they didn't know what chromosome disorder it was. That's what they were looking for. And my muscular dystrophy, it's a chromosome disorder. But in 2000, 2001, through biopsies and spinal, the x-rays of the spine, they ruled that out. But they did diagnose her with type 2 fiber atrophy of unknown etiology, which means they don't know why it's causing it, but it is there.
Muscle weakness and low muscle tone is a side effect of.
Yep. Everything is. Everything. If you go look, it was so funny because I was like, Jesus, Colleen, it explains every single hypersalivation, the excessive, the drooling, the feeding tube, the eyes, the ears, the this, the that, and on top of that, then it comes with a whole slew of, it's linked to ADHD, it's linked to schizophrenia, it's linked to hypersexuality, it's it just autism. The list goes on and on and on. It's a very interesting chromosome deletion. And I even have a girl in my inbox that has a son that has a very similar deletion. And she's like, I can sympathize with what Dee Dee went through. My son is wonderful, but he was not an easy child to raise because of the problems based on this chromosome disorder. And I want to talk to you about how it was to raise him, because I think that's what Dee Dee was dealing with.
I do too. I think that's why I think she was paranoid about having her because she knew her daughter was a danger to society.
Yep.
And I think that she was doing the very best she could at the end, especially, we think she spoiled her, but you said the life expectancy might not, she might have literally going to have a short life.
No, and I think that, okay, so because Ron kept saying it changed. First it was bigger and bigger. That's because through technology advancing over 23 freaking years, what they thought in 1991 she wouldn't live more than 10 years, advancements in technology and things now show, hey, no, okay, there's lots of things we can do to help with this. We can treat the symptoms properly, and if you treat the symptoms properly, then we can expand the life expectancy, the whole freaking thing. But what I'm going to tell you is somebody at the level that she has, a moderate case of this, their life expectancy is 50 to 60 years old. So you're looking at a 32-year-old woman who's pregnant with a baby daddy that's not her freaking husband, that's never been given life skills, that has done absolutely nothing to get better for her mental health, no things, a family that encourages her to be delusional. And I want to come back to that again, because I think that's actually one of the biggest motivating factors for the murder is the delusions.
Yeah.
Okay. They don't know. They basically told her nothing's wrong with her. She's perfectly fine. They all tote that, right? It's fine, Gypsy. It's fine. So now she's going to have a baby at 33 years old now. And she might be gone before that baby is even an adult. Like,
right.
There's a good possibility. And I'm not saying that's not a reason to have a kid, but with everything else that is involved in now those people's lives, along with her own medical freaking problems, I always take it back to like Steel Magnolias, where Malin, tells everybody that Shelby's pregnant, and the women are like, "Oh my God, it's a miracle! I thought she couldn't get pregnant." And Malin says, "No, they didn't say she couldn't get pregnant. They said she shouldn't get pregnant." And 2 years later, that character dies from everything. Gypsy's got a lot of health problems, and she's denying them. That's very, very concerning.
That's delusional as well. It's part of the.
So I thought back to what happened in 2011. And 2011 is when she admits that she took out the gun and shot Dee Dee 10 times with the bullet. We have confirmed that it happened. I do have a medical report for that. It's included in my book, showing that there was a bullet. It was taken out. The bullets were taken out. All of that. She made a Facebook post about it. Funny, it happened on June 9th. Just like her mother's death, June 9th. And her grandmother's death date was June 9th. Okay? So, I think in 2011, that's when Dee Dee did tell her, honey, you're not going to live a normal life. You know, this is always going to, you're always going to have health problems. You probably should not have children because of different reasons. You know, this can go be passed down to your children. You're not, you know, you're not able to have the real relationships because you don't have relationships. You don't know how to have relationships. You don't have the capacity for this. So, you know, I'm always going to be here for you. And I think that's when she decided mom's getting sicker because now she's having to take care of her mom. She said it in Lifetime Confessions that what if I had had to wait it out, my mom could have lived to be 70 and I didn't want to wait that long, right? She said that. I don't have to
She
care
did
for
have diabetes. I mean, you could tell she was sick. You could tell.
She had lots of stuff. She had lots of stuff. I have all those reports too, because they were in the HBO file. So that's the thing is I think that was where she decided, no, I don't want to be the sick kid anymore. She said that, but she decided in that moment that, oh, it's not this, it's not that. My mother is making me sick. I really think she just decided, no, I'm not going to be sick. I don't have any symptoms right now. Nothing is wrong with me right now. So nothing was ever wrong with me. It was, and she knew her mother was scamming. So I think she just thought that it was always for the money. And she was happy with that until mama said no. When mama said no, you cannot have, you know, the fire D, like she likes to talk about, from Dan the man who's 30 freaking 5 years old, and any other man in the community that she wanted to hit on and be with, that we have tons
with
of
a felony
confirmation.
with a felony record and a wife.
Right. Yeah. So she decided that the only way that she could ever escape being the sick kid, not her mother being the sick kid, was to kill the person that was saying she was the sick kid. Because Christy don't give a shit.
The projected out the one that was actually helping her and actually unconditionally. It's only a mother is going to unconditionally love you, even if you're a psychopath.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what was happening between Gypsy and Rod and Christy at the time, because we do know they were communicating.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering what Christy was saying to her. Well, you know, maybe, well, honey, you know, you don't have to be the sick kid. You can go out and do this. You're strong. I don't know. You know, I don't have proof of that. But something in her head made her think, I'm not sick. And if I just say it enough and I just convince enough people that I'm not sick, then I'm not sick, right? I'm fine. I'm fine. And I really believe that was the beginning of the delusion, and she wanted to have somebody who would let her be that way. And Christy is more than happy to let her be that way as long as the money keeps rolling in.
Yeah,
and then this baby happened, and I went ballistic because I had said 2 days before this baby came, that the announcement about the baby, I wasn't talking about it anymore. And I already knew that the baby was real. I already knew that there'd been an ultrasound sent in. I already knew that there was confirmation that this was probably a likelihood that she was really pregnant, the whole freaking thing, you know. And so I didn't want to talk about it. And then she makes this, I just made that thing because I'd been slandered all over that morning. And I was just tired of it. And I was like, you know what? I'm done talking about Gypsy Rose publicly. If you want to know what I have to say, you can read my books, you can watch my documentary, and you can show up when I decide if and when I want to speak about her. Then she drops the baby. And I'm like, mother.
That was God's way of saying, we're not done yet, sister. Come on.
Because I had maintained, I did not want to be involved in the current bullshit. I don't care who her baby daddy is. I don't care how many men she sleeps with. I don't care about Christy breaking up the marriage. I mean, I think that's pretty shitty. I think they're shitty people, but I don't watch shitty people. Like, I don't watch reality TV shows for a lot of reasons because a lot of them are shitty people. I don't want to watch shit. I don't want to subscribe to this. I didn't even watch the whole Life After Lockup because it wasn't interesting to me. It was not about the case. You know, Ron gets up on a panel with me and he's like, well, why are you doing that? You know, well,
I love that side of my
like, well, because somebody will pay for it. What? Her story's not over yet. No, but her story that should be in the public is over, Rod. It should be over. She should have come out of prison, shut her mouth, gone and lived her freaking life, and none of this would be happening.
She's a felon who killed her mother. She didn't rob a bank and now she's changing her life. She meticulously took somebody's life.
And she's not Dee Dee who scammed people so she could give her the best life she could while she was here on this planet. That's a mistake. Yeah. That's a mistake. He calls it a mistake. Made one mistake. No, I'm sorry. Murder is not a mistake. No. That is an actual choice that she chose for over 3 years. No. You don't get to chalk that up to a bad mistake. Oh, so one bad mistake in her life makes her. What? She murdered a person.
And you know what?
And she murdered her own mom.
I know if she were to, I would have more respect for her if she actually came out and said, "Yeah, I did it, and I have this disease or this condition." If she actually just, because guys, like in America, it's double jeopardy. She can't be tried. She can be tried for everything, but she can't be
tried for certain things federally. There are other things that they can try her for. I do believe that's going to happen.
I think she's destined to go back to. I think she's destined to be locked up again. I really do. Because I want to say this publicly on camera. I don't know how I feel about Ryan Anderson, her husband. I don't know how I feel about it. Don't really have an opinion. But I will say, if Ryan, if you happen to see this, I know you might not want to. You might be a media plant. I don't know. But if you're not, if you're literally, genuinely a man who just married a woman in prison, first of all, I hope you are in therapy because you probably should be talking to your therapist about that.
Definitely.
Second of all, she did you a favor, dude. She did you a favor. You might not be able to see that now, but thank God. If I were Ryan Anderson,
he dodged a bullet. He dodged a major freaking bullet, and I don't know whether he hopes the baby's his or not, but for its own safety, I hope it is.
I know.
Sorry, I hope Ken was around the first time. In fact, that's why I got a death threat from Gypsy, was because I did an article that deigned to say that, I was concerned that she's marrying some douchebag off the internet, that she's never freaking had a real relationship in her life, and he's just here, and he causes all these problems for her, and he's running his mouth when we told him not to run his mouth. And then they're like, "Whoa, why'd you do that article, Fancy?" Well, I don't know, Ken. Could it be possibly because you went into a Facebook group with someone I told you was going to crucify you the second you went in the Facebook group, and your mama had already been running her mouth in that Facebook group for a long time, and I didn't know that you'd already outed yourself like years before this? Like, what the hell? Like, okay. I want to stop it right here for a second. I don't know if you guys are aware of the information that is coming out about Miss Raina, Ken's mother, and the things that her daughter supposedly went through at like 13, 14 years old. But it is, it's shocking.
I saw some things on that.
Yeah, we've got that. I've got a bunch of information on that. I've seen
it's
shocking.
And it's disturbing, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. It's disturbing. She talks about her having a pimp. She talks about her being, sex trafficked. I mean, just the whole thing.
Glad you unalived your pimp or something.
Alive. And to be honest, it's really interesting that it's like the way she speaks about it is more disturbing than the actual things that she's saying, which are already disturbing as fuck.
Right,
okay?
because it's like she says everything, with her little nice hat on. Yeah.
Right. Go ahead, Amy. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, she says everything with her little nice hat on. Like everything is so, she talks about it like it's, hi, how are you? How's your day? Type of thing.
Right. Mandolin Bay, I would love to know the answer to this question. I would love to know this. I don't understand why creators attack each other. I don't understand why we've dealt with this for 9 years. I don't understand why we can't all just stay in our own lanes and do our own shit, because that's what I try to do. Every day. I just try to do my shit and improve my shit. And I just think that they would try to do their shit and improve
and avoid the bullshit. Yep.
But it doesn't happen. And it just is, it's frustrating because everyone comes for me. The reason that everyone comes for me is because I won't be controlled to tell a narrative that is false. I call everyone out when, oh yeah, for sure he was. Yeah.
Yep.
I call it out. If you're my friend and you're doing something stupid or shitty or horrible or shady, you know what I'm going to do?
Call it out.
Call you out. I'm going to tell you, hey, I did not think, in fact, I did to Morbid the other night. I tried to explain to him, we had a fight about something that was very misconstrued. And, I said, remember when I made the post about you, your past being something that I was concerned about or that gave me pause. One of the things that I was actually referring to was that, there was a point in time where he did an entire live fat shaming Natasha.
Yeah.
And look, Natasha's a lot of fucking things. And yeah, she is a big woman. No doubt about it. Do we have a whole thing about her going to Pizza Hut all the time and everything? Yeah, people did that. People made memes. They're funny. They are funny. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. They are funny. Are they offensive? Yeah. But sometimes offensive things are funny.
Yeah.
But what I'm not okay with is sitting in a live for hours on end, bashing nothing more than someone's looks.
Yeah.
Someone's looks has absolutely jack all to do with the person inside.
Right.
You know, my grandmother used to tell me, she said, pretty is as pretty does.
Right.
You know, you can be as beautiful as you want to be on the outside, and if you're still a trash human being on the inside, well, it's going to show through.
I've
You
always
know?
heard beauty is only skin deep, but ugly is to the bone.
Okay, well, Mandalene Bay, I want to explain something to you. With me, it's relevant. Everything that the other creators have done, these other people that run around and say shit about me and all of this, it is relevant to the case because it's every single one of them doing this to help the Blanchards in whatever the fuck they want to help the Blanchards in, whether it's keeping the truth
Yep.
out of the public, or
Yep.
they want to impress Christy because they want their 5 minutes, or or they're connected to me from other shit. So all these other people that are running around saying shit about me, it absolutely 100% is relevant to the case because it's what they've done to me for the larger part
Right.
of 8 years to try and make sure I was never credible. I would never be believed. I would have no money to defend myself. I would have no money to do my projects. And that was all it was about. And that's what I've been doing for 8 years. And they do this to anyone and everyone that supports me in any way, shape, or form. In fact, Christy sat up in a live and she's like, I really don't care what anybody says about us except for Fancy.
Right. But you're a creator. It's other
Right.
people. I can see why, followers or supporters don't want to be, they don't like the bullshit. I get that. I do.
I totally get it. I totally get it. I don't either. When Natasha came over to YouTube, I specifically left Facebook because I didn't want to deal with Natasha and her bullshit anymore on Facebook. And I kind of got the idea, if you're going to harass me every day, watch my content just to harass me, well, then fuck you, you can pay me. Because at the time, monetization on Facebook was not a thing.
Right.
And it took us, almost a year and a half to get it on the channel, So but it was all a goal, because my goal has always been to build a production company. This just happened to be one freaking story that I had. And so I just really feel like, if you think about it as, oh, it's just online drama, yeah, for sure. But go back and listen to the article, what I wrote this morning as the
Right.
final,
Because
and you can see that it's beyond online drama.
Yeah, the drama has become, cyber stalking, cyberbullying,
and it's continuing
a slew of
pattern.
things.
It's continuing a pattern of behavior of manipulation of people who are vulnerable, of manipulation of the public, manipulation of the story. And it shows the lying, the narcissistic behaviors, the sociopathic behaviors, and every single thing that started this case in the first place. It's not changed. In 33 years, it hasn't changed. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Nina. We go, no, not at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a comment either way. I'd rather not talk about it.
She likes to steal my content and pretend it's hers, so I don't talk about her. I think it's wrong that she's getting copyright strikes from Gypsy for no damn reason, but I mean, come on now, it's just annoying.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I just feel like, yes, to a regular thing like Natasha getting run off of YouTube. She's blamed me for that when I had no interaction with her on YouTube past the fact that I was on YouTube.
Give you so much power, it kills
followed me to YouTube, right?
Right.
Then she's blamed to 90,000 other people because she's managed to get into an argument with every single content creator that is anywhere in anything that she could possibly talk about.
If you disagree with her, you're gonna be
and you're going to be annihilated and everything else. And it sounds, and it's very
she
much.
She doesn't even have to tell her dogs to attack. They just do.
Yeah. What I've noticed in this case is there seems to be a very distinct divide of people. It is the people that accept things that are, and let me put my camera on real quick.
Exactly, my pal. Should never go real life.
What do you say?
I was answering my pal. I said, absolutely never go real life.
No, for sure.
No.
But here's the thing. It's like, for me, it's not just online drama anymore. They have tried to destroy my life, my business, my family, everything. And we are letting it continue to repeat a pattern. And if it does not end today, it's going to continue into the next generation of this family and the next generation of content creators. And it's just going to be messier and messier and uglier and
It really
uglier.
is. It really
And
is.
it's all for what?
You
For
just have
what?
to find our followers and stuff. Just have to find where they know that they are going to get the absolute truth, and they will with you, because if you don't know it, you will definitely find out. And when you find out, you
I don't
will,
know is not in my vocabulary.
right,
I don't know, but I'll find out
you
is,
will
you know,
report on
so
it, because it's foolish. Like, what's the point on reporting on something that you don't know 100% is for sure or not? Like, that just makes you look incredible. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like, if I'm
exactly.
going to have something to say about something that's important, I'm going to make sure I know what I'm saying.
Yeah. And it's the thing is, it's never been one person that's been attacking me. That's the thing. I can go head on head with one person. If you were talking shit about me and I'm standing 10 toes down with you, nah, I'm absolutely going to freaking school you every day. I will run around in circles with you. If I
Mm-hmm.
sat in a debate with Natasha Cooper, oh man, oh man, oh man, there
Forget
would be
about it.
no hands down who won that debate. There would be none.
It's
I will
just
run
bizarre to me
circles
how
around
everything
you with facts,
happened.
evidence, and receipts, okay, and knowledge that she does not have any of. But it's never been that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been insane amounts of people
Yep.
doing this that
Yep.
otherwise would not do these things.
Yeah.
And it seems to be that those are the people that group together over here that like to cause all the little fuckery and misinformation, and they run their mouths and they just do it on, right? And they get everybody, hey, Morbid.
Speak of the devil and he shall appear.
I just talked about you, Morbid. So yeah, like that to me that's that one group of people. And then there are people like me, you know, Morbid is one of these people. Mac is a person like this. This lady here is one, you know, Ryan is one. The people that I work with, that I talk to, that follow me, that, you know, come to my stuff and see me as the expert on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have a different mindset, and it's never been about drama or anger or jealousy or money or likes or views. It's always just been about what is the fucking truth.
Right.
And that's all that mattered to me. I
Yep.
never
Me too.
looked at this as a paycheck. I never cared. That's
No.
why I was willing to give the Blanchard family half of whatever I made on this project.
Hence why we're all
Because,
broke.
you know, because yeah,
We ain't making anything on this right now. Forget about it.
right. So I mean, that was the thing. And so I just feel like that's the divide. And I've been in lots of true crime communities. A lot of my mods have come from the yes, yes, yes. Okay, we're trying to get it tomorrow, Morbid. I have somebody trying to pick it up tomorrow. Um but if you get it before I get it, then yeah, definitely send it over, because you know we're not going to trust what, you know, what
Yeah.
some other content creator who shall not be named says about this, because she's going to do absolutely no research. She's going to do no questioning of it. She's not going to go to any professionals to have them determine what this is. She's just going to do whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so oh crap, are they closed for Labor Day weekend? Okay, I will let her know. I will let Shelly know, because she needs to know. Okay. So anyway, it's just it's there's just two different camps, and there's one that wants to buy into delusions, and they're the one that wants to cause all the craziness. And then there's those of us that are like, hey, I just want to talk about the truth. Can we all just sit around and
Yeah.
actually talk about the truth? I'd really like to do that. And that's why I've always said that my credentials extend well past my own credentials. You know, KJ is different. One of those people shakes my head. I don't know. KJ's KJ. KJ's KJ.
Yeah. I mean,
She's an odd duck. Let me
no
tell
comment.
you. She's just an odd duck. I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
I can't stand the
sometimes I
condescending
get
the way she
enthralled
talks to people.
with what she's saying. Sometimes she can keep my attention, you know. And then there's other times
What?
where it's
Wait,
just
wait. What?
what?
Are you going to charge money for each viewer to see you go live with it like you know who is? Are you kidding me? No. No.
I think that was a dig at someone else, not you.
Oh, everyone, $3 to sign up for Patreon to see it, plus accepting tons of Cash App donations. Okay, look, you know
Wow.
what? You know what? Here's the thing. I don't have a beef with her putting an adult's autopsy report, an adult's toxicology screen behind a paywall. Okay, and even when we show documents in our lives and in our things that we do, we still always put them in our Patreon for our members to have a place to go to find exactly what they're looking for. But I'm really excited that we have this. We're going to have this report before our third book is done. So now this report will go into our book. I'm pretty excited.
Didn't think about that.
I know. So I feel like this has been. I told you, God had me.
Everything is happening. I'm telling you, the way it's supposed to happen. Every single
supposed
thing.
to happen the way it is. And you know what? Everybody has said about I'm a warrior, I'm a strong person, I'm a this, I'm a that. That's the only way I know how to be. I don't know how to be any other way.
Nope.
I've always been that, I started taking care of my mother at 6 years old. So I totally get it. He's still missing in action.
Well, she did make him dinner last night, and they did show him eating the delicious, whatever you want to call it, what she made.
Yeah, and I mean, if that's what she's saying, if she's saying I'm not going to charge you, and then she charges you, then yeah, that's not cool. But I mean, she has to pay money to get this. It's not free. If it was free, maybe that'd be different, but it's not. Okay. And when you're paying for Patreon, you're really not paying for whatever it is that you're specifically getting the document. It's more about the research that goes into these things, and how you found it and all that shit and all that, whatever it is. So that's the thing. I just feel like I don't have a problem with it, but I think that I don't know. I think it's in that gray area. It's in that gray area,
Yeah.
of should she or should she not do this? And that was why I decided, originally I only put the medical documents behind the paywall because I was getting attacked all the time. And so I put them there and I thought, what, this would be a really great way for the audience that we want to, see the discovery and be in our panel of what do we do next. I thought it was a really great way for us to do that, to raise for network so we could do our documentary. But then I finally was just like, you know what? Fuck it. No, I'm going to make them public. I'm just going to make them public. You can go to my Patreon. You can see all the medical records that we have released. It's not a lot. We are not releasing all of our medical records. If so happens to end up in court, though, I won't have a problem releasing every single one of those little fuckers because that will prove my case. But I really feel like, this is something we've been waiting for, but I'm almost scared that we've built it up to be something it's not.
Right.
You still think it's a print, not a V? I don't. I really do believe it's a V.
I think it's a V for sure. I think she made sure in every way she could for him to take the fall.
Right.
Okay, down so to mailing the knife, down to the one bus ticket, down to it all.
Yeah, and I think even getting him there 2 days earlier could have played into the fact that, he wouldn't have he would have been in town for days, like I'm telling you, something was not right about the moving the date up. Something is not right about how this went down. Nothing about the crime scene makes sense. Nothing about Nick's confession makes sense. Nothing about her statements makes sense. Nothing makes sense because it's just a bullshit lie. You can't apply logic and reasoning to absolute fuckery and dumb fuckery and insanity.
Right.
Yep. All right. We've got 30 minutes left. Let's go through this. I hope you guys have liked it so far. I haven't even seen it all.
I like it. I like her. I think she's really cool.
I like her very much. We could, and she said we could have talked for hours. Like
she's
it was
relatable. So and here's the thing: she is a yoga instructor, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And she does spirituality things and whatever. And to see her getting this pumped up, I just love it. You see how this case affects people, especially when they find out, like, whoa, she'd been lying the whole time.
This case has a visceral effect on you either way. It just does.
sure.
You
For
either have
sure.
a visceral effect of, oh my God, this is the worst mother in the history of earth, and she horribly abused her child. Or you have a visceral thing of like, oh my God, this girl is a psychopath and she's horrible and she's a demon and she villainized her mother and she just brutally murdered. There is no in between on this case. There's no gray area here. And there's no freaking winners. There's no freaking losers, really. It's just a sad case all the way around because none of it really had happened for a variety of reasons. If anybody had just stepped in at any point in time in those 23 years and said, hey, something isn't right here,
right,
maybe we wouldn't be sitting here today talking about this.
Nope.
But nobody did their jobs. They didn't do their jobs as parents. They didn't do their jobs as family members or friends or doctors or social workers or any of the people that ever came in contact with them. I have big problems with the fact that the humanity, the whole neighborhood's like, oh my God, she's got like a 7-year-old freaking mentality, but yet then they in the same next sentence they're like, oh, and we took her out to every single charity event ever and she was just so eloquent. And I'm like, those two things can't go together.
Yeah, no.
That's not.
No, they don't go together.
And who thinks she's got cancer for freaking 7 or 8 years that she's in that home? Mm-hmm. Like, come on. If you have your head shaved for 7 years because you're supposedly doing chemo, let me explain something to you. You are not alive anymore. You're dead. Because there's no way somebody has chemo for 7 freaking years for cancer and it doesn't either go away and you go into remission or you freaking die. That's
right.
it.
Right.
There's nothing, there's no other gray again, no gray.
Mm-mm.
Just like when you have pancreatic cancer and the median for that is 15.5 months. I think it's very interesting that since Gypsy's come out of prison, the people that have flocked to her, like Kate Marie and Sarah Jane and, Tori and these different people that are attached to the Blanchards,
Bree,
Natasha, that are, it just seems like it attracts, like it's a magnet for all the nasty, horrible, awful things inside of you. And it just comes pouring out of you and stop.
Yeah. I don't want to say they're bad people, but I just don't think they're paying attention.
Like I said earlier,
like the people supporting Gypsy, they're definitely not paying attention. They're, like I said, they're willfully dumb.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I talked about with the whole Natasha situation in 2019 and Christy doing that and knowing that, my best friend was probably involved in that some and other members of my team were involved in it. And then Natasha's people that there's some people from Natasha's camp that I've become very close to. And then there's some people from Natasha's camp that I'll just never speak to ever.
Yeah.
I think about everything that happened and even everything that's happening right now with the current situation of the bullying, the stalking, the harassment, the online, the online stuff, the offline stuff, going real life, all of that. I don't know what it is about this case that inspires people to do things that in their everyday lives they would never do. Saw somebody else doing it to someone they loved, they'd lose their fucking noodle.
I think it's a lot of mental health issues that aren't being, properly medicated, to be honest.
Yes.
And I can say that because I am on medication and I take it, like I'm supposed to, so I don't act like a freaking asshole.
Right.
Because even without it, though, I wouldn't be like that. I did things
I would have never done. I went back at people when I've never done that. Like, dude, I will cut you in a heartbeat as with my tongue as fast as I freaking can, and then I drop you off at the door. Like, goodbye. I don't need you anymore. Peace out. But this case, it's like even Ryan, who I see be, Ryan, I look at as being, she is a very strong individual.
Yes.
She's been through a lot of trauma, but it's hard for, you would think that she would be a person that would be like, I don't give a shit what people say about me. But and she does say it sometimes, but it's very clearly affecting her mental health. And she's on a journey right now for self-love,
Yeah,
and
she's really
getting
doing
better.
well with that too. I'm
Right.
proud of her. I
Yeah.
really am. She's
You
making
know?
herself a priority, and that's all any of us can truly do.
Yes.
You know,
Yes. Yes. And
make
so
yourself
I'm
a
like,
priority.
but they're attacking her for it. Like
Mm-hmm.
anybody who tries to do something good in this case, or, do anything. Yes, the cameras are up. Yes, I'm okay, Mandolin. Thank you. Um,
Sweet.
anything in this case like that, it just I don't know. I don't know why people are so affected to do things that they would just never do.
Like never.
And it's almost like brainwashing. And then when the veil lifts and you see what you participated in,
Thanks,
and
Brandy.
thank you, you give a look back. Yeah, I don't give a shit about Natasha having it on her
She's just
Patreon.
filling us in, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't need that. I don't care. I don't. Nah. I don't care. It's not going to be right anyway. So,
Yeah, I
her
mean,
assessment of is never going to be right anyway.
appreciate you
So
letting
she
us
doesn't
know,
know
but
anything. She don't
we're
know
kind
shit
of
from
like
Shinola. But anyway,
she,
a lot of them have come to me after doing stuff to me, and come to me. They always run to me. When the shit it's the fan, I get everybody in my inbox.
mm-hmm.
Everybody that's been mean to me, everybody that's been nice to me, they all run to my inbox. Okay. And some of them have said, I don't even know how I allowed myself to do this. I don't know how I allowed myself to be affected this way. I don't know. Well, great. Rumble just died for a moment. I don't know why it keeps
You
doing.
have a really good heart, Fancy, and you're very trusting. And I think you see in people what you are yourself. You're an honest person. You're truthful. You expect that from other people, and those people are taking advantage of that.
I agree.
And you
I
got
agree.
used. And I feel so bad that this has happened to you, but yeah, it's nothing that you did at all.
Right. 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 And I appreciate you saying that, because it's hard. And there were times I think I could have shut things down better than I did. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but in 2019, I feel like I did the right things. I think that going to the FBI was right. I think that ignoring Natasha Cooper and her minions was right. And I tried that this time and it just didn't work. It's just not working this time. And so we have to take more, you know, we have to take more caution and more steps to shut this one down,
Right.
as
Right.
it's on a much
Yeah,
larger scale.
we're
Yeah,
not stopping until it
it's done.
stops.
That's right.
Period.
Yeah.
So,
And I will
chuckle it
defend
up,
my friends
have a
to
good
the end.
time, but
But
laugh
I
while
but
you can. Let's just
I
say that.
encourage
Laugh
you
while you
guys
can.
I encourage you guys to not listen to the noise about anyone. Okay. And I encourage you guys that when
Yeah.
people are talking mean or they are saying horrible things or any of that, I ask you to turn it off.
Yeah.
It's toxic behavior. It's toxic
Mm-hmm.
in your life. It's not going to do anything productive for you. And that's, when I stopped participating in these things both times, it gave me a sense of peace. They went at Colleen for months on end and wore her down and bullied her and blackmailed her. And I mean, it was extensive till they wore her down. And one of the things I kept trying to tell her was, stop watching what they're saying. It doesn't matter what they think of you. They have the same tired five ass people on their freaking lives watching the same tired ass bullshit. They ain't got no new content. They've got no new freaking, thought processes. They are vapid people that are devoid of being real.
Right.
And that's that, you know? All right, let's finish off this 30 minutes though.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
You've been around much longer than I thought you were. And I don't trust you farther than I can freaking throw you. And I told Gypsy she needed a freaking prenup. I told them that they needed to have a trust set up for her. All the things that they've done is because I told them to do that shit. And then she still didn't sign a prenup with Ryan. And now here comes Ken, because, you know, stepmommy Chrissy thinks that's a much better choice for her than the guy that supported her all through freaking prison, picked her up after this douche left her, and, you know, all this crap. Like, Ken and I have had massive conversations, and they have never, ever been pleasant, because he is an asshat.
I guys, I want to say this very clearly. I don't care what your sexuality is. I don't care if you're gay or
Flying Fadoodle.
but I think he's lying about these.
I know he is. The rumor when they broke up the first time was that.
Because I first saw a picture in like People magazine when they were engaged. I was like, that guy's gay. Like I thought, how is this even happening? Like my best friend is a gay guy. Like that
can't even be it. You can see that he is not interested in her in that way.
Cringy. That's it. Yeah, it is. And there's a picture she posted because, guys, I do follow her because I can't look away from this. I can't look away from this train wreck. But where they're kissing each other, and I'm like, that's not right. Like I'm just like that doesn't. And I have been so like the more the more I think about this, the anger I get for that baby, that innocent life. Who's probably going to have this as well. Let's be real. There's a high probability that this kid has this condition too. And if Gypsy's not willing to treat herself, she sure as hell not going to treat her kid.
No.
And if the kid dares to get more, you know, my sister just gave birth to her fourth baby. All four of her kids were not planned. And she's an incredible mom. And all four of those kids, the minute that baby pops out, we're in the hospital, we all go straight to the baby. We don't pay attention to my sister, bless her heart, but my sister wants people to see her baby. They want us to love her.
What's going to be fighting for attention with this baby now, and that's a very dangerous situation with the person that she is.
Yeah, and the father's not. If Ken is the father, he's not. I don't feel like he's got the vibes of being reliable. That's just my opinion.
He's not daddy material.
Yeah, I just think we got to. I mean, I was actually thinking about that driving home, preparing for this today, Fancy. I was like, if that kid gets taken from Gypsy, who in the family?
Chrissy's already said that that's going to happen. So,
who's the best person to raise this kid? I would think the brother.
Yes, Dylan has a beautiful wife. She's very kind. She's very sweet. He has his head on straight. He does not live on the bayou with them anymore. He moved away.
Yeah.
He's always stayed out of the spotlight. I have a lot of respect for Dylan. I've met him a couple of times. One time that I met him, he was very, very angry. I don't know what was going on, but he pulled his mother over to the side in the hotel where we were staying, and he was just up one side and down the other about something that she had done, and I couldn't hear all of it, but man, he was not happy. He was like, I do not want to participate in this shit. And he was just like out. And there has been stories as to why he's out. I've had confirmation from the family of certain things that I've put out there publicly to show everybody, hey, this is what's going on there, because he is not happy about any of this. He does not want to be. You know, yes, is he going to be the godfather, I guess, to the child, and Mia's going to be the godmother? Okay, which maybe that's the best choice is, you know, Mia still has a chance to get out and do her career and be with her, you know, her fiance, and he seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. I'm suspicious of Mia right now because she just seems like the next one that they are, you know, going to tote out here, make an influencer, all that crap.
She's so young, too.
So young, and all this happened when she was 13 years old, so it really screwed her up. You know, she was jealous, she was not jealous, she was upset, she's angry, she had all the emotions, you know, because she was daddy's girl, you know, and here comes her sister all of a sudden, like, you know, and she's a murderer. She's going to school and people are asking her, is your sister, are you related to Gypsy Rose? And she's like, yeah, I am. Can you stop asking? You know, so I feel for Mia. Regardless of what she thinks, I feel for her.
How selfish of Gypsy not to think that through. Like, you have 3 siblings. You have, like, do you not understand that your actions do affect innocent people?
Right. No.
But I
She
mean,
doesn't care.
And yeah, I actually, not to sound like a stalker, but I actually got on Instagram, so I was curious about her brother, and I didn't follow him. I didn't find him. I didn't
Yeah,
follow
he's
him.
kids with his wife. They're really
Yeah,
nice.
I looked at the picture. I was like, this is a good old Southern boy who's
Yes.
trying to live his life.
Yep.
He's just, and I didn't follow him because I just was curious. But
I've never had one bad thing to say about Dylan. Not one thing. I think I've met him twice. I met him the first time I went down, I think, and then the second time when I went back to do the the one on Reels channel. What is it? I can't remember the name of it. Killer Couples. No, what was it? Copycat Killers. That's the first one. And just to give you a rundown on that real quick. Okay. So if you guys want to see in real time before my documentary and book come out and everything, if you want to start to learn the journey for truth with our team, okay, you can start back on, our YouTube channel and looking at some of that. But then the very first interview I did was the Reels channel, and it was called Copycat Killers, and it didn't come out for a very long time. We didn't think it was going to, because the producer that was on it left the company, and so they were kind of stuck with it. And then one day I just find it on YouTube, and I was like, oh, it finally came out. Interesting. And I watched it, and I wanted to just crawl inside of a hole because I had so much wrong, and I was so emotional. That was the first interview.
That was intentional. Everybody had it wrong, Nancy. I know that feeling, but I want you to understand that if it wasn't for you, I would be sitting here with you right now. Someone in South Africa wouldn't be. My friend Shanti wouldn't be totally in this case right now. I haven't even told you that I have a friend England that wants to talk to you, who's a biologist, who has a big podcast. Like, you have to understand that. And I think because you made, wisdom doesn't come from not making mistakes. Wisdom doesn't come.
I've always said lessons are learned in the hard times, not the good times.
Exactly. And you have wisdom over this, and that you've lit a fire. So don't beat yourself up too much, because they had you right where they had all of us right. I mean,
yeah, and the thing is that was Mia's first interview as well. It was the first time she came out and did an interview. I was there for all of that. I was in the room when she did her interview to hug her, to lift her up when she was crying. Then, I almost didn't get through my interview because I had a mental breakdown. I had to stop filming. Christy came over, hugged me, everything. This is how emotionally invested I was with them. I crossed a line I should have never crossed, but I was green. I didn't know what I was doing. I was not a documentarian. I was a script writer and an actress and a small-time producer on scripted content only. I never expected this to be a documentary. I never expected to be the leading expert. Nothing. I wanted a little project that I thought would be easy to tell because it's already there. There's nothing to do. It's there. This is the story. We get the characters. It's a good story. It'll be national. Everybody likes it. It'll sell. It'll sell. No problem. It's going to sell. Didn't know about the act already being worked on. But so, I didn't know what I was stepping into. I was not, I mean, I have a lot of information. I've gone to a lot of education. I've done different things, and I've never finished my degrees. But I've always made sure that in my house was, if you didn't know what it was, you better go find out. Yeah. My mother told me that there is not 3 words. I don't know is not the answer. I don't know, but let me go find out. So every time I got to a point in this where I was like, that doesn't make sense and I don't understand it, I just kept pushing forward. That's why I brought on psychologists. It's why I hired a whole nursing team. It's why I was, all the different things. And at the whole time, I knew the journey to truth was going to be odd, And so I did that first one. And then the podcast came out a little bit later. The podcast is our middle journey, and that's what the book is based off of, right? My book. So the podcast is mid-journey. That's where we cut ties completely with the family. I would still talk to Christy randomly here, and she said she would do an episode and didn't, right? So then that was where we had the truth that we thought was the full truth. We thought, okay, this is not Munchausen by proxy. What it is a case of malingering. And the difference between Munchausen by proxy and malingering is one is for profit, that's malingering, and one is for attention. Now, they can go hand in hand, and they often do. But in Gypsy's case, it was very evident that this, if it was not medically necessary, it was a malingering case, not Munchausen by proxy. And so that was where we were at.
She never injected Gypsy. I will say, I can't think about the Oragel. when she told the story about the Orajel, I was like, damn, where's she buying her Orajel? Every time I've used Orajel, it doesn't effing work.
Like, right? I'm like, that's not a thing. You know, I was just like, that's not a thing. The doctor would smell it for one. He would know. Like, there's just things. There's things. You know. And
am I doing Orajel wrong?
Like, am I doing this wrong? Am I like supposed to squirt it in my mouth and just eat it? What is it doing?
Am I an idiot? Like, am I doing it?
Exactly. So I'm like, I don't know what the heck you're talking about, girlfriend. And one of the first lives I did on TikTok on somebody else's panel, a girl came up and she'd obviously watched the act, and she's screaming at me about, and this is before we found the chromosomes. She's screaming at me about how can I sit up here and say she wasn't abused when she ate a cupcake and her mother ripped her teeth out? And I was like, oh, dear God. Okay, you've seen the act. All right, so I'm going to try and unpack this for you a minute. There are actual medical records that prove that is no way, shape, or form true. Her teeth were crumbling. Her teeth had been crumbling for a long time. She had bad hygiene. It's in the DNA down there. They have soft teeth. The water is not good down there. At no time did any dentist say, oh, those are perfectly good teeth. Let me just rip them out of her head. And she's like, well, the act says it. And I said, I have the actual medical records. And she's like, I don't care what medical records you have. I'm just going to say that was horrible. And her mother doing that to her. I go, so we're having a BS conversation right now. I'm like,
you're talking about Patricia Arquette. You're not talking about TV.
You're talking about a scripted series that was made for TV to elicit some sort of emotion from you, which clearly it has. But what we're doing right now is having a bullshit conversation, because you aren't listening to facts and evidence that is provable of what it is. You're listening to some fucking thing you put in your head from a TV show that made no sense in the first place. Like, seriously, I don't have BS conversation, so I'm going to leave, because I'm not going to continue to argue with you when you can't even argue with the facts and evidence that are proven to be true.
Exactly.
Like, that's disagree with me all you freaking want, as long as we're still looking at the same piece of paper.
Exactly. And I say to people all the time, feelings aren't facts. Feelings aren't facts. Feelings aren't facts. Facts are facts, no matter how uncomfortable it is with the truth. And I will say, Fancy, we've been going for almost 2 hours. I literally could talk to you like, I am like, guys, I know I've got another call I got to jump on soon, but Fancy, I can say from my bottom of my heart, you are doing the Lord's work. I'm gonna get emotional.
I hope so.
This shit,
a lot of journey to do so.
This shit is unfucking believable. And when I first had my mind changed, within 5 minutes, my mind changed because of you. I walked into this house and I looked at my boyfriend. I was like, you are not gonna fucking believe this.
So that leads me to the question I was going to ask you, and I think it's a great place to leave it for part 2. But what was your real aha moment? What was that moment that you said, hey, no, it doesn't make sense today?
The chromosome disorder. Because once the description started coming out, and I'm driving, so I'm not even looking at the screen because I'm driving. So it's playing in my car, the YouTube, like a podcast, and the way that it's being described, I just started to shake. And I was like, that's her. Like, I don't even know this chick. But the descriptions, and once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Can't unsee it. And that was something that happened, with chromosome disorder. Finally, I said, it was the peace that gave me peace. I knew I had been right all 8 years. I knew that I had been fighting an evil force for all 8 years, because this case just breathed evil.
Evil. It is. They don't give a shit about what the effects. They certainly don't give a shit, in my opinion, about that baby that's coming in. And that is what fucking pisses me off. And I think that if you have this chromosome disorder, now if you don't know you have it because you're asymptomatic, that's a totally different story. But if you have this chromosome disorder, I think that you need to legally tell your partner. Like, if you have AIDS, if you have STD, you have to tell. But this is, you could have a baby that doesn't, but if you that there is a high probability that this is not going to be a normal
child.
And as you said, the most severe case, they could die after 2 weeks.
Right.
So that partner needs to be aware of what they're walking into with
Absolutely. And in this situation, she talks about going to a fertility doctor. That's completely unethical. Completely unethical. Either she lied to the doctor about not having it, or the doctor is recommending this. That's unethical because not only is she already predestined to have certain birth defects for this child, on top of that, if you use fertility drugs, they bring their own freaking series of possibilities for disorders, And so you put those two things together, and that is not a good for
that is child abuse. That is free child abuse. Yeah, and I will say, because out of all the siblings, I don't know about the sister neglect. She's super private, isn't she? But it seems like
they don't. I don't think that they have. She does not have a severe case, no, at all.
But she grew up in a very normal home, right? Out of all the kids, she had the most stability, which is wonderful. But Gypsy seems to be the worst out of all, and I think Dee Dee knew that. And I said to you, and this is something maybe it'll be like a teaser that we can leave off for next week too, because I know this is not these. Again, part of this disorder, you guys, is hypersexuality. And when you were explaining this, when I was listening to this, my immediate thought is Dee Dee did not want her around her siblings.
She didn't want, though. There's more things to that, because there are some allegations that the family and outside of the family, who I thought was outside of the family but is actually related, have made about Dee Dee, and I want to talk about those, next time. But the one thing I just wanted to tell you with the chromosome disorder, the reason that the chromosome disorder proves that she did not have Munchausen by proxy is because there is one very specific criteria for it being Munchausen by proxy. Now, I can make a case for malingering all you want because it's a disorder. It's not. It's basically just a scam artist. There's no disorder there. It's for fraud. Fraud, financial gain. Here's the thing: it's only Munchausen by proxy if there is not a actual biological, scientific, psychological reason for all of the disorders that you are treating. So when the chromosome disorder came out in 2011, it no longer looked like Munchausen by proxy. They knew it, and they had done testing to figure out what was going on, and that is the exact reason why it is not Munchausen by proxy, because it's a scientific, biological, physiological, DNA freaking explanation as to why she has every single thing listed on there wrong with her. That's it. Now, you can talk about whether there's psychological abuse all you want. Do I think there was physical abuse? No, I don't. Especially not until she said it. My mama didn't do anything to me like that till I was 19. Then she tried to switch it up and talk about how the abuse had been all her life, on, whatever. I'm telling you.
She uses abuse from like movies, like coat hanger. It's you talk about it. I will say Dee Dee Blanchard might not have been a perfect person. None of us are. She did not come from a wealthy world. She was a single mom. The baby daddy wasn't wealthy. Oh, but by the grace of God go I. She was doing the best she could. Yes, did she do illegal shit? Yeah. Should she have served time for it? Yeah. But her heart was, from an outsider looking in, she was a mother whose heart was in the right place.
This is a good place to go. So the Mother's Day post that she made this year was absolutely abhorrent. It just made me so mad, especially considering that the Mother's Day post that she made the year that she killed her mother was so beautiful and so sweet. And I love my mother, and she's the best friend. Okay. When she said it, I about fell out of my chair. She said, "Was my mom a good mom? No. Was my mom a perfect mom? No. But was my mom a good person? Yeah. No. It should be reversed. Was my mom a good mom?
Yes.
Was my mom a perfect mom? No, because no mom is.
Yeah.
But was she a good person? No, not really. No.
But she
was a mother trying to do the best for her child, just like a mafia family. You can sit there and judge them all day long, but that is the normal for their family, and you can't just call it abuse because it is the normal for their freaking family. And it doesn't mean that they don't love their children or don't have relationships where they love people. Just because they're criminals doesn't mean they can't have love.
Right. Exactly. Two things can be true, right? Two things can be true. And I will say, her mother loved her 10 times more than she will ever be able to love her own child.
Right. Or that she'll ever be loved again. No one will love her.
No one's gonna. I'm telling you, like, when people do heinous crimes and they get arrested for it, a psychopath, the only person that's ever sit by their side still is their damn mama.
Yep.
And that
his mom was there every day. What I'm saying. Love between a mother and a daughter is very complicated.
Yeah.
It's a messy relationship. It's tumultuous at times. It's loud. It's angry. It's happy. It's sad. But I'm going to tell you what, if you're a mama who isn't just a piece of shit, you will stand up for your child no matter what it is.
Put your life for them.
With your life. And that's why I think it's interesting that now they've started asking these younger moms, would you die for your children or would you kill for your children?
Holy fuck. I gotta say something. Oh my Lord. Okay, so hold on. Let me make myself on camera. I have gotten a preliminary copy of this. I've gotten sent to me with a screenshot, and it is something that I find very, very, very interesting. Okay, so hold on. Let me see if I need to read the other thing. Whenever we're missing us, return was obtained. Okay, medical records dated June 2nd, 2015, indicated that the descendant has a past medical history of asthma, gastroesophageal reflux disease, thyroid disease, diabetes, headache, hyperlipidemia, and endometrial cancer.
Dee
Dee. The shaved head was done at a hospital of Dee.
Remember us talking about that theory?
Yes.
I remember.
She had a surgical history of hernia repair, appendectomy, tonsillectomy, hysterectomy, and cholecystomy. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look it up. Her prescriptions medications were not listed in the medical record. It was reported that the medications at the scene were collected by the Greene County Sheriff's Office. The body was received in a body bag that was secured with a tamper evident seal, and that was marked with the descendant's identifying information. A medical examiner's identification tag was on the left side. The body was that of a well-developed, obese white female whose appearance was consistent with the given age of 48 years old. The body measured 5 foot 2 inches in length. Oh my God, I thought she was much bigger than that.
No, she was short.
Yeah, and weighed 250 pounds. And thank you, sweetheart, for sending this over to me. I really appreciate it, Christine. The lady was received clothed in a white nightgown with floral print. There were multiple cuts in the upper body of the nightshirt, and the defendant corresponded to the position of stab wounds on the back of the descendant's body. The upper front of the nightshirt was bloody, as well as the back of the nightshirt. There was a religious pendant on a string necklace that was about around the neck. Cuts in the necklace corresponded to cuts on the back of the descendant's neck. Proper evidence bags were in place over the hands. Prior to the further examination of the body, the fingernails were clipped and collected. Oral swabs, vaginal swabs, and rectal swabs were collected. Combined pubic hair and pulled pubic hair were collected, and pulled head hair was collected. The clothing, as well as all of the items of trace evidence, were taken into evidence by the Greene County Sheriff's Department. There was 17 stab wounds. For purposes of description, the stab wounds are numbered from 1 to 17. The numbering is arbitrary and is not intended to indicate the order in which the wounds were received. Upper and middle back, 13 stab wounds. Behind the top of the left shoulder, hold on, what's that say? Oriented longitudinally 1 inch on the skin surface. Center of the wound is 8.5 inches below the top of the head and 4.58 inches to the left of the posterior midline of the body. Sharp upper end and sharp lower end. Wound direction is back to front. Wound track is 318 inches deep, passes through skin, fat, and muscles, ends on the posterior surface of the left upper rib, center of the upper back. Let me see if she has more pages. Do you have more pages. So that's interesting. I mean, he had cancer as early as June 2nd. What was the first thing she told Nicholas that she was going that it was that she needed that it was to kill her mama?
Yep, she has cancer
Was
anyway.
dying of cancer. What did I tell you? She was dying of cancer, and it would be a actual
mercy killing. Yep.
And he said no. He said no. And I'm telling you, I believe, and this is my belief only, and entertainment and educational purposes only, allegedly, all that shit.
Yep.
I believe that the reason that it became, oh my God, I have to get rid of her now. I'm never going to get away. She's going to have me here. Like she said, I don't want to talk to take care of my mother till she's 70. I think Dee Dee beat the cancer. And when she beat the cancer, I think Gypsy was like, fuck, what do I do?
Right.
What do I do? Now she's healthy. Now I'm stuck. What do I do? What do I do? So yeah, that's wow.
Wow.
Let me see if I can let me look in the let me see if it's in one of the Facebook groups already. It could be already. Here, I'll keep playing this because it's almost over while I look.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, yeah. And then I want to play that video. The next video I want to do is 25 minutes. Amy, if you have to go, it's fine. But it's the one that you sent me. You sent me the one that the girl did with
yes.
giving me the
I'd love to be here for that. Yeah.
Really great
I have nowhere to be.
Yeah. Okay, so
just
we'll do
with you, pants.
Yeah. All right, here you go.
And they're like, I don't know if I could. No. There's no doubt in my mind. Yes, I could kill for my children. Yes, I would die for my children. No,
I don't actually do that. Ethan, I don't have kids, but I would die for them. Like my first nephew, that made me an aunt. I brought him for the first time when he was born in the hospital, and I was like, oh, this is what unconditional love feels like, and feeling very protective over him. And
shame on the Blanchard family for not protecting an innocent child again. When all this started, Gypsy was an innocent child. When she started this, she was not, she had the chromosome disorder, and I don't know how much would have not happened, but she was an innocent child. She was not, that. I don't know when things changed or if they were always inside of her, but every child is born as a clean slate and innocent. And it depends on what sculpts them, nurture versus nature. And in this circumstance, I believe it was both nurture and nature.
It was both. And then you got this new baby coming, and you guys, but I can't wait, you guys. Next week, so if you're new to my channel, I'm going to put all of Shanti's links as well. She has 2 channels. Depending on, Shanti gets strikes a lot because she pushes the boundary. So
you do.
It depends. You're perfect for us, Fancy. So both of her channels up, guys. If you're new, so you'll know, because we will be next week. That's Wednesday, September 4th. At 12 Eastern time, so wherever you are in the world, we're going to be live with Shanti. This is pre-recorded, but we will be live with Shanti over on either Aquarius Rising Africa or her other channel with Fancy, and we're going to talk more about the political side of this. We're going to talk about the Hollywood side of this. We're going to get into the juicy. We might even talk, if you want, some speculative stuff that people have been whispering, and at this point I'm like, nothing shocks me anymore at this point.
Nope. That's what I say about everything. Somebody will come to me with a theory and they're like, what do you think? And I'm like, well, considering the fact that everything in this doesn't make any sense, it's fucking plausible.
If he pulled a wig off and was a great alien, I'd be like, yeah, that's just God.
At this point, if you told me that God himself came down and spited her, I'd be like, what? Let's look at the evidence, I'd be like, let's look at the evidence.
I honestly, if you told me that these are like hologram clone people from like, that makes sense.
I'd be like, oh, we've already had it. This is a script that HBO wrote? Okay.
Wait, Dee Dee's alive? No.
Dee's on Mars. She was the first one to go to Mars. It was a different body in the bed. Oh, yeah, the whole
it's fine. I just like, and that is why, so again, if you were some of my followers, my subscribers, I hate calling people subscribers and followers, my friends, I feel like that's so pretentious, but my friends, the people who watch this channel, if you are not familiar with this case, if you're an American, how can you not be familiar with this case? But if you are from another country, I'm gonna put some links. I don't know where these documentaries are available in other countries, but I will put some trailer links to some of these docs so you can watch the propaganda so you know what we're talking about, and then go to Fancy's channel and listen to everything. And
let me say it one more time. This is my opinion only, but here it is. Gypsy Rose, Christy Blanchard, Mike Stanfield, and HBO all colluded together to tell a false narrative, to strong arm a DA one way or the other into a plea deal. They released it before Nicholas's trial on purpose, and they tainted the jury pool. His civil rights had already been violated by the actual interrogation, and they did this, and they did a damn good job. And I could have just been another one of those people, but I chose truth. The good, the bad, the ugly.
You are their plot twist.
They did not expect me. They outsmarted them all the way, and they are pissed.
You are karma for them, and so you have awoken, and it's crazy the tides that are turning now in the United States. And good, because people should be pissed. If she had gone off quietly and just lived a quiet life, I don't know if she would be in this situation, but she's not. She's making a mockery out of all of us.
I love it. It's a slap in the face every day.
It is.
To real abuse victims, to real, all the different victims of Munchausen by proxy, to all of it. It's just a mockery, and it's gross and disgusting, and we as a people should not stand for it. Oh, and one more thing, I've got my protect free speech.
Exactly, 100% protect free speech. It's like the Barnum and Bailey old freak shows that people used to have. I feel like that's what we're watching right now, is a damn freak show. And
right.
But it's anyway. We'll get on, guys. So join us again next week, September 4th at 12 p.m. Eastern time for my people who are not Americans. That is New York City time, East Coast time. That's going to be like 6 o'clock in the evening over in South Africa. So wherever you are in the world, I know we got some Australian viewers. If you want to get up in the middle of the night, we'd love to have you. This is and Fancy, hold on when I stop recording because I have some other people with other podcasts that want your contact too. So I'm going to talk once we get off.
Sure.
So let's you guys help support Fancy. Again, please go subscribe to her channel, you guys, because the numbers do help get the work out, right? They help the algorithms. So it's not just about getting her recognized for her hard work, but it's also going to help her get work out there that could perhaps save another life. That could perhaps get the information out about the propaganda of the media. And then we'll talk about Shanti too, what the media has played, the part they played in this.
Right.
So anyway, well, Fancy, I am just tickled pink that you did this with me. I literally could get a glass of wine and just sit and chat with you all night and just
Well, that's the tagline. That's the tagline for our podcast.
Oh, is it?
The intro is grab a glass of wine because the good ones are about to serve up a new true crime dish. And then at the end, we tell them, thank you for joining for being at the Good Wife, serving up true crime, one dish at a time.
And I know you gave Cajun recipes, which was awesome. And we can talk a little bit about that because this is kind of a Cajun story too. And that's,
it is.
I will say,
There's a lot of Cajun in this. Yeah.
If you're from another country and you watch these documentaries, if they're not subtitled, you might need to have subtitling because
I needed subtitles when I sat in their home. Okay. There was times it's I swear they must think I'm a complete idiot because I would ask them a question, they'd answer, and I'd look over at my daughter and be like,
it's well, don't feel fancy. I am from the South. I'm close to New Orleans. I hear New Orleans people all the time. And I sometimes am like,
well, my friend who I stayed with when I went down there said it best. She's over on the far side. She's over where the bridge goes up and all that stuff and over the bridge, okay, past New Orleans, all that. And I told her where I was going. She goes, where are you going today? And I said, I'm going to Cut Off. And she said, did you just say Cut Off? And I said, yeah, I'm going to Cut Off. She goes, Fancy, you don't understand. You're going to the ends of the earth.
Literally,
and I'm and she's like, you'll see. It's just different down there, and be careful. And I was like, okay. And I came back the next day, and I was like, Oh, you're right.
that explains a lot about the characters involved in this too. That backstory of that culture, which we can talk about more Ashanti too, because that's a whole different audience of international
Right.
people, and that's
Right.
This would be a very different story if this took place in Wisconsin. Well, kind of did. Well, we'll say Montana, or because it's a different.
Well, yeah, I'm from California, and I said it would never happen in California. This would never have happened in California. There's no freaking way.
It's
It
yeah. And so I said that to Shanti too. I was like, this is very much if these is the Cajun that brought people, and that the level. I'm not saying that all Cajun people are poor, but it's the level of necessity that got them to this point.
Well, I think the lies are what were interesting. And once you unpack the lies, it just becomes another case of girl meets boy, mom says no, girl boy kill mom. Like it's all the lies that make it interesting. That's it. Because simply it happens all the time. If it's just that, if it's just that, money, drugs, and sex, I mean, that's a motivation for murder almost every day.
Yeah.
So,
and this murderess was got some health issues that make it very interesting too. So anyway, also make sure you tune in with us next week. Again, please, all links are down in the description box below, you guys, and we will see y'all. Well, I'm sure you'll see Fancy before next week. You'll see me with some other stuff before next week. But please, I cannot wait to do this because Shanti, she's not afraid to push the limits. She's gonna be
good. Those are my tribe. That's my tribe.
Right. So, all right, guys, we will talk to you later. And yeah, thank you so much, Fancy.
No problem.
That was awesome.
I thought it was a pretty damn good interview.
That was awesome.
Really impressed by it. Really impressed by it.
Yeah, I really like her.
The meds and the diapers and stuff were probably for Dee Dee. I would say the meds probably were, and I would think that a lot of the meds were for her, I think. And then I would say that a lot of the wipes were probably for her because I don't think she could get in the tub anymore, and they didn't have like a full shower. So that might be for what I'm thinking. But the diapers, I don't know.
Could be not. I don't know.
Because they don't look, they were Pampers diapers and things. So I don't know.
Oh, it's probably just things she was getting for a baby.
Right. Or, Gypsy's small enough that she could do that kind of. I don't know. No, they were definitely not for her period. I'm sorry. I believe there was actual tampons found in the house at some point in time. Somebody saw it in one of the crime scene photos. I'm telling you. Mm-hmm. And I've been trying to find them. I've been looking at the random, just mysterious shit that they have thrown all over their fucking house, which again, I believe they were packing. I believe they were moving. And that's my opinion. Mm-hmm. All right. Any questions before we go on to the very next thing?
Yes, this one's a good one too.
4 hours.
Do we have the link I was going to say for her channel?
Yeah, I dropped it earlier.
Okay, and this one too?
Yeah, I dropped it earlier. I will make sure. Here, hold on. Let me get it. One quick question. Quick second.
I really like this video. She put it together very well.
Yes. And it's Estoric. I don't know why I thought it was Estoric, but it's Esoterica, Atlanta.
Did you see her? She popped in.
Oh.
She was in here.
Oh, Esoteric was?
Yeah, she was. She said she's excited
cool.
about. Yeah, she's excited about the second.
Yeah, very much
parts,
so.
Yeah.
It's just adorable. I just loved her. The vibe was super fun.
And I knew you would. Yeah, I saw her and I was like, yeah, we need to talk with this one. I really like her.
Yeah.
Okay, there.
That's that one. And then this one.
That'll be her link.
Right, that's her link. And then this one that we're going to watch right now is from True Crime Design. It's amazing. I did want to leave a comment. I wonder if she is if they responded back to me.
How do I look for your comment? I couldn't find it.
It's up at the top.
Was it really?
Yeah,
completely missed it.
Yeah. There's some of them, but it's the very right now in mine it's the first one.
Well, see, that's what mine is too.
Yeah.
See, I'm always the most important on my thing.
Right, exactly. Your
comment was the most important. You're first. Does anybody know if there was surveillance from the movie theater?
I have not seen it, but we'll see. I know that there's surveillance video from the hotel, but I don't know if there's one from the video from that because that would have been way prior. So I don't know. That's my
Appreciate you, Anarchy.
All right, so let's share this one. Okie dokie spooky. This is so pleasant compared to Natasha. My God, that woman is rude as
fuck. For real.
She really is.
For real.
Claire's
Dude, cracking me up,
tried to,
yeah.
I'm telling you, she tried to fool everybody this year, and she even fooled me. Like, seriously, I thought she had changed. I was like, wow, this is so great and refreshing. At least we're discussing the same freaking evidence. And then
little did we know,
she just went rogue again.
Yep.
And her true colors came out again.
Out of nowhere.
Her true colors just came out again.
Yeah, but it was like out of nowhere. Nothing even happened.
I will take care of Bubby. I know. I just finished up another load of laundry. So let me just start this thing right here. Okay. Alrighty. Here we go.
This is a case that we haven't dealt with. And it's because it's so unusual. I mean, it really is an unusual case. What we thought initially may be a victim turns out to be a suspect. Things are not always as they appear.
Friends called police yesterday when they spotted this post on the Facebook page Dee Dee Blanchard shared with her 19-year-old daughter, Gypsy Rose. Investigators say they found the mother violently murdered inside their home and Gypsy gone.
The sheriff isn't saying how she died, but has said her death was violent. Investigators continued searching for her daughter, 19-year-old Gypsy, through the night.
The stuff you see in the news is horrible and not true. You know that I love my mama, and you know that I would never hurt her.
What kind of mom was she?
Very protective.
Do you think she protected you?
No, not in certain ways, yes. In other ways, no. I think that she was very sick in her mind.
That what Dee Dee did to Gypsy was one of the most egregious forms of parental abuse you can imagine.
Because her mama was an insane, compulsive liar.
A lot of this information came to me by either Mike, my attorney, or Christy. My two attorneys are telling me that my mother has something called Munchausen by proxy, and she was using me for money and abusing me medically, and then to tell me all of the lies and manipulation on top of it. So I felt, did I ever know her at all?
Gypsy's mom was abusing her physically, medically, giving her medication she didn't need, having her go through procedures that she didn't need, to the point where most of Gypsy's teeth are not even hers because of the medication that her mom was giving her that she had no condition for.
The day that her mom died, Dee Dee was in the house somewhere and Dee Dee was starving her. Like Dee Dee wasn't giving her anything to eat. I asked her sister, I was like, I hate to ask this, but you think Dee Dee had anything to do with her mom's death? And she, said,
Okay. That right there ticks me the fuck off. Right there. Not only did she sell the false freaking narrative that Gypsy had Munchausen by proxy, she's admitting right there that she's the first person who said, do you think she had anything to do with Emma's freaking death? And then they said, now I didn't before, but now I wonder. It was fucking Christy again.
Yep.
Gosh darn it, I can't stand this woman.
No, I know.
What a freaking
Yep. She is a nasty, nasty person.
And I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt many times, even now with
I
everything
know
that's
you
coming
did.
out. I try to be like, well,
Mhm.
maybe Christy didn't know about this and you didn't know about that. And maybe everybody's just doing things on their own. But you know what? Every freaking day, that woman right there on that screen proves to me every freaking day that she's a lying, scandalous, awful human being. Allegedly, in my opinion, for entertainment and educational purposes only.
Yeah.
She is. I just, man. Oh,
I know.
I've heard her say it before. It's not like I've heard her say it before, but today it took a new meaning. Today it took a new meaning.
Yep.
And God, just, and finding out that Dee Dee had cancer for sure. Man.
Yeah. Yeah.
I told you I thought the first story was the truthful story.
Yeah,
Usually.
the worst I thought was maybe she had the kidney stones, and then, but then that says how she had her gallbladder. You know, I think a lot of that goes hand in hand.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So she was pretty sick, and like we've been saying, she was no freaking threat to her. So why did you do that to her? Why?
Yeah, just why? And why she's dead? Why do you just have to make her a monster every freaking time? Why can't you just the woman rest in peace?
Yep. They can't.
For God's sakes, didn't you do enough to this woman?
Nope, they keep villainizing
You
her.
freaking
And
stole her,
bullshit.
man. You've kidnapped her kid basically now, you've taken her kid from her, problems in her marriage all the freaking time. And you caused problems
Broke
in
up
her
the
marriage.
marriage.
You broke up the marriage. You broke up another marriage. You're just, God, what a fucking bitch. Just what is wrong with her? And if you read the book, if you read this
and
book,
she's happy about it. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah, I did that. I did that.
I want to read something real quick.
Go ahead.
Suzette, we did that interview with Suzette, and I want to read some of it just a second before we do this, because she talks about this. So hold on, let me see.
Okay.
Hold on. This was one. I'm gonna read this one. This is one good story, and then I'm gonna read what I wanted to find here in a second. This is Suzette in her words, and I said, "Do you remember some of the times that were just like, oh my God, that was the best night that we had? Did you have those moments?" And she said, and then you said like a favorite memory, and I said, right, or just one you could think of, and she says, well, the one that stands out to me is a Christmas Eve of 1987, and I said, okay, that's pretty specific.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, well, my cousin died, and we were planning, me and Titania, we were planning to go out that night.
Mm-hmm.
Found that like I'm not going out. I just don't feel good. I'm going to go to midnight mass, and then I'm coming home. Well, she met me at church, her and I think Titania was with us, but I'm not sure. But they came to church with me, and she met me in the parking lot. She said, I want to go to mass with you, in memory of your cousin. And I have my little brother with me. And she said, but come to see me to my car first. She had some alcohol in her car, and we drank and did a toast to my cousin that had passed. So she came to church with me, and then after they left to go out, and I went back home. But that was that was the type of person she was like. She wanted you to know, like she came to my house with me because my cousin died.
Yeah,
and she
right.
was that. That's the type of friend she was. So, and I am catching typos in this, guys. I'm really sorry about it. We're still working on it. We'll probably update it.
Yeah, when it got transferred, we didn't realize that the transfer didn't go as smooth as we thought it did. So, but yeah, no worries. This from forward, yeah, it's going to be all good.
Hold on. I'm really looking for something.
You live and you learn. That's why I told you, like, I don't want to look at the first one. I'm so scared.
Hold on. I know, but you did a good job. You really did. There was something that Suzette said.
Yeah, that was something I couldn't help.
Okay, here it is.
Yes, yeah. Thanks, Kathy. We just got that too. We were talking about it.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Suzette talking about Christy and Rod and Dee Dee. Okay.
Okay.
And it says, I've heard story. I said, we were talking about whether or not that Rod was involved in her life, and he wasn't just a deadbeat dad. And Suzette said, I've heard stories that Rod was sending money to Gypsy, and knowing Christy, I don't think she would allow that to happen, and that she would only have said what the court would have said. But yeah, what the court would have ordered. I mean, because this one time I wasn't friends with her, and my younger brother was friends with Rod, and his first wife was friends with Christy. Well, one time my brother came home and he said, "Oh, Sue, by the way," he's like, "Christy hates you." I'm like, "Christy who?" And she said, he said, "I don't know who I'm talking about." Or he said, "I know who I," or he said, "I know you know who I'm talking about." Yeah, Christy Matherd, right? And Rod's girlfriend, and she can't stand you. And I'm like, okay, I don't even know her. I know her from school, but I know of her. Why would she hate me? And he said, because you're friends with Dee Dee. I'm like, okay, I was friends with Dee Dee and I'm not anymore, but that's how she feels. Oh, well, I don't care. Oh, crap. I see what happened. I'm trying to figure out why Dee Dee isn't there, why it's cut up. That's the ones where we tried to figure out where all the Dee Dees were that like erased the Dee Dees and it just left a blank space.
Oh.
That's what's happening right there.
Oh, great.
Yeah. So, I mean, this goes on. It goes on a lot more about Christy. Oh, this is a good part too. So here's another part. So I asked, so did you know Christy in the high school? Did you know who she was? Had you conversed with her, interacted with her at all? She said, never. I just knew of her. I didn't know her. I said, so she just decides to hate you because you were somehow her friends with Dee Dee at one point in time? Like nothing for you? And she said, yeah. And I said, wow. She said, and then years later, before my brother passed away, let's see, how do I say this? She would ask me questions about my brother. And then because he was in the hospital waiting on a heart transplant, and after his heart transplant, his body turned septic and he passed away. Christy told my brother's daughter, my niece, that if anybody wanted to know information about my brother, that they have to go through her. Like Christy told me, if y'all want to know information about like Jared, you will need to contact me. And she told that to all their friends. Well, my niece called her dad, and Christy told them that it comes from me. If it comes from me, that I'm the one that said that I'm the one giving her information, and that was not true. I would never do that. So my brother contacts me and says, don't tell Christy anything. I didn't tell her anything. He says, well, don't. And then he told me what she did. So my niece got pissed off by her dad. Like, why did I have to get information from Christy about you? But that's what she did, like trying to get my brother mad at me, and right before he passed. So that's the type of person that Christy was.
Oh.
Just so you know.
The fact that she showed up at their wedding told me everything I need to know about her.
Yes.
Who does that?
Right. Right. Okay. Well, let's keep playing this one. But that just struck me when she said that. It hit me today. Like I said, I've heard her say it a million times, and it just, for some reason, that one hit.
Now I wonder.
Now I wonder.
Hi, my name is Dee. We're about to leave to go out. Me and Suzette, we're gonna go do some tricks.
She wasn't a bad-looking woman when she was young.
She was pretty. She was pretty, for sure.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard's moral and legal defense to justify her role as the mastermind of her mother's murder is based on her testimony that her mother tortured, abused, and isolated her for decades because of a rare psychiatric condition called Munchausen by proxy. Despite the fact that Dee Dee was never diagnosed, and frankly, she does not meet the diagnostic criteria for this condition. Factitious disorder, formally referred to as Munchausen syndrome, is categorized by the intentional falsification of physical and/or mental signs and symptoms in oneself or in another individual for no obvious external gain or reward. The diagnosis for an individual falsifying illness of another person, like in this case, is factitious disorder imposed on another. People with factitious disorders intentionally produce or exaggerate symptoms, but can't control their behavior. The primary motive is to assume the sick role, not for personal gain, but due to a psychological need to be perceived as ill or injured. The DSM-5 uses this criteria to diagnose factitious disorder imposed on another. I will say, in the case of Dee Dee Blanchard, she undoubtedly meets the first two criteria in that she, according to the evidence of record, falsified psychological and physical symptoms, as well as two diseases, muscular dystrophy and leukemia, which Gypsy never had or received treatment for. She also presented Gypsy as ill, impaired, and injured by shaving her head, making her use the wheelchair, and presenting her as childlike and mentally disabled. However, the analysis fails when it comes to the third and fourth points, that the deceptive behavior is primary motivation was for personal gain. This is supported by Gypsy's testimony at Nick Godejohn's trial.
Did you and your mother obtain any kind of advantage by you being in a wheelchair?
Yes, sir.
What kind of advantage did you obtain?
Financial, attention, charity.
Financially mean money?
Yes, sir.
Did you obtain money as a result of you being in a wheelchair?
Yes, sir.
I asked you why you obtained an advantage for being in a wheelchair. You said people gave you money. And I think my next question is, why did they give you money?
Because they felt sorry for me. They believed the lie. They believed the fraud.
Well, there you have it, folks. This is not a case of MBP or factitious disorder imposed on another. Recall that people with factitious disorder feign illness or injury not to achieve a clear benefit, such as financial gain, but rather to assume the sick role to gain sympathy and special attention, often given to people who are truly ill. On the other hand, malingering is characterized by the intentional falsification of symptoms with a clear objective in mind, like personal or financial gain. Unlike FD, malingering isn't considered a mental health condition because the malingerer has control over their actions and is driven by external incentives. While both involve the fabrication of symptoms, the key difference between factitious disorder and malingering lies in the motivation behind these actions. In fact, the DSM-5 specifically states that the diagnosis of factitious disorder requires the absence of obvious rewards. So while yes, Dee Dee did present with pretty much all the symptoms of Munchausen by proxy on its surface, the difference lies in the motivation.
Financial, attention, charity.
And while malingering is not a mental health condition, it can be associated with certain psychiatric disorders such as antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, dissociative disorders, and substance use disorders. Deceitfulness, lack of remorse, reckless disregard for safety of self and others, repeated failure to sustain constant work are common features of FD and antisocial personality disorder. As such, the diagnostic criteria here is not met. This is simply not a case of factitious disorder or Munchausen by proxy, according to the DSM-5. Despite this, Dee Dee Blanchard basically became the symbol for Munchausen by proxy.
To this day, Gypsy maintains she was forced to play the part. She also says it's why she worked with Nicholas Godejohn, her then boyfriend, to kill Dee Dee back in June of 2015.
I disagree with that.
But that abuse has nothing to do with Dee Dee's murder, according to prosecutor Dan Patterson, who just a little less than a month from Nicholas Godejohn's first day on trial argued the character of Dee Dee Blanchard should be withheld from the jury. He says even if Gypsy's mother was abusive, her aggression wasn't being shown at the time of her stabbing, and her character played no role in that night's violence.
We already shared the link for her channel, so she did an amazing job for this.
It's interesting that the prosecutor would argue that Dee Dee's character in the alleged abuse played no role in that night's violence, then turn around and use those same circumstances as mitigating factors in charging Gypsy Blanchard with second-degree murder instead of first-degree, like her co-defendant.
Gypsy Blanchard endured nearly 2 decades of systematic, purposeful abuse at the hands of her mother for the purpose of fraud. And so by amending to murder in the second degree, we were able to both hold Gypsy Blanchard accountable for the murder, which was not justified nor excusable, but yet account for those mitigating circumstances.
Those mitigating circumstances, if they are to be heard, are relevant at sentencing, not when deciding to charge with first or second degree murder, when the evidence is overwhelming and by the prosecution's own admission, they could have secured a first degree murder conviction for Gypsy. The same abuse that the prosecution says was not relevant to Dee Dee's murder at Nick's trial is the reason that Gypsy was offered a sweetheart plea deal, amending the charge to second degree and getting the lower half of the 10 to 30 year sentence for that charge.
All of us involved it's relief. At the very beginning of this, there was the question of the death penalty on the table. Ultimately, it's the best outcome for her. It's the best outcome for the state of Missouri, and ultimately the right thing to do for everybody.
Gypsy, her family, and her legal team successfully perpetuated this narrative through countless documentaries, TV programs, and interviews, gaining public support by way of sympathy for the sickly and childlike Gypsy Rose, who, in reality, was a 23-year-old woman who not only acted as a willing accomplice in her mother's fraud scheme, but meticulously masterminded the infamous murder and set up her co-defendant to take the fall for her evil deeds.
Who initially brought up killing your mother?
I did.
What other alternatives had you considered?
Poison, arson, a gun.
Why did you not consider poison?
It was too hard to find an odorless, tasteless poison.
Why didn't you kill?
I didn't believe I could do it.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
I don't like blood. I don't like the sight of blood. Frankly, I'm too squeamish. So I just honestly didn't believe I could do it on my own. I supplied the knife.
Where did you get the knife?
I stole it from Walmart.
Where did you get the gloves?
I supplied them.
Who paid for that trip?
I did.
Why did you pay for that trip?
Again, I didn't think he had enough money.
And how did you get money to him to come down on that trip?
I stole money from my mother, and I sent it to him via the mail.
How did Nick know when to do this money? The timelines that money.
I told him.
Who planned this murder?
I did.
Who talked you into killing your mother?
I did. I talked him into it.
You know, I don't want to have to remind people every single time that I'm not the one that committed the act of the kill. So, I'm a part of it.
Right.
But in the state of Missouri, there's no such thing as accessory to murder. So technically, they couldn't charge me with accessory because that charge doesn't exist. So, had I been in another state, I would have been.
Dude, who else talks like that we've heard? She sounds just like freaking Katie Joy.
It does.
I was friends with Gypsy or Christy, not Gypsy.
Not Gypsy.
I don't have to remind everybody that I did not actually commit the murder. Like, are you serious?
She's so snotty the way she says it too.
Such a shithead. Like, you don't want to have to remind everybody that you killed your mom? Yeah, I bet you fucking don't.
Of course not.
Who would want to do that?
Mistake. It was just a mistake.
Well, you're going to have to remind your child over and over again that you killed their grandmother. So
And it was just a mistake. Yeah.
it was
Try
just
to
a
explain
mistake.
that.
Oh, it was just a mistake. It was just a mistake. You know, I made some bad decisions at 20, 23 years old too. Yeah. Did it include murder? No. Okay. Well, then I think we're pretty good here.
Yep. Yep.
You know, like, oh.
She's so snide in this interview when she's talking. I didn't do the actual kill.
It's just, oh, it's cringe.
She is so emotionally detached from it.
Yes.
It's, yeah.
Yes. And look at her face. Look at her facial expressions. Look how dark her eyes are right there. Look how she's got that attitude. Like,
a little demon.
How dare you ask me if I killed my mother or not? Yeah. Of course I did. Like,
yeah. I'd be like, that is not fetch.
That is not fetch for you to ask me that. I need to bring my Chad on right now.
Yeah,
so
I'm waiting for my Chad
because he
sniffing
doesn't think any of this is concerning at all for our children. Like, I just,
I know.
Yeah, the act of the kill is such a weird framing of words. And she does. She uses these weird framings of words all the time.
It's like
and then she wants everybody to believe she was never, ever given any education. Yet we had a lady on here the other night on our TikTok who came up, and her brother, I think it was her brother, was the one had been in the same program with the school and he was disabled as well. And he had the same freaking teacher that came out to his home as the teacher that came out to Gypsy's home. It's listed in the medical records that she had a tutor coming to the house and she was enrolled in this specific school. But remember, you know, they bought the Catholic schoolgirl uniforms just because they wanted to make her feel like she was at school.
Oh my God.
That's why. And they took pictures of her in those, you know, so that she could just feel like she had school pictures. And she, get the fuck out of here.
For the love of Christ.
It's so ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. All right. So here we go.
All right. Go.
I'm charged with accessory to commit murder.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
This narrative served to vilify the real victim and alibi Gypsy for her part in not only the murder, but also the financial fraud scheme.
I think to some degree I knew it was a facade. However, I didn't know the malicious intent behind the facade.
Oh, okay.
The Blanchards began working with HBO on Mommy Dead and Dearest before Gypsy's plea deal in July of 2016.
Please.
The documentary debuted in...
Damn it. I want to go back. This is something I have not touched on this whole time. There we go. Does anyone else think that is just freaking disgustingly in bad taste?
Yeah.
Like, seriously?
Yeah.
They're standing beside it. Yeah, standing here in all smiles, like, oh, we're right here. We're so perfect. We're just so happy that we did this. Look what we did.
Look, Mommy Dead and Dearest. She killed her mom. Look how happy we all are.
We're so cute. We got to go to New York. Oh, hey, Christy, you said that Darla was going to go the next time that you went to New York, but you didn't like her and you told them that so we would see whether Darla got to go to New York or not the next time. Hey, asking for a friend. Did Darla get to go? No?
Curious.
Yeah.
Wonder.
Yeah.
But that's very tacky.
Where's Claude Jr.'s freaking interview about you and Rod in Gypsy's Revenge? Oh, wait, I forgot. You threatened them and you told them that if they ran with that story in there, kind of like you did to me with Banfield Show and everything. Yeah. If they put that story in the Gypsy's Revenge, you were pulling out, right?
Yeah,
right.
Look. Abel was saying how she's right over his shoulder. Look at him.
Yes, she is. I just,
let's
God.
smile because she ain't here no more.
Okay, look, Mia has a genuine smile, and I think she's just she's like, I think she was like 17 or 18 years old probably by
she
this
looks
time.
Awkward. It looks like an awkward smile. Like
she looks like she's just like, why are we doing this?
Yeah.
Rod just looks like, I don't know anything about anything,
and Christy's
I'm
like,
just gonna stand here because Christy told me to stand here.
Yeah.
And Christy's kind of like, she's got this look on her face like, oh, I have to smile, but
like,
I don't
yeah, I did this. I did this.
Yeah, I did this. This is all
I
my
pulled
work.
it off.
Yeah, it's all my work. I got this deal for them.
Yeah, I pulled it off. I came up with the MVP, and I'm just.
And I pulled it off. Yeah. It's just so nasty. Oh, and by the way, they pick out this freaking picture right here, right? This little picture of all the shit on her. Do you guys even know what that is? That is a sleep study. Because she had sleep apnea. That's not some major surgery.
Yeah, they make it look worse than what it is.
Yeah,
exactly. It was her sleep study.
Yep, a sleep study. Just like, when she did the thing about something or other and she had to do the one with the CPAP machine on her face and it made it look really horrible. It's a freaking CPAP. She's not on oxygen. It's a CPAP. It's a CPAP. That's it.
And she's smiling in every freaking picture other than that one when she's sleeping.
Right. She might even sleep.
And we all know her heart is not
happy.
That good or happy.
Right. All right. So here we go.
With HBO on Mommy, Dead and Dearest before Gypsy's plea deal in July of 2016. The documentary debuted in May of 2017, after her plea agreement, but before Nick's trial in November 2018. It is my and many others' belief that this sensationalized piece precluded Nick's ability to have a fair trial, with the public and the prosecution pretty much concluding that he was the main player in this whole thing. So when it comes to the character of the victim and unsubstantiated abuse allegations raised by the perpetrator, facts seem to only matter when they favor the narrative that serves Gypsy and reassigns responsibility to both her victim and her co-defendant. Nonetheless, these claims of abuse were never properly investigated, challenged, or adjudicated. Dee Dee Blanchard was never charged with child abuse or any maltreatment towards Gypsy. She was publicly defamed and demonized without proof. As the prosecutor argued in Nick's pretrial hearing, even if Dee Dee was abusing Gypsy, that doesn't change the circumstances that this was cold, calculated murder in the first degree under Missouri law. Plenty of defendants can point to unfortunate or unfair circumstances in their upbringing. It doesn't change the facts of the crime. Even so, it's worth asking the question, was Gypsy ever actually medically abused or even treated poorly by Dee Dee? Now, most people who watch the documentaries would argue that of course she was abused, pointing to the long list of medications, procedures, and even coercing her child to lie in order to keep up the con. They would argue that the medicine closet, the surgeries, the feeding tube, the bizarre mother-daughter dynamic is enough to declare Gypsy as an abuse victim. And I won't deny that Gypsy was certainly groomed to lie, cheat, and steal by her mother, who was by no means a perfect angel. I speculate that Gypsy was predisposed to antisocial behavior, both by way of genetics and her inappropriate upbringing. But here's where the work of a woman that goes by the name of Fancy Maselli becomes critical in the analysis of this case.
Hey guys, it's Fancy, and you're watching the Good Wives Network.
Hey guys, it's Fancy, and you're watching the Good Wives Network.
Hey guys, it's Fancy, and you're watching the Good Wives Network.
Fancy and her team at the Good Wives Network were provided Gypsy's medical records by the family in a deal whereby Fancy was to produce a documentary telling Gypsy's story many years ago. However, the project fell through when, after years of reviewing the records and researching the facts, Fancy and her team made a discovery within the records that cracks the case wide open, exonerating Dee Dee's character and exposing what appears to be the true motive for the crime. By reviewing the medical records, Fancy would learn that Gypsy was born with a rare chromosome disorder. Chromosome 1q to 1.1 microdeletion syndrome, a rare chromosome abnormality that develops when there is missing genetic material on chromosome 1. The effect of this genetic variation ranges from being barely perceptible to being obvious and severe. Phenotypes of a 1q to 1.1 microdeletion are neurological psychiatric problems, microcephaly or small head, epilepsy, facial dimorphism, loose joints, low muscle tone, cataracts, and other eye problems. Again, this diagnosis is found within the medical records and even corroborated by Rod Blanchard, Gypsy's father.
Dee Dee told me she would need a wheelchair. and I asked her, I said, man, she's got a lot of issues. What's going on, and they had done some tests and found out she had a chromosome disorder that was causing all of her functions from developing, her digestive system and her muscular system.
I nicknamed her Possum because she looked like a little possum, little bitty possum eyes.
Dee Dee started telling me that she's got some problems with her eyes, seizures,
her digestive system. After that, Gypsy couldn't walk anymore. She had a muscular disorder.
Dee Dee started telling me they're running tests, they're trying to find out what's going on with her. She's got a lot of issues.
In 2000, they ruled out muscular dystrophy because they were doing testing to try to find out the chromosome disorder that they knew she had when she was born. They knew she had one, and muscular dystrophy is one that would have explained some of her problems. But in 2000, they ruled that out when they did the muscle biopsy and the nerve conduction.
She does have eye problems. She did have ear problems. She did have feeding tube problems, feeding problems, failure to thrive. She was diagnosed with a muscular problem. They didn't figure it out until 2011 when they ran a very specialized genetic testing to try and figure out what all these erroneous little things that she had, because they didn't really fit into any one major thing.
In September, I believe, of 2011, they returned for a follow-up visit, and that is when the chromo disorder is proven, and they also state that Dee Dee does not carry it, and Rod could not be tested. And she does have this microdeletion, and it explains her entire medical history, both the physical medical history and her mental health medical history. It's all explained inside of this chromosome disorder. This microdeletion, it explains her eye problems, her ear problems, her teeth problems. It explains the weak muscle tone she has. It explains all the different things. It explains why the feeding tube was placed. It explains why there was a muscle biopsy done to rule out muscular dystrophy. And it 100% proves that muscular dystrophy and cancer, later in 2007, cancer hit the scene, was used for financial gain. That's it. That's the whole case. Financial gain. Medical fraud for financial gain.
Dee Dee and Gypsy were malingering when it comes to cancer and muscular dystrophy, but that doesn't mean that Gypsy did not have very real medical challenges that Dee Dee did her best to diagnose and treat for. And thanks to Fancy, we know that these conditions stem from her congenital chromosome disorder.
The only thing that I have wrong with me is I have a little bit of a lazy eye, not all the time. But I have better vision in this eye than I do that eye. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Nothing else.
Nothing else.
And I'm completely healthy. Like, I have no health problems whatsoever.
So the fact that they're denying this chromosome disorder is very interesting, because what does it do? It blows their lives apart. That's what it does. And that's why they don't want you to know about it. Christy, and that little girl up there, that grown-ass woman up there, used all this nonsense to cover up a murder, to villainize the victim, to ensure that her co-conspirator would go down for it all, and she'd come out of prison doing a quick little stint of 8 years and be a millionaire, all for unaliving her mom for that fire D. Because it sure as shit was not about Munchausen by proxy or medical child abuse. Honey, you can spin this any way you want, but it is very evident that you do in fact have a 2.74 MB microdeletion of chromosome 1Q to 1.1. And no, love, you do not fall into the 75% of people that have no symptoms. It's very clear that you have symptoms.
Dee Dee had a lot of trouble asking for help, but they were actually given quite a bit of stuff, like trips to Disney World, Disneyland. They got the Habitat for Humanity house and the furniture in it and all that.
Thank you.
And here's the key to the car that was donated.
It was very important to Dee Dee for Gypsy to have a very fulfilled life before she passed.
Dee Dee Blanchard was not without her flaws. According to surviving family members, she had a history of cashing bad checks and stealing money from family. She deceived good people and stole from children in need. It was wrong to fabricate fatal illnesses in her daughter, and many people were truly devastated when they realized they had been duped by the conning duo. Dee Dee Blanchard was a con woman, but she wasn't a child abuser. It's clear that her life revolved around Gypsy and making sure she wanted for nothing. It must have been difficult for Dee Dee as a single mother with a medically complex child. Many folks who knew the pair had only glowing things to say about Dee Dee specifically, speaking to her positivity, generosity, and unmatched dedication to her daughter. This case is unique because I can't think of another case where we take the narrative of the perpetrator as fact without evidence and even considering the victim's perspective. Gypsy masterfully reversed the victim-offender roles in the public eye and continues to cash in on her notoriety that was built entirely on lies. But as Gypsy's public behavior continues to draw attention, more folks are digging into the crime and uncovering truths that paint the whole tragedy from a completely different perspective.
Saying she doesn't identify as a murderer, knowing she used this man that is autistic with a low IQ and other mental health issues to unalive her mom because she wanted to get some DICK.
And it just seems so convenient.
And to villainize her and him. So all she does is every person in her life, she villainizes them. And manipulates the people around after she villainizes these people.
And then she discards
This is her game.
She discards you when she can't use you anymore.
This is her game. And to know that she had her mom unalived for her own selfish reasons when this woman was never abusing her is
wow,
mind blowing.
It's
like all I could say is rest in peace, Dee Dee, because it truly is a sad situation.
To quote Greene County Sheriff Jim Arnott, things are not always as they appear. Thank you for watching.
God, that was so well done.
That was very well done.
I mean, that is just incredibly done. Yeah.
She did a great job on that.
Gypsy got Nina fired from her job. I haven't heard that yet.
She's trying to.
But I don't put a whole lot of stock in anything Nina says either. So
yeah, I don't know. That may not have
her.
even came from her mouth, so we don't know.
Yeah,
I
Nina's
think
been
people
talking
just
about
know
the
that
Bayou
she's.
Mafia. Well, yeah, we talked about it in the interview I did. Yeah. So I mean, that was really great quality, and in 25 minutes they were able to lay out the basics of the case.
She did a great job.
She did a great job, and I thought it was very well put together. I've talked with Becca Scoops, and I told her how much I appreciate the things that she's doing. Hey, Flute Queen, she did get Nina terminated.
From where, Amanda?
From where? I didn't think Nina worked. I thought Nina's whole thing was content
creation. If she did, man.
I mean,
wow,
if she does, I'm not saying. I mean, yeah. So
she does not want to do that. Oh, girl, she does not want to do that.
What? Essentially, in the early days, she called her job, and they pulled her in over it, and they parted ways. I have not heard this at all. No, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying I haven't heard that at all. And so that would have had to be what, in January or February or March when she was giving her all this stuff.
She told about it.
She talked about it on Sir Morbid. Interesting. I don't remember her ever saying that before. And I don't always listen to Sir Morbid's live.
No, we pop in and out, so we don't always hear everything. So no, I haven't heard that. But wow, if she said it, then obviously.
Oh, an ambassadorship with a makeup brand, I think. Okay, I could see that. Okay, I could see that. That's interesting. Wow.
even still, you know.
Yeah. I mean, that's just, I don't know.
You're taking food out of her kids' mouths, you know. Why would you do that? Feel how you want about somebody, but you don't go real life like that. What the hell?
Yeah. So to close this out, I think I'm going to read the opening statement that I made on our podcast. And it's a long monologue. It's about, I don't know, 5 pages long. But I wanted you guys, no, Dee Dee didn't, I don't think she had a life insurance policy, but we have heard through the grapevine that she did have a trust for Gypsy, and it was in Christy's name. You know, the woman that, you know, she hated and didn't want to have her kid.
Right.
Yeah, that woman. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So when I wrote this little part here, because I'm the one who wrote all the scripts for all of our podcasts,
right.
You know.
Right.
Now, Christina helped out in the second season, and sometimes, you know, some other people contributed, but I'm the one who's written most of them. And so I sat down and I did this. I wanted to, before the podcast started, I really wanted to kind of give a little bit of the journey and where we were at. And so it was a long monologue, and it's funny because I was going to put it I wanted to put it at the beginning of every episode so you could hear it, and I was going to change it up a little bit. And Brandy was like, that just sounds it's just a long 20 minutes of you talking, Fancy. And I was like, all right. And we went round and around about it, and I was like, you're right. And that's the one time I listened. You know, I was like, all right, you're right. It's too much. But this one was the first one I wrote when I sat down to open up the podcast, and I didn't know what I was going to do with the podcast. I had no idea, you know. Exactly.
I always love your mama.
Yeah. My mother was very controlling. My mother was abusive. My mother had massive health problems. She was a juvenile diabetic during the 70s and 80s, she started being a juvenile diabetic when she was young, but she raised me through the 70s and 80s. They had her on medications for kidney transplant. They had her on, all these different things to 100% that made my mother crazy, I do
we
think
are
so.
Looking into that, Brittany.
I want to take the deep dive in VisionCon. Yeah, we're on that. We're on that path right now, Britt.
Yep.
So anything you find, if you will send it into tipsforgoodwives@gmail.com, we will take a look at it, because we are really trying to go down that rabbit hole.
We appreciate anybody's help for sure.
And in the second book, I believe, is our Dan the Man and VisionCon.
Yes,
I think so. Okay.
It is.
All right. So tonight's episode, we're going to talk about Dee Dee in her younger years. We will hear from her best friends growing up and talk about some of the interviews we did with the Petrie family. In our second episode, you're going to hear a lot from a letter that Christy wrote me when we first got started about life, what life was really like in Louisiana between her and Rod and Dee Dee. That is a bit intense. Our third episode is going to tackle all the medical stuff in Louisiana. We'll be reading from the actual medical files and have our medical professional, Colleen, weigh in on all the crazy stuff we uncovered. From there, we'll head on to Springfield, and we originally thought we could get all this done in 3 episodes, but that's not going to happen. So you'll get these 3 episodes to chew on for a minute and on Halloween, and then we will be back in November to give you 2 more sets of 3 episodes each. One set in Springfield, and then the last 3 will wrap it all up with the aftermath of the murder. Our final thoughts and discussions of the case and some updates to where everyone involved is. So hang on, because it's going to be a wild, wild ride. Hey guys, this is Fancy, and I wanted to take a few moments, maybe a lot of moments, to share with you my journey over the last 3 years investigating this case. And trust me, by the end of this segment, you're probably going to hear me cry, because it's really emotional. And I began following this case just before the release of Mommy Dead and Dearest, which was an incredible documentary. And if you haven't seen it, I do highly recommend it. I have always been a true crime buff, and this case seemed to be the most fascinating one I've encountered. We started out. When we started out, I was just a small-time producer, writer, and actress getting back in the entertainment industry after a very long break, like a 20-year break, to raise a family and care for my sick mom. And I'd come out of a pretty deep depression, and true crime was kind of how I got lost. And I didn't think about the fact that I'd lost my own mom. I really wasn't part of any Facebook forum boards or anything at this time for true crime. And to be honest, I haven't even really thought about them existing. But an ad for Mommy Dead and Dearest popped in my newsfeed. And when I clicked on it, other relevant things popped up too. And that's when I found the forum board and the case about this case. And so about the case. And so I joined, and I really couldn't believe that things I read in there was all pretty dramatic. And it was kind of just a bunch of women that seemed really eager to fight and call people out. But in the beginning, there was still a fair amount of actual information being shared too. However, one name in particular just kept popping up. That was Christy Blanchard. And now at the time, I had no idea who she was. But it seemed like everybody was really, really excited to jump on her anytime she spoke. And so I didn't know why I could, what, and I couldn't figure out. And so I found out quickly that she was Gypsy's stepmom. And I could not for the life of me understand why people were attacking this woman. And as a mom and a filmmaker, I reached out to her. I originally thought I'd just offer support and tell her I felt for her and what her family was going through. I honestly didn't think she'd reply. I don't even know what I was thinking. When I threw out there I was a filmmaker and that maybe doing a scripted show for the family to get the truth out there could be helpful, because tons of people don't really watch documentaries. But weeks passed and I never got a response, and I figured that would happen. So I just kind of moved on and gave it really no thought. But then one day, Christy messaged me back, and I was on my way to work all at the time, and I was ecstatic. By the way, I was in California at this time, pitching our other projects and trying to take my family back home. So, because that's where our home is. I have since watched Mommy Dead and Dearest, and I was even more intrigued by the story. I myself struggled with an abusive mom growing up, and due to medical issues, I really felt connected to all of what I had seen. And Christy was super friendly and warm and very welcoming. Welcoming. That's a word I'm going to use a lot because it's what they seem like down in Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at the time, though, they were still under contract with HBO, so we couldn't even really talk about a project. So I just waited, and I formed a friendship with Christy. Again, I really had no expectation of what to do with this, so I just offered her friendship. We talked a lot, but I was still surprised when she called me and said, "Today's the day. We're released from the contract with HBO, and we'd really like to work with you." I couldn't believe it. So I got in my car. Hold on. I'll turn on the blur real quick. I got in my car with my daughter, who happens to be one of my writing partners, Sarah, and we drove down there for the weekend. And instead, we stayed a week, and we headed to Louisiana, met the families, and it was kind of crazy. I first met with Christy and Rod, and they shared a lot with me and about their lives, and we talked about what my intentions were, and I was really honest with them. I had no idea if I could even get this thing made because I was just coming back to the industry, and I had a few contacts, but not a ton. Hey, remember how they said that I misrepresented myself? Boy, that really doesn't sound like I misrepresented myself at all.
No, not at all.
Just saying. However, what I did promise them was that they would get an honest depiction. I'd give them the ability to work with someone who only wanted truth, no matter what the truth was. I said I'd do everything I could, but only if they agreed that the whole story would be told, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And they said that was exactly what they wanted. So we signed a contract for life rights, and we discussed getting me in contact with Gypsy too, so she could participate and sign. And she did, because Christy had been telling her about me the whole time. And she was super eager to speak with me. And just, the life rights were more for them than for me. I really had nothing to offer them in the way of money at the time. Funny. I promised them millions, right? Didn't I promise them millions? Is that what I promised them? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to make a ton of money, right?
Mm-hmm. Give me the money.
So basically what I said was I would share whatever I made with them. I was willing to share anything I had with them, and they had had previous issues. So I wanted to put it in writing, and so we were all happy with that agreement, even Gypsy. So I sat on a warm porch with Sarah, Rod, and Christy, and we chatted about their lives, what happened, how they felt, and the stories were unbelievable. Rod had to return out to sea as a boat captain the next day, so I only got to spend one day with him. The rest of the time I spent between the Petrie family, which is Dee Dee's family, and Christy. And Christy was so kind and welcoming. I mean, we spent hours poring over documents, medical files, pictures, scrapbooks, police files, and we laughed and we cried. We cried a lot. I couldn't believe the stories she told or the documents we read, and each time we thought we heard the worst of it or the most bizarre thing. I couldn't believe that the stories she told or the documents we read. And each time we thought we'd heard the worst of it or the most bizarre thing. Sorry, I got sidetracked. We turn a page and it'd be an even bigger what the fuck moment. So Christy helped me get in contact with Dee Dee's family, and I talked with her cousin Bobby Petrie first. And, really, really, really hot with all the tattoos that everyone raves about. It was a trip for sure, but super opening and, again, welcoming. The stories he shared were a bit shocking. He talked about drugs and a life of being totally out of control and his aunt being into witchcraft, and even said that nobody in his family was really surprised when they heard that she passed. And Bobby told me his life had been kind of insane, and he's really a story all to himself. But he said if it wasn't for his daughter, he wouldn't have been there to talk to me because he would have been in jail or prison or dead. And she basically saved his life. So Sarah and I sat in his tiny house, and I'm not kidding. It is really one of those tiny houses that people build, and we listened to wild story after wild story. We admired the artwork that he'd done. He created a bar out of pennies, and his floor was stained with this huge Elvis head, and he did it all himself. So Bobby arranged for us to meet his aunts and uncles and sent us on our way, but not before he warned me and Sarah about a speed trap. Heading into Golden Meadow, he said, now you're going to be going straight down this road and you'll go like 60 or more, but there's suddenly going to be a sign that says 50. And that's a firm 50. And he said it just like that. He said, that's not 55. Oh, hell, it's not even 51. It's a firm 50. And the cops ain't no joke. And something told me he wasn't exaggerating, and he wasn't. I saw the sign about 2.2 seconds before I had to hit my brakes so hard to slow down fast enough to not speed past the police car that was waiting for me right under the other side of that sign. But I'm happy to say we did not get a ticket that day. I met with the family of Dee Dee, strange to say the least. I can't believe Dee Dee got deleted through half this book. This is so pissing me off. But kind of welcoming. And we would have never been able to figure that out. Like that wouldn't have been unless we were reading every single little thing, right, when we were doing it. That really irritates me, but we'll fix it. They shared stories about Dee Dee as a kid, as an adult, but one thing was very apparent: none of them were good. So I asked one last question before packing it in, and that was, do you miss your sister? To which I got a resounding yes. And so that begged a follow-up question. And I said, in all these stories you've told me, I don't hear happy stories or funny stories about Dee Dee. All I hear is how she's manipulative or conniving and sometimes downright mean. So is there anything that you can recall that was good? Or that you think, man, I wish she was here so we could do that thing one last time? Silence. It was like I had asked them a question in a foreign language. Finally, it was one of her sisters who broke the veil of silence and said, look, we loved her. She was our sister, and we miss her because of that. But no, we don't really have many good memories. And that was pretty much it. I went and met her dad and her stepmom. It was the same thing. Nobody had a good story to tell. And that was more telling than anything else where Dee Dee was concerned. And back then, I thought about it as if that told a lot about Dee Dee. But truthfully, I think it says a lot more about them. Don't you think, Mac?
I think it certainly says more about them. Absolutely.
Yeah. So for the past 3 years, I've been a pretty big Gypsy supporter and a pretty staunch Nick non-supporter. And I've never really hidden that. And it was to my own detriment sometimes. The attacks my team and I had been subjected to for our thoughts and protectiveness of this family has been a lot. But more and more things kept popping up that just didn't quite make sense. But really, nothing made sense in all of this. So we sort of just chalked it up to that and went on. I spoke with Gypsy often and Christy daily for 2 years, but things with Gypsy just really never added up. But we tried to be sympathetic to what she had been through. But when this new guy came into the picture as Gypsy's beau, oh, we began to see a shift in Gypsy's attitude towards us. And then the other shows were all mounting up, and it was causing more stress and tensions, and stuff began to grow between Gypsy and our team, and it wasn't pretty. We tried to make excuses for her. We tried to just be understanding. But there were just these emails and craziness, and we're gonna read some of those emails back and forth between some of our team and myself included, and Gypsy and our latest episodes. But again, we kept going because we decided long ago the story was more than just the Gypsy Rose Blanchard story. It was the story of all the kids suffering at the hands of abusive parents, and the story needed to be told in its entirety. I'm not going to get into all this drama that surrounded all of this, and trust me, there is a shit ton, because it's not really, it's not really irrelevant, except that it took a toll on our team and family, and with everything happening, opinions began to shift. We began thinking there may be way more to the story than we ever thought. Maybe Gypsy wasn't really as truthful as we thought. Maybe Nick wasn't as bad as we thought. And maybe she was more damaged than anyone could have imagined. But through it all, we tried to be supportive of Gypsy and make excuses. Until the day we all just really couldn't anymore. I had been asking for the interrogation video of Gypsy for years. We'd seen Nick's, but never heard hers, except the clip that HBO played. And well, there's a whole other story there, but that's for another day. Anyway, after 2 years of asking for it, I finally got it. And I shook as I stuck it in the disk drive on my laptop. And then I sat glued in shock and tears before I called Christy, and we talked. And I told her, you need to be prepared to watch this because it's not what you're expecting. Because, according to her, she'd never seen it in its entirety. And then I called my team one by one with the same messages and then waited for the call. Oh, those callbacks. Christy called me in tears. Titania called me hysterical. We couldn't believe what we had seen. And once we'd seen it, coupled with all the other things we had learned and uncovered in the past 2+ years, we couldn't unsee that. And our minds were changed and our hearts were broken. We had all hoped that at some point Gypsy would have told the deputy of the truth about her mom and why it happened. And instead, we just watched Gypsy sit for 4 hours comfortably on a couch talking with deputies about Disneyland and Harry Potter and eating and calmly waiting. We watched her tell the detectives lie after lie after lie without blinking, and we watched as she finally was caught in all those lies. And she then began to play the "but I'm sick" card and "I need a lawyer" card.
Mm-hmm.
She is 4 hours never once mentioning being ill or her mother abusing her or forcing her to play ill or talked about the countless surgeries or even asked for a lawyer. Nothing. She lied until she could no longer lie that she didn't know. And then in a blink of an eye, she turned and calmly threw Nick so far under the bus, it wasn't funny. And that was a hard pill for us to swallow.
Mm-hmm.
Began to change our thoughts.
Right.
Not right now. That was Ryan. Hold on. Where was I? It began to change our thoughts. It poisoned our relationship with family. And it broke every one of my team of 25 people's heart. And I know it broke Christy's too. Yeah, Christy don't have a heart to break. Sorry. That moment was the moment we realized Gypsy wasn't that sweet, innocent victim we'd all made excuses for. I mean, she wasn't dumb, but she was also a cold-blooded murderer. And she played a game all over. I tell you all this, all over. I tell you all this, you understand. So you understand. You may hear some conflicting opinions in these next few episodes. We may battle going back and forth between being pro-Gypsy and not for Nick, and pro-Nick and not for Gypsy, and pro-nobody sometimes, because I'll be honest, we grapple with this every single day.
Yep.
And it's trying to come to terms with the realizations that we did not think we were going to have to come to. We have since repaired our relationship with Christy. Nope, we thought we did. And she's going to talk about her experience with Dee Dee and her life as it got ripped apart by her lies and fraud and abuse. Well, we'll share how we uncovered all the details and how our minds and hearts have been affected deeply by all of this. And we may cry and we may laugh and we may even scream. And I bet you will too. But I can tell you this, it's all the truth, and it's all because of one really big evil. And it just makes me so sick to read that right there.
I know.
And that's Claudinia Dee Dee Blanchard. She did number on every person ever to cross her path. And while we understand that Gypsy is who she is today because of her unique trauma and her and insane abuse, I mean, it clearly shaped her. But at what point do we absolve or not absolve someone of their adult decisions because of their childhood trauma? So here's the story of Gypsy Rose Blanchard, America's sweetheart murderer. Hey, folks, it's time to grab your glass of wine because the good wives, Fancy, Colleen, and Christina, are about to serve up another true crime case. Joey did a very good job. Joey did an amazing job. Lifetime's not going to cancel the show because they make money on the show. Rod told you. People that pay money to watch it.
Yep.
That's what we're doing it. Her story's not over. I'm pretty sure that we're fucking done with her story. Yeah, we're pretty sure. We don't want to hear from the murderer.
Yeah, the rest is just bullshit.
But all right. You know, guys, I don't think that we ever can look at this case in black and white. I don't. There's nothing about this case that you just look at it and you go, yep, that's the fact and that's it and I'm done and I've got it and that's the way it's going to go. Everything in this case is 100% subjective. You have to try to be as objective as possible while not being objective at all. Like it's just it's inspires and it elicits certain reactions. And it's just thank you. And I do see some errors. I'm gonna go back through book 1 myself and I will them. I will put an updated copy out, and if you happen to see me on a book tour and you have the other book, just hit me up and I'll try to swap it out for you.
Right.
Okay. So, but I mean, those of you that have these, you've got the very first edition of them, and it does have the typos in it, but it might be worth something one day.
Never know. Never know.
Stranger things have happened.
That transfer might have, paid off.
So, I think that the reason why people are so obsessed with this case is we've never seen anything like it. We've never seen something on this grandest scale. It's never happened. Even my friend, when my friend who's an attorney in California, he called me up when she was getting released and he said, Fancy, you've got to get your book out and get your stuff done, because never in the history of ever has anything like this happened, where there is a person who went into prison with one story and took a plea deal like this, and then somebody just took it and ran with the evidence and the facts and everything and basically disproved every fucking thing we thought we knew about this case. It's like, it's unique. It's played out all over social media, and that it's one of the first big cases for actual social media, just like Casey Anthony and Scott Peterson were one of the first big cases to be like, televised and really freaking pushed out there, and so he said it's unique, and you can't expect it to last a lifetime. It may last a day, people being interested in this. It may last a month, it may last a week, or it could last 20 years. But if you don't get out there with the truth right now, it's going to cease to exist.
Yep.
And everything
go ahead.
Everything I've been through has always been for the pursuit of truth. I didn't do it for any other reason.
The truth.
The truth.
Like, you've never seen where they are lifting up the perpetrator and still victimizing the person that's not here anymore. And then Nick is just so sad.
The whole
So
thing was
sad.
sad.
I've really never, ever seen anything like this, ever.
Like I said, the body count on these people is huge. They take people's lives. There's lots of people walking around because of these people that are shells inside, are damaged irreparably. Irreparably. And sometimes, my friend Brittany said, there's just some things you can't repair, Fance. But I sure should try. Because we deserve the truth. Dee Dee deserves the truth.
100%.
Nick deserves the truth. All of us that have carried this sword and discussed this case in the right ways deserve the truth.
Right.
And it will set you free.
And one thing I know that is the truth is that Dee Dee was not a threat at the time that happened.
No, not at all. Not at all. All right, guys. Well, thank you for hanging out with me for 5+ hours today.
It was awesome. Everybody was here.
Yeah, I didn't intend for that to happen. Go grab the second book. I assure you it does not have the same
we fixed
problems.
it. Yes, we
fixed it everywhere. And so,
we did not know about the first. We did not know that the transfer was going to do that. Change format. Yeah,
we're sorry about that.
We'll still fix it though. We'll
still fix it. And like I said, I'll make this right for everybody. But I mean, I'm pretty proud of what we did.
I'm very proud.
I'm proud of you, Amy.
Oh, girl, I'm proud of you.
And I'm proud of our team.
So am I. I love the ladies that we have.
I want to read one last thing, and I'm just going to close out afterwards with a moment of silence. So
okay.
I'm going to read the acknowledgments.
I'm going to mute because I know I'm going to cry. So,
yeah.
Love all you guys. Appreciate everybody being here, and we'll see you the next time. Go ahead, Vance.
So many people have come through. This is mine, and then the Colleen's will be at the end of this. So many people have come through our doors here at the GWN. Some have come and stayed for a lifetime, and others have been here for a season and gone. No matter what these people contributed, good or bad, each of them helped us along our journey to truth of the last 7 years. I want to first thank my mama for teaching me to always finish the things I start, no matter how long it takes me. My mama taught me drive, work ethic, compassion, kindness, and strength. She was never an easy woman, but she loved fiercely and fought for what she believed was right, and with even more ferociousness and dedication. It is because of her, no matter the struggles or the triumphs, that I am the woman I am today, and I hope I make her proud. I'd like to thank the true crime community that took in 3 youngsters in the industry and held us under our wings. Many of you have guided us through tough moments, dished cases with us, shared a cup of joe or a case file. We can't thank you all enough. The knowledge that each of you has imparted to our team is unbelievable, and we'll be forever grateful. Joseph Scott Morgan, Jude Yates, Amy Ray Davis, Jeff Ignatowski, Stephen David Lampley, Robbie Ludwig, Kirk Nermi, and all the other incredible professionals that have, over the years, helped us dissect and analyze and report the cases we all pour ourselves into with patience, love, and understanding. You took us from newbies to experts in the field, and it's been a wild journey. I hope to keep walking with each and every one of you. I'd like to thank our new social media family that has held us up and seen us through some of the darkest days of this battle between good and evil and truth and lies. To our moderators who take the hits, checking the yo-yos from our lives. You are the best bodyguards we could ever ask for. Thanks, Emel, Ash, and Mac for pulling it out in the clutch and helping get this book edited. Heather, Dawn, Sherry, and Sherry. Too many names that are the same.
Yeah, a lot of names.
All meant so much in uplifting me and keeping us on track when all the craziness starts. I want to thank Ash and Mel for an amazing countdown to the book videos. Your talent, ladies, is just amazing, and we are honored to have you all on our team. Our loyal supporters, We appreciate your encouraging words and steady support through the storm of chaos. To my friend, my confidant, my warrior in arms, Colleen, baby, we made it. They lobbed every horrible thing at us, tried every way to destroy us, ruin our friendships, our lives, our families. And through it all, your funny giggle and your kind heart with just the right amount of snark has stood by me even when I didn't stand by you. You in grace and dignity like an old soul. I think of you as a daughter, a friend, a colleague, and a partner, both in life and business. You'll always be the naive girl that thought Scott Peterson was so innocent and managed to change my hardened heart just a little bit along the way. But the professional woman I have watched you grow into over the last 7 years has been a journey I can't express how much I am honored I was a part of watching it. You walked through our doors, a baby, a wee child, but I always saw the potential of the woman I knew you would become. You're now a wife, a mother, hold a master's degree, and do all of it to the level of expertise and integrity every day. Your loving heart makes me absolutely in awe of the facts that I get to call you my best friend forever and always. I've got one more part I want to add because it is in the second book, and I don't feel it's fair to not read it because it's very important.
Go ahead.
Let me get it real quick for you. I'm just going to go up and I just want to read it because I left her out of the first copy of the book, but it's in there now, but I left it out of the first one. So let me see here if I can find it. Where are the acknowledgments? Go back up. Oh, okay. I see what's happening here. Hold on a second. I know why. Because we have in our second book, we have a depiction of, or a preview, a preview of a book that we're going to be doing about Lacey Spears. So it's not at the very bottom here, but let me get it one more time. Is it not
Your
in
work
here
is
either?
paying off, girl.
I know. Hang on. I know I have it. I wrote it out. I know where I can find it. Hold on. Let me see. It may take me a minute. It's very important. So just bear with me. No. Where the heck is it? Hold on. I know I sent it to her, so I just got to find it real quick. No. Yeah. This is when we I'm getting close because it's when we started talking again. So she's been doing a lot lately and she's been going through it. And I just want her to know that she was a part of this book too. And helping put this together and getting my mind straight. So if you'll give me just one moment. Oh. Damn it. I know I sent it to you, Ames. Oh, I know where it is. I know exactly where it is. Hang on. Hopefully I have paid the Living Writer app this month.
Oh, is that something? Can I help you find something?
It's Ryan's dedication or Ryan's
Oh,
acknowledgement.
I know where that's at.
If you can find it and send it to me, that'd be great. Because I think it's in here. Hold on.
It's in a second.
Why is it not in any of these? I know I put it together and I sent it to you.
Let's see, acknowledgements. Is it in the acknowledgements?
Yeah, it should be, but it's not in any of them. I'm getting annoyed because I know I freaking put it in there.
I edited it, so I know you did.
Yeah. What the hell? Like, I cannot find it anywhere.
No, let me look.
Oh, you know what? I bet you I know where I can find it. Hold on. Bet you I know where it is. Just 1 second. I know. I think I can find it now. Just give me a second. Is this part 1 or part 2?
It's a long book.
Okay, here we go. I think it's in this one. Here we go. They're very long books, guys. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They're outrageously long books.
But they're worth it. They really are.
Yeah, they
it's
really
good content for sure.
They've got a lot of great content. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can find it in here. Okay, here it is. Got it. Ryan Lee, there is a lot I would like to say to you, and yet words escape me. I know that you came to me during the worst of all this, and they used you and abused you because you were willing to stand on a soapbox and scream, "This shit isn't right," and leave this woman alone. You stood for me at times I was struggling to stand myself, and I'm thankful God did see fit to bring you back around. I hope to talk with you for years to come, and I think with what we have planned, the world will see how powerful we are together and individually. Thanks, and we'll try and listen more. You had my best interest at heart, and I know it. Okay, now I can go back to the last part here.
Okay.
And finish it off. So, this is going to be the hardest part.
Yeah.
At last, but certainly not least, to my dearly departed friend and partner, Christina, I feel your guiding, calm, and witty hand on my shoulder daily. I can hear that pronounced New Yorker wit saying, "Well, Fancy, I can only chalk it up to low intelligence." I laugh every time some new fuckery started because I hear it like you're sitting next to me. Our studio will never be the same. It was forever changed the day God called you home. And I can only hope it was for a higher calling. Your heart for justice and finding compassion, and even the worst of cases is in my heart every day. We will continue on with your memory through our work in the nonprofit sector, as well as bringing truth back to the true crime community that has lost its way. Though we never got to throw our arms around each other in person, Colleen and I can feel your deep love and passion in our hearts, and will carry you forever there. Till we meet in person again, give him hell up there, my beautiful, spicy friend. My forever number one diva bitch. I can't explain it any better than we are on a mission from God, and we were called to a table we weren't sure we were supposed to be at. But we stood in the storm with our arms linked, and when it told us we could not withstand the storm, we yelled back, "We are the storm!" Thunder rolls, lightning strikes, in the tragedy of good and evil. And then Colleen wrote a very sweet little ending. This is a farewell from me to the good wives. I think it is time for me to move on. My time has been filled with ups and downs, and I got to meet amazing people along the way. I've grown up. I've lived 1,000 years, it seems. I never imagined where life would take us. Please know that I wish Nipsey no harm to her or her family. I probably came across as harsh and misinformed in the chapters, And in many ways, I was. I was just a girl, barely an adult, talking about grown-up things. I was the same age Gypsy was when she committed the crime, which is so symbolic for me and my journey as well. So this is Colleen, signing off. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Serving up true crime. One dish
One
at a time.
dish at a time.
Mwah.
Thanks, everybody.